Welcome back, beloved ones, divinely wired, spiritually sensitive, and chosen for such a time as this. Before we begin, I want to pause and give the deepest thanks to every soul who has supported this channel through Super Thanks. You don't just give you pour love into sacred soil, you keep the oil burning, the message flowing, and the vision alive. I see you, heaven sees you, and your generosity is never forgotten. If this word already stirs something in your spirit, go ahead and comment 777, because what you're about to hear will feel less like information and more like confirmation. Now listen closely. Somebody underestimated the quiet force of God inside of you. They mistook your peace for passivity, your silence for ignorance, your stillness for weakness. They thought you were soft enough to manipulate, but small enough to ignore. And they were dead wrong. There's a moment that haunts them now when they tried to twist the truth. And you didn't say a word, but something in your eyes made their soul flinch. It wasn't anger. It wasn't confrontation. It was truth. Piercing, holy, and terrifying. That was the moment they realized you weren't just intuitive, you were divinely wired to see what they tried to hide. Here's a question for your soul. What does it do to a person when they realize they've been lying to someone who already knew the truth? We're not just talking about instinct. Science has proven that your gut carries real neurological intelligence. But when you're God's chosen one, your intuition becomes a sacred instrument, a spiritual sonar. You don't just feel vibes. You see blueprints. You catch unspoken confessions. You trace shadows in people's voices. You discern motives they haven't even admitted to themselves. Somebody tried you. It may have been subtle, a half-truth here, a performative apology there. Maybe they poked at your kindness just to see if you'd crack. Maybe they fed you a fake story, just to prove to themselves that you weren't as tuned in as they feared. But what they didn't expect was that you would read their spirit like scripture. No dramatics, no explosion, just a divine knowing that left them shaken. Here's another question to sit with. What happens when your intuition becomes the mirror someone has been avoiding their whole life, ever since that moment? They've acted normal, but it's a performance. Their nerves betrayed them. Their eyes avoid you now. Their words stutter around you. Why? Because your presence reminds them of a truth they'd rather not face. You saw them, all of them, and you didn't even flinch. The terrifying thing isn't that you reacted, it's that you didn't have to. You let the truth speak for itself. And for them, that silence was deafening. Stick with me, because in this video, we're going to dive deep into what really happened when they tested you. Not just what they did, but why they did it. The fear behind the test, the insecurity behind the manipulation, and how your presence anchored in divine intelligence became the very thing they couldn't handle. Is it possible that your intuition activated a spiritual consequence they weren't prepared to face? By the end of this message, you won't just feel seen. You'll understand why they're afraid of what you carry. You'll understand why the anointing on your perception was never meant to be palatable. It was meant to pierce. And most of all, you'll see that what felt like a strange confrontation was actually divine validation. Let's go, God's chosen ones. Someone tried your intuition, and it terrified them. Number 1, you weren't guessing. You were witnessing. They assumed you were just reaching, just throwing around emotions, making wild guesses. They laughed to themselves, thinking you were overly sensitive, theatrical even. But then came that moment, the moment you named something, no one ever heard from their lips. The thing they swore they had buried beneath curated charm, well-rehearsed smiles, and manipulative mastery. You whispered it with grace, not accusation, and it shattered them, because suddenly it was no longer a game. You weren't entertaining yourself with intuition. You were operating in revelation, not observation, revelation. And it unnerved them in a way no human confrontation ever could. What does someone do when their soul gets read aloud by a voice they cannot disarm? You weren't just hearing words. You were picking up frequencies, decoding the language of spirits. While others needed evidence, you needed silence. That's where the knowing came. You walked into rooms already aware of the undercurrent. They mistook your stillness for softness, but it was surveillance divine. Silent, watchful, just like Jesus in Luke 5. When he perceived the unspoken criticism of the Pharisees, Jesus knew what they were thinking and asked, "Why are you thinking these things in your hearts?" Luke 5:22. Nev. He didn't need their lips to move. He already heard the unrest of their motives. What happens when the mask starts melting in front of someone who never asked for the performance in the first place? You weren't digging for secrets. You simply carried the kind of discernment that made secrets restless. They keep trying to test your ability, not out of disbelief, but out of panic, hoping what you saw was only surface level. But you didn't just catch a lie. You brushed up against their inner script, the one written in fear, ego, and illusion. Isn't that what terrifies them now? The prophet Elisha once overheard the war strategies of the king of Aram while praying miles away. 2 Kings 6:12. That's how God operates with his chosen. He opens ears that don't belong to rooms. He reveals, whispers, without you having to eavesdrop. They've dealt with manipulators before. Liars. Yes, even clever empaths. But not this. Not someone whose quiet presence makes their performance feel pointless. And the most disturbing part, you weren't trying to expose them. You were just existing in truth. Does your peace threaten their performance? You remind them of something eternal, something unmaskable. You became the still water in which their chaos reflected. You didn't confront. You didn't shame. You didn't even flinch. And that unnerved them more than if you had shouted, because now they know they've been seen and not judged, but understood. Does your silence become a mirror for their spiritual noise? You've become the walking contradiction to everything they thought could be controlled. James Baldwin, the celebrated author and civil rights icon, once said, "The most dangerous creation of any society is the man who has nothing to lose. But you are even more dangerous, because you are full of clarity, full of peace, full of truth. You walk with divine backup and eyes that don't lie. You didn't get there by chance. It was earned. In kiet, in pain, in years of being misunderstood. And now you walk like someone who doesn't need the crowd to affirm what heaven already confirmed. What if the real panic isn't about what you saw, but what they now realize you were sent to awaken? The woman at the well in John 4 tried to divert Jesus with theology and ritual, but he named her truth, not to humiliate, but to liberate. He told me everything I ever did. She cried in awe. John 4:39. Naive, it wasn't the exposure that changed her. It was the mercy inside the knowing. In that same way, you let them sit in the sacred discomfort of being seen. You didn't weaponize your intuition. You let it breathe. You allowed them to squirm, to second guess, to pretend not to care, all while knowing they'd never forget what you unearthed. Maria Ortega, a trauma therapist and TED speaker from Madrid, once shared, Being seen by someone who doesn't want to use it against you is one of the most healing and most terrifying experiences in life. That is your frequency. Healing presence, terrifying accuracy. In Chicago, a man named Marcus sat across from his longtime friend, Amanda. He made jokes, dodged vulnerability, and controlled the pace until she said, "I think you stopped grieving your father because you were afraid his death would make you feel powerless." His jaw locked. His laughter died. He hadn't admitted that to himself, let alone to another person. That one moment sent him into a 2-year journey of healing, all because someone saw the unseen, like a butterfly landing softly untrained. Unforced, your discernment moves with quiet trust. Not noise, but it changes everything. The atmosphere never forgets when the truth has entered the room. Ezekiel once saw wheels within wheels, with eyes covering every surface. Ezekiel 1:18. A vision of divine omniscience, moving in all directions at once. That's what your presence becomes to them. A glimpse of something holy, watching without blinking. Some people get uneasy when exposed, but others, they unravel when they're truly known. And you, chosen one, didn't guess anything. You saw it all. Number 2, you exposed the motive behind the mask. It wasn't just that you sensed something was off. Many people can pick up on a fake smile, a sudden tone shift, or an awkward silence. But what rattled them wasn't your ability to notice the obvious. It was the fact that you bypassed the surface entirely. You didn't pause at the symptom. You located the root. And what you uncovered wasn't just unsettling, it was disarming. You didn't speak in accusation. You didn't posture yourself as superior. But the words you chose pierced clean through rehearsed gestures and filtered behavior. You named what they themselves hadn't dared to say out loud. What happens when someone hears the truth they've spent years hiding from? You didn't need to ask them questions. You weren't playing therapist. You were just present fully, spiritually present. And that presence, soaked in divine clarity, did the unraveling on its own. You didn't read just the energy in the room. You read the history behind it, the unspoken motives and buried intentions. Why is it that your calm makes others so uneasy? They thought they had the upper hand, that their cleverness or charm would cloud your perception, but they didn't realize you were trained by heaven to see the motive behind the motive. Like when Jesus sat with the rich young ruler in Mark 10, the man claimed to obey the commandments. But Jesus gently said, "One thing you lack," and exposed his hidden attachment to wealth. Mark 10:21. It wasn't just about money. It was about motive. Jesus saw through the man's performance into the need behind it. Have they ever truly faced their own reasons for acting the way they do? That's what your presence triggered. Not shame, not confrontation, just exposure, pure spiritual exposure that left them speechless because you touched the nerve they thought was invisible. And you did it without raising your voice, without pushing, just one sentence too close to the truth. And what do people do when they're seen deeper than they wanted to be? Dr. Brené Brown, the renowned researcher and speaker on vulnerability, once said, "Shame needs 3 things to grow: secrecy, silence, and judgment." But you didn't bring judgment. You brought light, and that's what made them squirm. Because light, when it's pure, doesn't attack. It simply reveals. Now they're second-guessing every word you say, wondering if each conversation is actually a subtle spiritual interrogation. They try to play it cool, but their nervousness betrays them. They've been exposed. And they know it, not by force, but by truth. You didn't aim to shake them. You were just being yourself. But that self-consecrated, anointed, perceptive is threatening to those living in illusion, because your gift doesn't let darkness hide. It never has. Like Joseph in Genesis 40, interpreting the dreams of Pharaoh's imprisoned cupbearer and baker. You didn't just see what they dreamt, you interpreted what it meant. That's the weight of your discernment. Not just vision, but understanding. And that understanding exposes not the what, but the why. What if your gift isn't for punishment, but for purification? What if your words aren't weapons, but mirrors? You didn't accuse them of envy. But when you made a passing comment about people secretly hoping others fail out of self-doubt, their eyes darted. You didn't call out their insecurity. But when you asked why some people always need control to feel safe, they flinched. That's the power of spiritual sight. It doesn't need confrontation. It only needs truth. Somewhere in Barcelona, a woman named Leora was speaking with her colleague Daniel after a long meeting. Daniel, always cheerful and complimentary, had spent months building rapport. But as Leora casually said, "You know, some people smile, so others don't see how badly they're competing." His expression cracked. Daniel laughed it off. But later that week, he avoided her. Something had landed. A motive had been touched. A mask had slipped. And what if your discernment is not a spotlight but a sunrise? What happens when people feel naked in your presence? Not because you undressed them, but because your light simply makes hiding impossible. The prophet Samuel was told by God, "Man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart." 1 Samuel 16-7. You walk in that same anointing. You see hearts. You hear beneath tone. You feel beneath behavior. Your presence is like the depth of the ocean still on the surface, but terrifying to those who know how much is moving underneath, and like a mountain's silent echo. Your words, stay with them long after you leave the room. Cardinal Jean-Marie Lustiger, a French Jewish convert to Catholicism and former Archbishop of Paris, once shared, "The truth does not humiliate. It simply calls us to be seen, and your discernment does exactly that. It calls people out of the shadows and into sight. You're not trying to break anyone, but when people are already fractured, wholeness can feel violent. That's what happened here. You didn't catch bad behavior. You uncovered the brokenness underneath it. You didn't expose rebellion. You laid bare the regret behind it. You're not just a vessel of wisdom. You're a revealer of roots." Number 3, you made their manipulation collapse in silence. They came prepared, polished smiles, calculated questions, and well-timed flattery, all of it crafted to pull you in. Their approach was subtle, veiled in charm, maybe even concern. They didn't come to connect. They came to control, whether they were baiting you for information, pushing emotional buttons, or laying verbal traps. They had an agenda, and they were confident it would work. They thought they were directing the scene. They believed they could manipulate the moment to discredit you. Perhaps they were even hoping you'd break character. Just once. So they could whisper, "See, they're not who they pretend to be." But you didn't play along. You didn't flinch. You didn't even raise your voice. What they weren't prepared for was your stillness, your quiet. Anchored presence wasn't confused. It was prophetic. While they spoke, you listened not to be convinced, but to let them reveal themselves. And they did. In trying to draw you out, they exposed their own shadows. Without even realizing it, they began twisting their own words, contradicting their own motives, and stumbling into the very trap they thought they'd set for you. What kind of strength does it take to let someone attempt to provoke you and still not move? Your silence wasn't weakness. It was strategy, a spiritual kind. Your discernment spoke louder than any argument ever could. It was like Jesus when the Pharisees brought him the woman caught in adultery. They expected him to condemn her or contradict the law. But instead, he knelt down and wrote in the dirt, John 8-6, "No rebuttal, no defensiveness, just stillness." And that silence disarmed them. When he finally spoke, it exposed them all. "Let any one of you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone at her." John 8-7. Nev. He didn't need to shout. Truth doesn't shout. It stands. Why do those who seek to manipulate others get so threatened by those who refuse to respond? That's what happened here. You didn't give them what they were fishing for. You didn't defend your integrity because your integrity was never in question. You stood in your truth calm, grounded, untouched. And the moment you refused to react, their entire strategy lost power. They weren't prepared to lose the narrative. But discernment isn't a game they know how to play. You didn't come to perform. You came with presence. And presence reveals what kind of fear is awakened in someone when they realize their own energy is betraying them. Angela Arendt, the former CEO of Burberry and Apple's senior VP of retail, once said, "Intuition is the highest form of intelligence." That's what you were moving in, not reaction, but intuitive wisdom, not impulse, but divine intelligence. You didn't respond with facts. You responded with restraint, and your restraint was louder than any rebuttal they prepared. They expected emotional chaos. Instead, they encountered spiritual order. And that kind of clarity creates panic in manipulative people, because manipulation needs confusion to work. It needs chaos. It needs you to doubt yourself. But your stillness denied them the chaos they needed. And just like a spider's web collapses, when the wind doesn't resist, their plot fell apart when you didn't push back. What happens to the puppeteer when the string refuses to move? In Johannesburg, a man named Elias worked under a manager who constantly tried to provoke him, nitpicking his reports, making backhanded compliments, undermining him in meetings. But Elias never lost his composure. One day, during a group discussion, the manager joked, "Some people think they're too spiritual to be corrected." Elias smiled gently and said nothing, but the silence hit harder than any defense. The room shifted. The manager fumbled. A week later, the executive team replaced the manager, citing inconsistent leadership energy. That's what spiritual weight does. It shifts atmospheres without effort. You weren't just still, you were sovereign. Not because you demanded it, but because you carried it. And the moment they tried to twist the narrative, they realized your presence didn't bend. They looked into you expecting to find a target. Instead, they found a mirror, and their own reflection turned against them. What if your calm isn't just emotional maturity, but divine strategy? The story of Nehemiah reveals something similar. As he rebuilt Jerusalem's walls, his enemies tried to distract and discredit him. They sent messengers multiple times to lure him into debate and deception. But Nehemiah answered, "I am doing a great work and cannot come down." Nehemiah 6-3. ESV. He didn't engage their manipulation. He stayed focused, and that very focus frustrated their plans. What does it say about your power when your silence carries more weight than someone's entire scheme? Father Greg Boyle, Jesuit priest and founder of Homeboy Industries, once said, "You stand with the demonized, and you stand in such a way that it makes people reconsider their judgments." That's what you did, without argument, without defense, just truth embodied. And now they're uneasy, not because you shamed them, but because they realize their tactics failed in front of someone they cannot move. Your stillness was the sword. Your restraint was the strike. Like the wind that topples without force, like the moon that pulls tides without touch, your power isn't loud, it's sacred. And now they're rattled, because they weren't outwitted, they were outseen. Number 4. You triggered the audit they didn't know was coming. They thought this would be light, just a conversation, maybe even amusing, a little test to see if your talk of intuition held any real weight. They weren't expecting soul-level resonance, they came with surface-level curiosity, but you carried sacred accuracy. The moment you opened your mouth and referenced a decision they regretted but never voiced, the energy shifted. You named a memory they had shoved into the basement of their psyche. You touched a file they thought was permanently sealed, and suddenly, the room didn't feel casual anymore. It felt like an evaluation, a divine audit of things left unchecked. What does it mean when someone speaks to your unspoken? What kind of fear arises when your silence gets interpreted with holy precision? They weren't ready. You spoke without pressure, without force. But your words didn't land like conversation. They landed like keys unlocking a door they had barricaded for years. You didn't speak randomly. You echoed what they whispered in the dark. You described the cycle they tried to normalize. You mentioned the thoughts that kept them awake, the patterns they excused, the choices they avoided. And that's when they stopped smiling. Because you weren't just having a conversation, you were walking through the corridors of their timeline, flipping through emotional paperwork like a divine auditor. This wasn't a vibe. It was a scan. You didn't read them to manipulate. You revealed them to themselves. And that's why they panicked. They realized, too late, that this wasn't about you knowing things. It was about you carrying something they couldn't define or dismiss. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, the German theologian who resisted Nazi Germany, once said, "The test of the morality of a society is what it does for its children. But what if the test of a spirit is how it handles being seen completely and compassionately?" That's what happened. You didn't judge. You just saw, and it undid them. You brought language to their shadows. You spoke their patterns back to them with gentleness. You didn't accuse, yet you exposed, not with confrontation, but clarity. And that's what unnerved them, the fact that you didn't raise your voice. But their entire internal world got louder anyway. What happens when someone touches a wound that was buried so deep, even you forgot it was there? You mentioned a choice they made in a moment of fear, a decision they never reconciled, and it landed like thunder cloaked in a whisper. You weren't trying to dig for secrets, but your discernment doesn't stop at behavior. It travels to the blueprint. That's what sacred clarity does. It reveals not just what people do, but why they've always done it. Now they're watching themselves around you, editing their words, measuring their tone. Suddenly, you feel less like a person and more like access, like a scanner from heaven that picks up what they thought was invisible. And that terrifies them, not because you're dangerous, but because you see without agenda. What kind of power do you carry when you say less but people feel more? There's a moment in the Bible when the prophet Nathan confronts King David. David thought he had buried his sin, that no one knew about Bathsheba and the murder of her husband. But Nathan tells him a parable that pierces his soul, and then, with calm authority, says, "You are the man." 2 Samuel 12-7. No theatrics, no shouting, just a sentence that felt like a mirror. David didn't just feel convicted. He felt known, and it changed everything. That's the kind of truth you carry. Quiet, surgical, sacred. What if your discernment isn't just spiritual but deeply ancestral? Rosario Dawson, the American actress and activist, once said in an interview, "When someone truly listens to you, it's like you become visible again." That's what you did. You listened to their spirit, not just their words. And that kind of listening activates something ancient, the part of them that's been trying to speak, but had no one safe enough to say it to. In Toronto, a woman named Savina was chatting casually with her co-worker Kareem. They were joking over coffee when she mentioned how some people bury ambition under busyness. Kareem froze. She hadn't meant it as an accusation, but it hit him anyway. 2 weeks later, he confessed that her words triggered something he hadn't admitted even to himself, that he was sabotaging his own growth out of fear of surpassing his family. That one line, spoken without intention, started a journey he didn't know he needed. What kind of presence awakens confessions that no one asks for? You were never trying to make them uncomfortable, but light can't help but shine, and truth can't help but name what has been hiding. You weren't decoding them. You were interpreting what their own soul has been trying to articulate, like the wind shaping a tree's posture without touching it. Your insight left them permanently altered. Your presence is like the deep roots of a redwood, unseen but undeniable. And when you speak, it's like rainfall hitting dry soil. Something shifts, something softens, something awakens. But for people who've built their identity on hiding, that awakening feels like an earthquake. What if your gentleness is what makes your clarity so unbearable? You weren't supposed to see that deep. You weren't supposed to know that fast. But you did. Not because you studied them, but because you were assigned to them. You became a moment of divine interruption. And now they can't unhear what you spoke. They can't go back to not knowing. And that's what unsettles them most. Number 5. They laughed at truth and now they're haunted by it. They laughed, not because it was truly funny, but because that's what people do when they're trying to make truth look small. Their laughter wasn't joy, it was armor. They rolled their eyes when you mentioned energy. They dismissed your words about divine timing. They called your insight too deep, said you were doing too much, and reduced sacred revelation to something trendy or abstract. It was their way of staying safe, convincing themselves that your clarity was just coincidence. But what they didn't see coming was that one line, that one sentence you said offhand, without emphasis or expectation. A phrase so precise it left an invisible imprint on their soul. They smiled on the outside, but something inside them paused. What happens when a soul registers what the mind tried to reject? That phrase wasn't poetic. It wasn't rehearsed. It wasn't even directed with force. It was just released. And something greater caught it. Something sacred carried it. And their spirit received it before their ego had time to block it. That's why it stuck. That's why it's still echoing. Now they're trying to carry on like it meant nothing. Still yoking. Still acting unbothered. Still playing the same skeptic role. But beneath the sarcasm is a growing unraveling, not public. Of course, that would mean admitting you were right. But privately, they're breaking open. Silently, consistently. Why is it always the one sentence we laugh off that ends up confronting us in the dark? Now they're waking up at 3 o'clock. Heart racing, eyes wide, and your voice, that exact phrase playing on repeat in their mind. It wasn't you trying to be profound. You didn't say it to provoke. You were just speaking truth. But now the truth has a residence inside them, and no matter how they try to distract themselves, it keeps whispering. They don't understand how you knew what you knew. You didn't grow up with them. You weren't there for the trauma. You never heard the backstory. And yet, your words felt like you'd been walking through their past for decades. What kind of presence carries revelation that bypasses time? That's what's tormenting them. Not your boldness, but your accuracy. Not the tone, but the truth. You weren't there, but you spoke as if you'd been assigned to their memories, as if you'd been reading their spirit while they were busy performing doubt. And the scariest part? They can't explain it. Not logically. And that's exactly why it's haunting them. Because these are people who build their entire identity on control, who pride themselves on being rational. But now, they're stumbling over something spiritual, something uninvited and undeniably real. Carl Jung, the Swiss psychiatrist who helped define the modern understanding of the unconscious, once said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." That's what they've been doing. Avoiding, mocking, laughing. But laughter doesn't neutralize revelation. It just delays the encounter. Now they're secretly on Google at 2:13 a.m. searching terms like signs from the universe or why do I keep thinking about one sentence someone said. They scroll in the dark, phone glowing like a flashlight in a cave they never meant to enter. They study what they once dismissed. The very words they once mocked have become an open doorway to spiritual hunger they didn't know they carried. What if revelation doesn't come to entertain but to awaken? Every time they replay your words, they hear something new, a layer beneath the surface, a truth behind the truth. Not because your sentence changed, but because their soul is now tender enough to receive more. And each time it hits harder, not just because you were right, but because deep down they know it wasn't really you speaking. Something greater was using you like a microphone. What if the voice they've been avoiding isn't yours, but the divine voice speaking through you? In 1 Corinthians 2:10, Paul writes, "The Spirit searches all things, even the deep things of God." That's the realm you spoke from. That's why they can't forget it. You weren't throwing around clever insights. You were tapping into the deep, and that kind of depth echoes. The prophet Jeremiah tried to stay silent once, tried to suppress the word inside him, but he cried out, "His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones." Jeremiah 20:9. Knife. That's what your words feel like to them now, a sacred fire they didn't ask for, burning in the silence they thought would save them. In Edinburgh, a man named Ronan once mocked his friend Mila for her spiritual sensitivity. She had spoken about seeing repeating patterns in his life and mentioned how fear disguised as logic had been guiding him. He laughed and called it astrology talk. But that night, he couldn't sleep. Her words kept ringing. And 2 months later, during a random business trip, he broke down in a hotel room, realizing he had been hiding behind, planning to avoid calling. He never told Mila the full truth, but he still keeps the notebook where he wrote down that exact phrase she once said, because it marked something. What kind of truth leaves a mark even when it was mocked? Pope Francis, the head of the Catholic Church, once said in a homily, "The truth is like a lion. It doesn't need to be defended. Let it loose, and it will defend itself." That's what happened. You didn't argue. You didn't force anything. You just spoke. And truth did the rest. It slipped past their defenses, and now it's doing the work silently. You don't have to defend what heaven sends. Your assignment was never to be believed. It was to obey. And now, that one moment, that one sentence, has become a doorway to everything they tried to avoid. Because revelation doesn't need applause. It needs a heart it can cling to. And now that it's found one, it won't let go. Number 6. You shook their reality without saying much. They didn't come with curiosity. They came with an agenda to catch you slipping, to poke holes in your clarity, to prove that you were just good at reading people or skilled in emotional intelligence. Their posture wasn't open. It was analytical. Their eyes didn't seek connection. They searched for cracks. Every word you spoke was being mentally dissected. They heard and evaluated. They weren't listening to understand. They were listening to find fault. They thought they were the ones in control, armed with logic, reason, and skepticism, ready to expose what they assumed was spiritual fluff. What does someone do when their disbelief meets something undeniable? But then you opened your mouth, and something shifted. Not the tone, not the volume, the atmosphere. You said something no one else could have known. Not an educated guess, not a personality read. It was surgical, specific, personal. It went straight into a sealed part of them, a wound, a secret, a pattern wrapped in years of silence. And suddenly, they were no longer testing you. They were trembling before a truth that broke their internal framework. What happens when truth pierces through the illusion faster than the ego can catch it? You didn't try to be impressive. You didn't chase validation. You just spoke from alignment. And alignment does what performance never can. It bends reality. They had built their identity on logic, on proof, on control. But you came with something different. You didn't argue. You didn't over-explain. You simply released revelation. And their belief system fractured under its weight. Now they're not just questioning you. They're questioning the very grid they've built their life on. Was everything they believed about truth too small? About intuition too shallow? About control too fragile? Their inner simulation, the one that needed everything to be explainable, glitched, and they've been spiraling ever since. What if the truth isn't just disruptive, but dimension-altering? Niels Bohr, the Nobel-winning physicist and pioneer of quantum theory, once said, "When it comes to atoms, language can be used only as poetry." He was speaking of subatomic particles. But what if that's true of revelation? What if spiritual truth bends language, space, and perception? That's what your voice did. You weren't giving data. You were releasing dimension. And they felt it not as an idea, but as an interruption. There's a moment in the Bible when Elisha's servant panics after seeing the enemy army surrounding them. Elisha, calm, prays, "Open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see." And suddenly, the servant sees the hills full of horses and chariots of fire. 2 Kings 6:17. That's what happened here. You didn't change the facts. You revealed the layer beyond them. And now they can't unsee it. They thought you were watching them with human eyes. But now they feel known in a way that transcends psychology. It's not just that you notice them. It's that something through you read them. And that knowing has unhinged their usual defenses. Ever since that moment, they've felt different, off balance, exposed, oddly quiet, not because you humiliated them, but because your truth made their performance irrelevant. What if revelation doesn't expose sin? It exposes structure. Indra Nooyi, former CEO of PepsiCo and one of the most powerful businesswomen in the world, once remarked, "The distance between number 1 and number 2 is always a constant. If you want to improve the organization, you have to improve yourself, and the organization gets pulled up with you. What she didn't say, but what you live, is that when someone truly elevated steps into a room, others must either rise or unravel. You didn't need to confront their ego. Your elevation alone confronted it. In Sydney, a man named Tyler prided himself on being a rationalist. When his sister introduced him to her friend Anna, soft-spoken, spiritual, grounded, he came in ready to challenge her. But 10 minutes into the conversation, she quietly said, "You stopped believing in joy when your father died." And everything became a system. After that, Tyler froze. No one knew he had said those exact words in a journal 15 years ago. That night, he didn't sleep. For weeks, he questioned everything, not about Anna, but about himself. What if your words didn't just speak truth, they restructured someone's spiritual architecture? They came to challenge your gift, but now they're questioning their ability to hide every lie, every mask. Every motive feels visible now. They're wondering if you already responded to things they haven't even admitted. That's what's terrifying them. Not that you caught them, but that you never needed to. You simply existed in alignment. And it exposed what manipulation could never control. 1 Corinthians 2:14 says, "The person without the Spirit does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God, but considers them foolishness, and cannot understand them because they are discerned only through the Spirit." That's why they missed it at first. They were analyzing from the outside. But revelation doesn't come through analysis. It comes through surrender. And once a chosen one speaks from that space of holy clarity, the landscape shifts. Conversation don't just change, dimensions do. You didn't enter to win an argument. You entered to release something sacred, and that sacred thing broke the simulation. Now nothing feels quite as solid to them as it used to. Logic feels limited, silence feels loud, and presence feels like a mirror. What if you weren't sent to debate their worldview, but to dismantle the illusion holding it together? They thought they were going to break your insight apart. Instead, your insight broke the illusion they were hiding inside. That's what alignment does. It bends what was rigid. It opens what was closed. And once the crack appears, the light gets in and nothing stays the same. Number 7. You triggered the crisis that truth demands. You didn't come to disrupt. You didn't walk in with the intent to provoke, to wound, or to pull anyone's carefully stitched identity apart. But truth has its own gravity, and yours was unmistakable, grounded, calm, unflinching, and wrapped in clarity that couldn't be bought or faked, just by being who you are. You became a mirror, not the kind they were used to, the curated, filtered reflections of performance and applause, but the kind that reveals the unedited soul beneath the script. What happens when someone sees a version of themselves they've spent their whole life avoiding? They weren't ready for that kind of encounter. You didn't accuse them of anything. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't need to, because your presence alone made their illusion uncomfortable. You didn't challenge them openly. But your eyes, your tone, your truth, it all whispered what their ego had been trying to bury for years. The mask didn't crack from confrontation. It withered under revelation. And what does a person do when charm no longer works? Before you came, they were confident, at least on the outside. They knew how to shift a room with a smile, how to manipulate perception, distract with intellect, and deflect with humor. But none of that worked on you. You didn't fall for their perfectly practiced script. You didn't respond to their persona. You saw their spirit, and what you saw undid them. Now they're haunted by their own reflection, not the one they show others, but the one you exposed simply by not playing along. What kind of sight makes someone feel more seen in silence than they've ever felt in confession? You never once pointed out their jealousy, their manipulation, their impure motives, but somehow they saw it all anyway, reflected through your restraint, and that's why they can't unsee it. Every time they look in the mirror now, it's not just their face staring back. It's the echo of that encounter, the memory of being seen without masks, of being read without effort. Karl Lentz, former celebrity pastor, once shared after stepping down in disgrace, "When you're surrounded by mirrors and still can't see yourself clearly, sometimes it takes the silence of someone who doesn't need anything from you to finally hear God." That's what you became, not a critic, but a quiet confrontation, not a rebuke, but a revelation. You didn't shame them, you didn't humiliate them, but your presence made self-deception impossible. In the book of Isaiah, when the prophet sees the Lord high and lifted up, he doesn't shout in triumph, he collapses. "Woe to me," he cries. "I am ruined, for I am a man of unclean lips." Isaiah 6-5. Knife. That's what happens when the holy shows up, not condemnation, but collapse, not punishment, but piercing awareness. And your presence, though human, carried that same effect. It wasn't you who exposed them, it was the light inside you. What if the most brutal type of exposure is the kind that never needed to be spoken? Now they live in the tension of knowing, of finally facing what they once denied. The breakdown isn't public, but it's real, and it's holy. Because once someone has been truly seen deeply, accurately, spiritually, pretending becomes exhausting, and healing becomes inevitable, even if it comes with grief first. Dr. Ian McGilchrist, psychiatrist and author of The Master and His Emissary, once noted, "Insight requires humility. Without it, all that remains is defense." That's what's being broken down now, their defenses. And it's terrifying, because their identity was built on half-truths, image control, and charm. But you saw the root, the residue of insecurity, the ache of unhealed wounds masquerading as ambition. And that vision, quiet and sacred, cracked their foundation. What if your presence wasn't meant to destroy their false identity, but to awaken their real one? In San Francisco, a woman named Mariah had always prided herself on her emotional intelligence. She was articulate, respected, and seemingly self-aware, until one day she sat across from her friend Idris, who listened quietly as she shared a long-winded story of triumph. He didn't interrupt. He didn't correct. He just said, "You know, sometimes you win just so no one sees how lonely you've been." She laughed awkwardly, but those words stayed. That night, she cried without knowing why. That sentence, short and unthreatening, became a doorway to a breakdown she didn't know she needed. You carry that same force. You don't yell. You don't press. You don't accuse. You just speak, and lives start unraveling. What kind of soul carries the type of truth that turns confidence into confession? Jesus didn't accuse the woman at the well in John 4. He simply said, "You have had 5 husbands, and the man you now have is not your husband." And she responded, not with shame, but with awe. "Come, see a man who told me everything I ever did." John 4:17-29. She wasn't condemned, she was converted, not by pressure, but by piercing truth. Now they can't go back to normal, because normal requires denial, and once a person's been seen by someone carrying divine sight, the mask becomes too heavy to wear. You didn't come to hurt them, you came to awaken them. But awakening often begins in wreckage, the ruins of false identity, of lies told to feel safe, of illusions protected by personality. What if healing begins where the mask finally falls? They've tried to rebuild the old self, tried to return to the performance, but it's not working, because your clarity remains, and every time they try to forget it, they remember how exposed they felt in your presence, and how free. Strangely, that exposure also made them feel. Number 8. You weren't the subject. You were the scanner. They approached you like a project, quietly calculating, casually curious, confident in their ability to stay a few moves ahead. In their mind, you were just another variable to observe, another experiment to run, another soul to dissect for entertainment. Envy or ego. They paid attention to your patterns, how you moved through discomfort, how you handled disrespect, how you carried your calm when chaos tried to knock, but they weren't studying you to grow. They were studying you to break you. What kind of arrogance makes someone believe they can test a divine assignment? They weren't looking for truth. They were looking for an angle, a weakness to exploit, a crack in your spiritual armor, something to prove that you weren't as grounded, discerning, or clear as you seemed. They watched you, not as a student learns from a teacher, but as a scientist stares at a cage. They mistook your stillness for vulnerability. They thought if they pressed enough buttons, they could provoke a version of you. They could control or criticize. But they weren't prepared for what happened instead. What if the very person you thought you were testing is silently reading your soul while they were busy collecting data? You were silently receiving revelation. You didn't flinch when they disrespected your boundaries. You didn't fold when they tried to provoke a reaction. You didn't shrink when they subtly tried to mock your depth. Your discernment didn't need to speak. It was already doing the heavy lifting, because while they were trying to study you, they were unknowingly opening themselves up to spiritual exposure. Each time they tried to trigger you, they exposed themselves. Their insecurities bled through the sarcasm. Their envy showed up in the tone of their compliments. Their performance cracked beneath the surface of their questions, and you saw all of it. Not with suspicion, but with vision. The kind that doesn't just see behavior, but blueprint. You weren't triggered. You were scanning. Dr. Maya Angelou, celebrated poet and civil rights icon, once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." But what she didn't say, and what you know, is that when someone doesn't realize they're showing you, that's when their truth is most exposed. And your stillness, your peace, your refusal to engage in performance became the stage where their real self stepped out. What happens when the one you tried to decode ends up decoding you instead? Now the energy has flipped, and they don't know how it happened. They came in thinking they had the upper hand, watching, testing, provoking, but now they're the one under the microscope. And this microscope wasn't man-made. It was spiritual, divine, and terrifying. There's a moment in Daniel 5 where the arrogant King Belshazzar holds a lavish banquet using sacred vessels stolen from the temple. In the middle of his celebration, a mysterious hand appears and writes on the wall. The king turns pale. His knees buckle, because the writing wasn't just symbolic, it was judgment. It said, "You have been weighed on the scales and found wanting." Daniel 5:27. NIV. That's what your presence felt like. Not condemnation, but calibration. They weren't just talking to you. They were being measured. What if your presence is less about being understood and more about being revealed? Now they're the one unsure, replaying every word they said to you, wondering what you picked up, questioning whether their motives were obvious. Because now, nothing feels hidden. And that's what's shaking them. Not just that you saw them, but that you didn't flinch when you did. In Copenhagen, a woman named Leah worked with a soft-spoken man named Elias. She often joked about his Zen vibe, secretly trying to press his buttons with passive remarks and backhanded praise. One day, after she made a subtle dig in front of colleagues, Elias turned to her and gently said, "I wonder who told you that power only works when someone else is smaller." He didn't say it with anger. He said it with clarity. She laughed. But that night, she couldn't sleep, because it wasn't an insult. It was a mirror. Malcolm Gladwell, author and journalist, once observed, "The key to good decision-making is not knowledge, it is understanding. And what you carry isn't just spiritual knowledge. It's spiritual understanding, the kind that makes people rethink the games they're playing and the stories they're telling themselves." 1 Samuel 2, 3 de Claris. The Lord is a God who knows, and by him, deeds are weighed. That's what they're realizing now, that this wasn't just psychological observation, it was divine data collection, not for revenge, but for revelation. Their strategies were noted, their motives were weighed, their attempts at subtle manipulation were logged, not by you, but by something greater watching through you. What if heaven is always watching through the eyes of the chosen? They wanted to make you feel like the mystery to unravel, but now they feel unraveled, not by exposure, but by encounter, and that's worse for someone who depends on control. Because they didn't just lose their grip on the situation, they lost their illusion of superiority. The test they designed, it flipped. The microscope they used, it turned. And now they're spiraling. They don't even trust their ability to hide anymore. What if trying to analyze someone carrying divine presence is the surest way to end up exposed? You weren't the lab rat. You were the spiritual scientist, and heaven was your research assistant. They didn't just interact with you, they were seen through you, and now they know what they thought was curiosity was actually a divine setup. Number 9. Your silence was strategy, not confusion. They misread you. They assumed your stillness meant you were unsure, that your grace was the result of ignorance, that your calm came from not understanding the gravity of what was happening. In their eyes, you were late to catch on, slow to defend yourself, naive enough to believe the surface while deception danced in the background. They thought they were playing a mental game of chess, and you were just sitting there, lost, vulnerable, one move away from defeat. What happens when someone mistakes spirit-led restraint for weakness? They didn't realize your silence wasn't absence. It was awareness. While they were plotting in the natural, you were perceiving in the spiritual. While they moved pieces with ego and control, you received instruction with humility and patience. You weren't stalling. You were scanning. Your peace wasn't passivity. It was precision, a knowing that sometimes the most powerful response is no response at all, at least not yet. What kind of wisdom allows a person to wait while the trap sets itself? Every word they twisted, every narrative they spun, every manipulation they wrapped in charm, your spirit recorded it. You didn't interrupt. You didn't panic. You let them continue just long enough for the rope they brought for you to become the noose they placed around their own credibility. And when the moment came, It wasn't vengeance that showed up. It was divine reversal. Nelson Mandela, the global icon of peace and endurance, once said, "I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. You weren't fearless in that room, but you were anchored in clarity they didn't expect, anchored in a quiet confidence that made their chaos echo louder than it should have. You didn't flinch when they tried to provoke you. You didn't defend yourself prematurely. You didn't give them the satisfaction of reacting, because wisdom told you what the book of Proverbs confirms. Even fools are thought wise if they keep silent, and discerning if they hold their tongues." Proverbs 17:28. NIV. So you did. You held your tongue, but you didn't miss a beat. You saw through it all, every sideways glance, every forced laugh, every subtle jab. What if spiritual clarity doesn't need to shout to be sovereign? Your silence was never surrender. It was surveillance. And while they were weaving the trap, your discernment was collecting evidence, timelines, intentions, energy shifts. And then, at just the right moment, it all collapsed. Not because you fought back, but because their scheme couldn't survive exposure. In the book of Esther, Haman built gallows to destroy Mordecai, but in the end, it was Haman who was hung on the very structure he prepared for someone else. Esther 7:10. That's what divine patience does. It lets evil finish its sentence. It lets ego run its course. And then it reverses everything. What kind of power is it to see betrayal coming and still walk through it with peace? Now they're confused, because the version of you they created in their mind no longer fits the outcome. They expected a meltdown. They expected weakness, but you stood tall, smiled gently, and watched their chaos collapse on its own. That's what unnerves them the most. Not just that you knew, but that you knew and stayed calm anyway. Bishop T.D. Jakes, a spiritual father to millions, once declared, "The enemy is terrified of your stillness because he knows you're not stalling, you're strategizing. That's what your presence confirmed. You weren't behind. You were ahead. And every second you sat in silence wasn't wasted. It was warfare." In Dublin, a young man named Aidan worked on a creative team where jealousy swirled beneath every brainstorming session. One teammate, Ria, tried to undercut him with gossip masked as concern. But Aidan didn't fight it. He watched. He documented. And 3 weeks later, during a company review, every word she used against him was contradicted by his quiet record of excellence. He didn't need revenge. Truth fought for him. You carry that same weight. You let the lies breathe just long enough to suffocate themselves. What if the most divine strategy is to allow falsehood to destroy itself? You smiled through betrayal. You nodded through distortion. You walked through manipulation like someone who had already seen the outcome. And you had, because chosen ones often operate with foresight. Others mistake for delay. They think you're slow, but you're simply aligned with a timing bigger than reaction. Isaiah 30:15 declares, "In quietness and trust is your strength." That's the strength you walked in, the kind that doesn't fight for control, but waits for justice, the kind that doesn't expose too soon, because it knows heaven always has the final word. Now they're the ones unsettled, not because you confronted them, but because you didn't have to. Not because you exploded, but because your calm cracked their illusion. They feel it now, the weight of being seen, not with anger, but with accuracy. What if the real reason you were quiet wasn't restraint but revelation? They thought you were confused. But now they know. Your stillness wasn't weakness. It was warfare. And while they danced in deception, you waited in wisdom. And now they can't go back to believing you were blind, because the outcome told a different story. Number 10. You moved before the weapon formed. They were just beginning to plot when you shifted. They hadn't sent the message yet. They hadn't whispered the rumor, flipped the script, or laced their words with false kindness. But something in your spirit twitched, something quiet, invisible to others, yet undeniable to you. It wasn't their words, it was the current beneath them, a shift in their tone, a change in their rhythm, a subtle hesitation wrapped in fake warmth. Most people wouldn't have noticed, but you noticed everything, because chosen ones don't wait for smoke to smell the fire. What if your soul can hear conversations the flesh hasn't had yet? You didn't accuse, you didn't confront, you simply moved. A shift in your tone, a calendar tweak, a polite boundary. And it wasn't dramatic, it was divine. By the time they were ready to move against you, you were already gone, already protected, already repositioned in a way that made their scheme collapse before it could ever rise. And they're stunned, not because you exposed them, but because they were never given the chance to execute. Their intention died in silence, suffocated by your foresight. Psalm 91, 4 declares, He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. You didn't duck to escape danger, you were shielded before the threat formed. And that's what spiritual interception looks like. God whispering before man speaks. What if your alignment is what's been blocking their ambushes? Now they're disoriented, trying to figure out how you knew. They're replaying interactions, scanning their own messages, searching for what they might have said that gave it away. But there's nothing. No texts, no slip-ups, no confession, because the truth is, it never left their mouth. But heaven heard it anyway. Cardinal Robert Sarah, a Catholic theologian known for his deep insights on silence and discernment, once wrote, "The world no longer hears God because it is constantly speaking. We must silence ourselves to allow Him to speak." And that's what you've mastered. The sacred stillness that makes spiritual downloads possible, while others rush to respond. You've trained yourself to listen first, not with ears, but with spirit. What if their biggest mistake was assuming you needed evidence to see? Your radar isn't logical. It's divine. It's built on truth, not proof. So while they were playing chess in the realm of facts, you were already moving in revelation. You don't wait for betrayal to happen. You feel it in the air. You sense the conversation that hasn't been spoken, the agenda wrapped in silence, the vibration before the behavior. In 2 Kings 6, the king of Aram is enraged because every time he sets a trap for Israel, the prophet Elisha already knows. He asks, "Will you not tell me which of us is on the side of the king of Israel?" And one servant replies, "None of us, my lord the king." But Elisha tells the king of Israel the very words you speak in your bedroom. 2 Kings 6:12. Niv. That's spiritual interception. That's divine intelligence. That's the gift you walk in. And it confuses people who live by logic. They thought they could catch you slipping, that their plan was discreet enough to remain invisible, but they didn't factor in the God who sees, the Spirit who warns, the covering that intercepts unseen weapons and delivers instructions before the first arrow flies. Shonda Rhimes, award-winning television producer and writer, once said, "Power is not given to you, You have to take it. But you've learned something deeper. Power isn't just taken, it's discerned, protected, and redirected. Your power isn't loud. It's precise. It doesn't fight back. It moves around the blow. And it baffles those who assumed you'd need to be loud to be protected. What if the most dangerous person in the room is the quiet one already listening to God, somewhere in Melbourne? A woman named Sienna sensed her best friend Sarah's distance shifting into something darker. They hadn't argued. Nothing was said. But Sienna quietly pulled back, cancelled plans, prayed more. 2 weeks later, Sarah admitted she had been planning to publicly embarrass her at an event over a private insecurity. I don't know how you knew, Sarah confessed. Sienna didn't answer. She just smiled. Some alarms only ring in the soul. That's what unnerves them now. Not just that you responded, but that you responded early, that you avoided a crisis they hadn't yet initiated, that your intuition outran their strategy. You didn't need evidence. You had access. You didn't need to defend yourself. You had distance. You didn't react. You repositioned. That's why their plan failed before it lived. Isaiah Hoftes DF promises, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. But here's what people miss. Sometimes the weapon never finishes forming because your discernment interrupted it mid-construction. What if spiritual radar is your real shield, not just to detect, but to reroute? They're still sitting in silence, wondering how you saw what wasn't shown, how you moved with such eerie accuracy, how the future they were forming never met the present. They don't understand, but you do. Because when you walk with God, you don't need to see the enemy's map to avoid the ambush. Heaven reroutes you before the threat is even drawn. And to those watching, it might look like luck, like instinct, like coincidence. But you know better. It's spiritual interception. And it's how you've stayed one step ahead, not by guessing, but by listening to the one who sees it all. Number 11, you listened to what their eyes were screaming. They thought the performance was flawless. They polished their words, timed their laughs, and adjusted their tone just enough to sound sincere. But their eyes didn't get the memo. They spoke a different language, one that you, the chosen one, were fluent in. The body tried to lie, but the spirit couldn't hold the mask. Every flicker of discomfort, every darting glance, every subtle tension in the jaw, it was all there, a confession dressed in silence. What happens when a person realizes their eyes told the truth their mouth refused to say? You weren't locked in on their speech. You were tuned into something deeper. You read the hesitation before the compliment, the nervous breath before a question that seemed too innocent. You saw how their pupils dilated when you mentioned purpose, how their smiles stiffened when you spoke of peace. They thought they could control the conversation, but they forgot you don't just hear, you discern. You weren't just listening to words, you were decoding frequencies, mapping contradictions, and collecting spiritual data with every blink and pause. You weren't eavesdropping on their secrets. Their own presence was testifying, and you took notes with your spirit, not to expose them, but because truth echoes too loud for your discernment to ignore. What if your spirit could read body language the same way prophets read dreams? Their eyes, though, those were the loudest. You saw the flickers of hidden envy, the glints of quiet guilt, the subtle flares of unresolved resentment. It wasn't dramatic, it was divine, a soft knowing, an internal highlighter that illuminated what others miss. And you didn't flinch. You stayed grounded. You let them speak. You let their soul unravel itself through glances and twitches and poorly timed smiles. and they have no idea how much they revealed. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." That's what you saw in them, the unconscious becoming visible, their shadow showing through their gestures. And your clarity, it didn't come from confrontation. It came from calibration. They're unnerved now, not because you attacked them, but because you didn't need to. You were quiet. You didn't interrupt. You simply received. You let their performance continue, while your discernment quietly underlined every contradiction. That's what has them double-checking every word now, wondering how much they accidentally revealed. They can't stop thinking about your silence, your eyes, your stillness, because it didn't feel passive, it felt like presence. Proverbs 20:27 says, "The human spirit is the lamp of the Lord that sheds light on one's inmost being." That's what they encountered, God's lamp in your stillness. You didn't look at them, you looked through them, and the things they tried to bury were suddenly closer to the surface than they intended. What if every glance was a paragraph in a spiritual testimony they didn't know they were giving? Now they walk away from your conversations unsettled. They try to replay what they said, how they said it, and whether they gave anything away. But they can't pinpoint it, because the truth is, they never said it. Their energy did. Their eyes confessed before their ego could intervene, and you caught it all. Pope Benedict XVI, a theologian and spiritual leader, once wrote, "Seeing with the eyes of Christ, I can give to others much more than their outward necessities. I can give them the look of love which they crave." You didn't judge them, you didn't shame them, you simply saw them fully, and in that sight, there was a mirror they didn't know they were standing in front of. Somewhere in Toronto, a man named Eli sat across from a woman named Naomi during a casual brunch. She smiled, laughed, even complimented his latest project, but something felt off. He didn't know why, until he noticed how her eyes darted to the side every time he mentioned growth. Later, it came out. She had been quietly undermining him to mutual friends. He never confronted her. He just realigned the connection. That was enough. The mirror had spoken. You didn't need to ask questions. You didn't pry. You weren't invasive. You simply saw. And when a chosen one sees through without having to see in, it shakes the room, because now they're wondering, how much do you know? How long have you known it? Have you already drawn a conclusion? Are you just waiting for them to admit what you've already seen? John 1:47 says of Jesus, "Here truly is an Israelite in whom there is no deceit." And Nathanael, shocked, asks, "How do you know me?" That's how it felt to them. Not like exposure, but like recognition. You weren't interrogating. You were illuminating. You weren't searching. You were simply tuned in. What if the scariest thing about you is that you never asked, and yet still knew? Now, every future interaction feels like a self-inventory. They're not afraid of being wrong. They're afraid of being seen. Spiritually, vulnerably, undeniably seen. Because the illusion only works when no one's watching. But you are. And not just with eyes, but with the sight that reads what people try to hide. You didn't do it to catch them. You did it because your gift can't unsee truth when it stands in front of you dressed in performance. They offered a story, but their spirit gave a confession. And you simply took notes. Number 12, you made them realize that hiding from you means hiding from God. They thought this was ordinary, a conversation, a test, A way to gauge if you were really as insightful as people claimed. They didn't know they were stepping into a spiritual diagnostic scan. You weren't analyzing them, you were receiving them. You didn't dig. You discerned. And that alone flipped the balance of power. They stood in front of you, thinking they were in control. But their energy told the story before their words even had the chance. And that's when it hit them. This wasn't just a human moment. This was holy ground. You didn't accuse. You didn't confront. But your knowing unsettled something ancient in them. It was the kind of clarity that bypasses the mind and goes straight to the conscience. Your presence didn't feel like a question. It felt like a verdict. They weren't expecting to feel spiritually measured. They thought they could perform. But your spirit doesn't attend performances. It identifies frequency, and theirs was off. What happens when someone realizes your presence carries the weight of divine clarity? It wasn't about catching them in a lie. It was about standing near someone who could hear what heaven hears. And that's what terrified them. Because you didn't just sense guilt. You sensed origin. You knew what the wound was before they tried to cover it. You didn't say much. But what you didn't say echoed louder than what they rehearsed. Hebrews 4:13 says, "Nothing in all creation is hidden from God's sight. Everything is uncovered and laid bare before the eyes of Him to whom we must give account." You didn't need to remind them of that verse. You lived it. And when you looked at them, they didn't just feel observed, they felt revealed. They didn't just feel exposed, they felt accountable. But not to you, to something bigger, watching through you. What if discernment is heaven's way of saying, "I see you even when you think you're safe"? Jordan Peterson, Canadian psychologist and influential speaker, once said, "When you tell the truth, you have reality on your side." That's what unnerved them. They could feel that reality was on your side. Not just truth in facts, but truth in spirit. Your presence validated their conscience. And when someone is not living in truth, that kind of presence is more terrifying than judgment. They cracked not loudly, but inwardly. Their sarcasm didn't land like before. Their charm slipped. Their rehearsed monologues felt empty. They weren't just lying to you, they were lying to themselves. And your presence broke the echo chamber. You didn't accuse them. You let them hear their own voice in a room that no longer protected their illusion. In Detroit, a woman named Ayanna was known for her leadership in local politics, eloquent, respected, and always in control. She invited a young prophetic counselor named Isaiah to speak on emotional intelligence in leadership. But when Isaiah spoke, he didn't just talk about EQ. He suddenly mentioned the exact year Ayanna had contemplated suicide in silence, something not even her mother knew. His voice didn't tremble. His tone wasn't dramatic. But the truth hit her chest like a wave. Ayanna excused herself mid-event and cried for the first time in 7 years. Not because she felt exposed, because she felt seen. It didn't feel like a man talking. It felt like mercy interrupting her self-deception. What if someone sees the part of you that even your prayers avoid? That's what happened when they stood near you. You didn't come to interrogate, but your spirit carried truth. Not to shame, but to awaken. John 3:20 says, "Everyone who does evil hates the light, and will not come into the light for fear that their deeds will be exposed." They weren't afraid of you. They were afraid of what your presence said about them. Because when light enters the room, hiding becomes uncomfortable, and masks start to itch. Now every interaction with you feels like spiritual recalibration. They measure their words. They self-edit mid-sentence. They shift topics to feel less exposed, not because you demanded truth, but because truth is magnetized to your presence, and their shadow can't survive in your light. What if your quiet conviction is the loudest sermon they've ever heard. You didn't preach. You didn't push. You just carried divine contrast. And the more they see themselves through your stillness, the more they question the story they've been telling themselves. It's not that you revealed them to the world. You revealed them to themselves. And there's no hiding from a reflection that's honest. You don't just recognize patterns, you recognize roots. And when the root is seen, the fruit cannot lie. That's why they're unsettled. Because you made them realize they weren't just hiding from you. They were hiding from God. And God found them anyway through you. Number 13, you made them realize they can't unplug from a connection you never asked for. You never chased them. You never begged for their attention. Never asked to sit in the sacred spaces of their soul. Yet something spiritual ignited the moment they crossed your path. It wasn't chemistry. It wasn't emotional. It wasn't even logical. It was alignment pure, unexpected, and deeply unsettling. Because while they were still trying to figure out what room they just walked into, their spirit had already recognized yours. And from that moment on, even without speaking, you became a mirror their soul couldn't look away from. Have you ever felt someone's energy shift without them saying a word? You didn't need updates to know what they were going through. You could feel it. When their energy dipped, your discernment surged. When they masked their pain with performance, your spirit registered the trembling beneath the act. They may have smiled in front of others, but something inside you knew they were unraveling privately. And what disturbed them most? You never asked for this connection. You never manipulated it. But your presence somehow continued to read the frequencies they tried to mute. What if your spirit picks up signals even silence can't block? They started pulling back, avoiding you, not out of hatred, but out of vulnerability. You weren't judging them. You weren't even speaking about what you sensed. But the mere fact that you could sense it at all unnerved them, the same way Elijah knew what was happening in distant war rooms without ever stepping foot in them. 2 Kings 6:12. You knew things that had not been said. They couldn't understand how you knew just that you did, and that truth stalked them quietly in the wilderness. Moses didn't ask for the burden of spiritual sight, yet once God opened his eyes, he could no longer unsee what others missed. He saw rebellion before it took root, idolatry before it turned golden. And like Moses, you've been given spiritual reception not to condemn, but to carry. You didn't seek out their secrets, but when they stood before you, heaven gave you clarity because you could be trusted not to exploit it. What happens when someone realizes they've been read without permission and loved anyway? Florence Welch, the lead singer of Florence Plus the Machine, once admitted, "I was running away from myself, and then I realized my music had been chasing me the whole time." That's the same realization they're having now. They tried to escape you. But what haunts them isn't your gaze, it's the truth you represent. They see you and feel their conscience stirring, not because you say anything, but because your alignment amplifies their internal dissonance. They've muted your number, dodged your presence, unfollowed your life, but the connection still buzzes under their skin. Not obsession awakening, not possession, prophetic resonance, because spiritual alignment doesn't dissolve with distance. It's not tethered to platforms or proximity. You're not watching them. Their soul is still echoing around you, trying to make peace with a connection they can't dismantle. In a quiet coastal town, a man named Cale ran a trauma recovery group. One of the members, Talitha, always remained distant, but one day, Kyle looked at her without a word and said, "Your silence is louder than your screams." Talitha burst into tears. not because he invaded her privacy, but because she had prayed that morning for God to send someone who could see her without her explaining. That sentence healed more than therapy ever could. And she never avoided Cale again, not because she understood him, but because she finally felt understood. Can someone run from being known when all their soul wants is to be seen? Romans 8:27 says, "He who searches our hearts knows the mind of the Spirit." That's what's happening through you. Your knowing doesn't violate them. It invites them. It doesn't spy. It redeems. But they're not used to that. They're used to people who weaponize information, not steward it. And so they don't know what to do with someone who knows too much and yet doesn't use it to their advantage. Like how whales can sense seismic shifts deep beneath the ocean floor. You can feel their spiritual earthquakes long before they make it to the surface. And like the way trees turn their leaves just before a storm, your soul adjusts before any visible sign appears. Nature has always reflected the unseen, and your discernment works the same way: quiet, invisible, prophetic. What if heaven connects you to people not for conversation, but for conviction? They can change their location, block your contact, dismiss your insight. But the connection was never natural to begin with. It was spiritual, formed by alignment, sealed by insight, and sustained by trust from the realm they don't fully understand. That's why it terrifies them, because if you could feel what you feel without being told, what else might you already know? You don't use your gift to control. You use it to carry. You don't use your knowing to expose. You use it to intercede. And that alone places a weight on your presence that their walls can't stand against. You became the spiritual echo they didn't ask for but now can't unhear. What if the connection wasn't for you to manage but for heaven to use? You're not haunting them. You're reminding them of something sacred, that someone once saw them clearly, that someone once heard what they didn't say, that someone once felt the tremors of their unspoken confession and didn't run, and that memory will follow them until they stop hiding, not just from you, but from the truth itself. Number 14. They wanted proof you were chosen. Now they're begging the universe to unchoose them. They didn't come to listen. They came to test. Their ego entered the room before their spirit did, puffed up with pride, ready to pick apart your presence like a science project. They didn't come seeking truth. They came hunting for flaws. They weren't content with questioning your gift. They dared it, not with curiosity, but with contempt. Their posture said it all. Prove it, as if your anointing was a performance, as if heaven's endorsement required their applause. They wanted proof, and they got it, but not the kind that fit their script. Can someone truly measure the chosen by the tools of the unchosen? What they didn't expect was how divine authority doesn't yell. It rests. It doesn't flex. It flows. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't fight for validation. You just stood in a clarity they couldn't replicate. Your presence, unshaken and precise, became the very sign they asked for. And when you spoke, it wasn't loud, it was lightning. A single sentence that cracked open the illusion they'd been living in. One truth, wrapped in calmness, pierced deeper than any argument ever could. Now their confidence has curdled into confusion. Their challenge has backfired. The more they try to dismiss you, the more convicted they feel. Because when someone dares a divine calling, they don't just provoke a person, they brush up against the source who gave the calling. Like when Korah and his followers challenged Moses in the wilderness, mocking his authority and questioning his chosen status, Numbers 16. They thought they were challenging a man, but they were standing in front of an office heaven had ordained, and heaven responded not with argument, but with a shaking that could not be ignored. What if the confrontation they launched was never about you, but about the one who sent you? You didn't retaliate. You didn't need to, just like Jesus, when questioned by the Pharisees, responded with questions that dismantled their accusations without breaking a sweat. Luke 20:3-8. You let your discernment do the talking. You let their own spirit trip over the truth. And now, every time they replay what you said, it haunts them, not because you tried to hurt them, but because you uncovered something their pride had been hiding from for years. Brené Brown, a renowned research professor and speaker known for her work on vulnerability, once said, "You either walk inside your story and own it, or you stand outside your story and hustle for your worthiness." That's what they were doing, hustling, posturing, debating, deflecting. But when they stood before you, all the armor cracked. You didn't ask to strip them of their ego. You simply reflected truth. And truth does not flatter illusions. Have you ever seen someone mock a mirror, only to break under their own reflection? They're losing sleep now, not because you cursed them, but because the weight of what you knew still echoes. You weren't guessing. You weren't speculating. You saw, and that terrifies them. Their smirk has faded. Their sarcasm has turned to silence. Their boldness has been replaced by backpedaling, all while trying not to admit they were wrong. They thought they were evaluating you, but they were the ones being read. And what they felt wasn't just discernment, it was divine response. Psalm 105:15 reminds us, "Touch not my anointed, and do my prophets no harm." This wasn't just a disagreement, it was a violation of spiritual boundary. Heaven doesn't sit idle while the chosen are dishonored. The moment they scoffed, they activated a chain reaction. Doors began closing. Their plans grew restless, and their inner world began collapsing under the weight of conviction they couldn't trace. Can pride survive in the presence of a truth it can't bend? They now fear the very presence they once mocked, not because you're powerful, but because they sense the one who moves through you. They feel watched not by you, but by a righteousness that keeps record, by a justice that sees all. Their requests have shifted from "prove you're real" to "let this stop." But it's not punishment, it's pruning. Heaven isn't trying to destroy them, it's trying to humble them. And humility always comes wrapped in discomfort. In a quiet New England town, a young lawyer named Ezra thought he'd corner his new client, a young woman named Noah, who claimed to have intuitive insight. During their meeting, he smugly asked loaded questions, hoping to catch her in contradiction. Noah didn't flinch. She simply looked him in the eye and whispered, "You stopped believing in justice the day your father was buried, and no one came." Ezra froze. No one knew that, not even his closest friend. He left the meeting rattled. Not because she knew, but because she didn't use it against him. He couldn't stop thinking about it for weeks. That one sentence collapsed. Years of bitterness. He thought he'd buried beneath logic. What if the truth they mocked was the truth they secretly needed? Just as Joseph stood before his brothers in Egypt, no longer the boy they betrayed, but a vessel of providence. Genesis 45. You now stand in front of people who once doubted your purpose. You didn't choose to be the one they'd fear, but heaven chose to place authority on your shoulders. And now that anointing unsettles them more than confrontation ever could. You are not their judge, but your presence judges everything fake they try to uphold. And now, just like a deer caught in headlights, they are paralyzed. They don't want your fire anymore. They want quiet, distance, a spiritual reset that allows them to retreat without confessing they were wrong. But even their withdrawal screams the truth. They felt something in you that no ego could explain away. Does spiritual clarity always come with resistance from those who aren't ready? like an eagle soaring in silence, while smaller birds panic below. Your stillness caused their fear to scream louder than any of your words, and like lightning that flashes far before the thunder, your presence warned them, long before the storm reached them. They knew. Deep down, something sacred passed through you, and now that awareness will not let them rest. You didn't demand their belief. You didn't fight for their respect. You simply stood as what you were created to be, a revelation in motion, a mirror not of ego, but of eternity, and they'll never see you the same again. Chosen one. Now the truth stands in full light. They weren't afraid of your voice. They were afraid of what your presence unveiled. You didn't force anyone into confrontation. You didn't chase clarity. You simply walked into the room carrying divine sight. And everything false started trembling. What terrified them wasn't loud revelation. It was quiet recognition. You didn't expose them out of pride. You revealed them by existing in alignment, and when your spirit mirrored what they tried to bury, they realized they were no longer safe behind the mask. This was never about performance. It was never about winning arguments. This has always been about remaining faithful to your assignment. Even when misunderstood, you didn't try to prove you were chosen. You just kept showing up in the fullness of who God called you to be. Every moment they tried to question you, heaven whispered again, "This one is mine." Every time they scoffed at your insight, they were undone by the very truths they pretended not to feel. You weren't trying to scare them. You were sent to awaken what they tried to silence in themselves. So now, what do? You protect your peace like sacred ground. You don't water yourself down just to stay digestible. You honor your discernment and never again second-guess the gift. You stop explaining what was always spiritual to people who only speak in logic. You remember that the discomfort your presence causes is not your burden to carry. It's often their invitation to grow. If only they were brave enough to accept it. Because this was never just about intuition. It was about alignment. It was about the sacred assignment placed on your life. It was about walking with clarity, humility, and authority, without the need to shout, to prove, or to seek validation. You are not here to convince the blind. You are here to walk in light, and your light, chosen one, reveals everything. If this word stirred something in your spirit, let it stay with you. If it echoed what you've quietly known but never had language for, let that confirmation anchor you. And if you've found refuge, revelation, or resonance in this space, I welcome your support. Like this message, share it with those walking a similar path. Leave a comment with your thoughts. Subscribe to continue growing with this community. And turn on notifications so the next time heaven speaks, you don't miss it. And if you feel led to give through super thanks, know that every seed sown helps this message reach those whose souls are silently searching. But whether you give or not, thank you. Thank you for your time, your trust, your presence. May the God who whispers in quiet places continue to thunder in your discernment. May your gift grow sharper. May your peace stay guarded. And may you remember, always, that being chosen is not about proving anything to them. It's about being faithful to the one who called you. You were never on trial. You were always the revelation. Walk in that, and may heaven honor every silent yes you've ever given. They didn't see the nights you cried, but heaven did. They didn't hear the prayers you whispered through gritted teeth, but God recorded every syllable. While others chased platforms, you were surviving spiritual warfare with no applause. No audience. No backup plan, just raw, trembling faith. And that, beloved, is exactly what made you dangerous. You weren't walking for attention, you were walking for alignment. You chose conviction over convenience. You turned down what glittered because it didn't glow with God's peace. And now, that decision is catching the attention of someone powerful, someone who wasn't supposed to notice, but did. What if the room you've been praying to enter is already discussing your name? What if the door hasn't opened yet, because it's being reinforced to hold the weight of what's coming with it? And what if the silence from certain people wasn't rejection, but divine observation? You see, while others sprinted toward visibility, you went underground and planted roots. And those roots, they're about to break concrete. Someone of real influence has been watching. No announcement, no warning, just silent watching. And now they're ready to move, ready to reward, ready to honor what you did when no one else had the faith to follow God into the fire. If this is tugging at your spirit, drop a 777 in the comments as a prophetic agreement. And to everyone who's been sowing into this message with super thanks, your seed is speaking loudly. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for pouring into what God is birthing here. Because here's where it gets wild. The next chapter of your life isn't about proving your worth, it's about watching God reveal it. Let's go deeper. Let's talk about what happens when the reward comes not from the crowd, but from someone carrying a divine assignment and your name, God's chosen ones. You choose faith over fear, and someone powerful is ready to reward you. Number 1. You walked by whisper, not applause. You didn't just trust God, you risked everything on a voice no one else could hear. In a world that demands proof, you moved by revelation. While everyone else was looking for signs, strategies, and statistics, you were leaning into a whisper that made no sense to the crowd. Can you remember the first time you had to say no to something that looked perfect on paper? Have you ever watched doors swing open that most people would kill for only to walk away because the Holy Spirit said, "This isn't it"? What kind of person does that and doesn't go mad wondering if they've ruined their life? You chose what most people fear, to look foolish for heaven, like Noah, building an ark when there wasn't a single cloud in the sky, Genesis 6:13-22, like Mary, saying yes to an assignment that could have gotten her stoned under the law, Luke 1:38, like Abraham, walking up a mountain with his son, ready to sacrifice the promise, simply because God asked, Genesis 22:118. These weren't just acts of obedience. These were disruptions to logic, divine interruptions, moves that only make sense in hindsight. And still, you went. You walked out of high-paying careers with nothing but peace in your chest. You ended picture-perfect relationships that were Instagram-worthy but soul-suffocating. You skipped opportunities others begged for. Why? Because that internal nudge said, "This will cost you more than you're willing to admit." And here's what separates you. You didn't argue with God. You didn't draft a 5-point presentation to convince doubters. You just left, quietly, boldly, alone. That kind of obedience doesn't come from ego, it comes from intimacy. But let's be honest, didn't it feel like madness sometimes? Didn't you ask yourself in the dark, did I hear wrong? Or what if I gave up everything for nothing? And yet, you stayed faithful when no one was watching. Your footsteps were quiet, but they echoed in eternity. Now here's where it gets wild. Someone noticed. Someone powerful. Not just powerful by money or fame, but by influence, a person who has seen it all, the clout chasers, the crowd pleasers, the gifted but hollow-hearted performers. This person, a renowned film director, Ava DuVernay, once said, "If your dream only includes you, it's too small." She had to break away from the system to tell stories that mattered. And just like you, she chose purpose over popularity. That's what made you stand out to someone like her. They saw in you what they longed to see in the world, uncompromising integrity. You didn't kiss the ring. You didn't hustle to be noticed. You were too busy obeying, while others performed. You protected the sacred. While they built platforms, you built altars. It was your silence that screamed. It was your absence that grew roots. Do you realize how rare that is? In a culture that equates visibility with value, you became a rebel just by being still. Elias walked into a boardroom in Detroit, ready to sign with one of the nation's top venture capital firms. The salary, stock options, and status would have changed his life overnight. But as the executive slid the contract across the table, a stillness filled him. The Holy Spirit whispered, "If you take this, your soul will shrink." He stood up, thanked them, and left everything behind. A year later, that same firm collapsed in a scandal. Elias, he was teaching kids how to grow food in abandoned neighborhoods. His yes to silence became someone else's miracle, a tree growing alone in the middle of a dry plain. No crowd around it, no applause, just deep roots, stretching silently toward the water below. That's what you've been, not a wildfire burning loud and fast, but a steady flame that doesn't die in the wind. And now, here's the shift. The one who's been watching, scarred by betrayal, disillusioned by talent with no character, is ready to bless you. Not because you begged, not because you proved, but because you remained, because when no one clapped, you still carried the calling. The Lord rewards every man for his righteousness and his faithfulness, said David to Saul, 1 Samuel 26-23, and in the quiet chambers of heaven, the reward for your yes is already echoing. Number 2, you fought battles no one could see. Most people look for a way out when life turns black, but not you. You didn't just endure darkness, you stared it in the face and refused to blink. You didn't wait for someone to save you, didn't ask for a shortcut, and didn't build a plan B. You went to war with the unseen, with no map and no applause. How many times could you have walked away and no one would have blamed you? How often did giving up feel like mercy? What held you together when everything else was falling apart? You didn't keep going because you had all the answers. You kept going because something in your spirit screamed, "Forward is the only option." The fire didn't scare you, it formed you. It forged something that can't be taught in books or built in peace. When fear clawed at your chest and rest felt like a foreign concept, you fought anyway, and not for validation, not to prove anything. You kept fighting because something eternal had claimed you. That same defiance lived in Esther, who stood before a king knowing she could die. Esther 4:16. It lived in Daniel, thrown into a lion's den not because he rebelled, but because he refused to compromise his faith. Daniel 6:10-23, and it surged through Paul, beaten, shipwrecked, imprisoned, and still preaching with fire that couldn't be silenced. 2 Corinthians 11:23-27. You carry that same spiritual DNA, the kind that doesn't fold when fear starts screaming. But let's get honest. How many nights did you sit in silence and whisper, "I'm not okay, but I can't stop now. How many times did you wonder if anyone would ever see the war behind your smile, when everything felt unfair, when betrayal cut deep, when answers wouldn't come? Why did you still show up? That's the part the world doesn't teach. You weren't just surviving trauma. You were being sharpened through it. Now here's what flips the entire script. Someone noticed. And not just anyone, someone who carries authority in a world that only rewards visible strength. They saw your breakdowns. They saw the moments you were hanging by a thread. They watched what would have broken most people and watched you stay upright. That kind of resilience makes people stop and rethink what strength really is. Malala Yousafzai, Nobel Peace Prize laureate and education activist, once said, "When the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful." She survived an assassination attempt, not by becoming bitter, but by becoming bolder, like you. She didn't retaliate, she rebuilt. That's the kind of spiritual tenacity that makes kings listen and governments shift. Darius is a name few know, but his story has quietly moved hearts in Mexico City. A single father of 3. He was diagnosed with terminal cancer while working 2 jobs. He didn't have a support system, and the odds were brutal. But instead of folding, he turned his nights into storytelling sessions for neighborhood children, giving them hope, laughter, and imagination while his body broke down. He didn't survive for applause. He showed up for legacy, molten rock beneath the surface of the earth. Under immense pressure and heat, it doesn't crack, it transforms. Over time, it becomes obsidian sharp, unbreakable, forged by fire and time. That's what you became in the dark. You didn't just endure pressure. You evolved under it. God saw it too. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you. Says Isaiah 43:2. And again in Psalm 18:39, you armed me with strength for battle. You humbled my adversaries before me. You didn't need a stage to prove your worth. Your scars became your sermon. And now, someone who carries real reach, someone exhausted by talent with no endurance, is ready to honor the warrior. You became in the dark, not because you shouted the loudest, but because your endurance whispered something eternal. This one didn't quit. Number 3. You chose movement without a map. The hardest steps are the ones taken in silence with no applause, nor roadmap, nor safety net. But you took them anyway. You walked away from comfort, from predictability, from what made sense on paper. You left people who loved you, systems that supported you, routines that stabilized you, all because something in your spirit whispered, "This isn't home anymore." Who has the nerve to abandon everything familiar without knowing what comes next? Who dares to follow a voice only they can hear when every other voice calls them back into safety? You didn't have a 5-year plan. You didn't carry certainty in your back pocket. What you had was conviction. What you followed was holy discomfort. And while the world called you reckless, heaven called you real. It wasn't rebellion. It was obedience. But let's be honest, how many nights did you cry in rooms you didn't recognize? How many times did you ask, why does obedience feel like exile? That's because obedience always costs more than comfort, and you were willing to pay. Like Abraham leaving his country without knowing where he was going, Hebrews 11:8. Like Moses walking away from Pharaoh's palace to suffer with his people, Exodus 2:11-15. Like Peter stepping out of the boat in the middle of a storm just to be near Jesus, Matthew 14:28-29. None of them had clarity, but all of them had calling, and so did you. You weren't chasing an outcome, You were obeying a frequency that couldn't be explained. And that's what separated you from everyone else, waiting for perfect conditions before moving. What if your movement into the unknown was never about destination, but transformation? What if you weren't losing control? You were losing what was never meant to hold you. What if the place you left was the one quietly draining your soul? You didn't move because you were bored. You moved because staying would have murdered your purpose. Staying would have kept your body alive, but your spirit buried. That's a price you refused to pay, even if no one else understood. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, award-winning Nigerian author and cultural thought leader, once walked away from the traditional academic route she was groomed for. Despite scholarship offers and expectations from her family, she chose to write stories. No one else was telling stories about colonization, womanhood, and identity. Critics didn't understand it at first, but her obedience to truth reshaped literature itself. Like you, she didn't need validation to begin, she just began. And because of that, millions were awakened to a truth that wouldn't have had a voice without her. Yes, Eva was a mother of 4 in the Bronx. Everyone praised her for holding her household together after her husband walked out. But late one night, with no savings and no plan, she packed her kids and left, not because of violence, not because of scandal, but because the Holy Spirit told her, there is no more growth here. She started over in a shelter, cleaned houses, sold handmade soups door to door. Today, she runs a business that employs dozens of single moms. No one clapped when she left, but heaven kept the receipts. Her children didn't grow up with luxury, but they grew up watching resilience dressed in faith. A river doesn't wait for approval to carve valleys. It just moves. It crashes through stone, curves around obstacles, creates new paths. It honors gravity, not popularity. And yet, over time, it leaves canyons where no one thought anything powerful could pass. That's you. Not predictable, not explainable, just quietly unstoppable. You didn't walk to be seen, you walked to stay aligned. And that alignment created ripples far beyond your awareness. God always honors footsteps that follow without knowing. Your word is a lamp to my feet and a light to my path. Says Psalm Ma'avetisha Sera, Ma'avechamesh. And Isaiah 30-21 promises, your ears shall hear a word behind you, saying, this is the way. Walk in it. When you turn to the right or the left, you didn't just hear the word, you walked it out. And every step away from comfort was a sermon no stage could hold. Now someone in power is watching from the edge of their own conviction. They saw your steps, saw your detours, saw your sacrifice. And while the world labeled you unstable, they recognized something they've been searching for, a person led by purpose, not applause. That kind of authenticity can't be faked, and it cannot be ignored. They didn't forget the day you walked away from applause to keep your soul intact. They remember how you moved when no one celebrated, and now they're ready to reward what the world misjudged. You didn't just believe, you proved your faith by the footprints you left behind and the silence you were willing to walk through to preserve your purpose. Number 4. Your silence was sacred warfare. You took hit after hit and said nothing, not because you were numb, not because you didn't have words, but because your silence was strategy. While they swung low, you stayed high. While they twisted truth, you guarded yours. What kind of person endures false accusation and walks away without defending themselves? What kind of spirit stays quiet in the middle of a storm of slander? You knew something they didn't. God was watching the replay in perfect clarity. He was catching angles they couldn't fake, and every dagger thrown at you in public was being archived in heaven's courtroom. You weren't ignoring pain, you were submitting it. You didn't stay silent because it didn't matter. You stayed silent because you knew it mattered so much that only God was qualified to handle it. That's not weakness. That's a spiritual sniper's discipline. When Joseph was thrown in prison for a crime he didn't commit, he didn't blast his innocence through the bars. He waited. Genesis 39-19:23. When Jesus stood before Pilate, falsely accused and mocked, he remained silent, not because he couldn't speak, but because he was already winning. Matthew 27-12:14. And when David was hunted by Saul and slandered as a threat, he refused to lift a hand against God's anointed, even when he had the chance. 1 Samuel 24-6:12. These weren't just stories. They were blueprints for how the chosen move when falsely accused. How many times did you feel the sting of betrayal and still smile in public? How many times did you wrestle with the temptation to expose someone who hurt you and chose to let God be your vindicator instead? When the rumors spread, when your name was twisted in rooms you'd never enter, when people believed lies because they were louder than your truth, what did it cost you to stay silent? The truth is, silence isn't passive. It's an act of war, a shield against ego, a demonstration of spiritual rank. You weren't staying quiet because you had nothing to say. You were staying aligned. That kind of self-control terrifies insecure people. It exposes their need for validation, and while they were scrambling for attention, you were building something far more dangerous: credibility. Pope Francis, known for his humility and restraint, was viciously criticized early in his papacy for his reform-minded stances. He didn't respond with press conferences or emotional outbursts. He simply continued washing the feet of prisoners, embracing the poor, and quietly shifting the global perception of spiritual authority. Like you, his silence wasn't weakness, it was power wrapped in peace. Nathaniel was a mid-level executive at a biotech firm in Toronto. When his jealous superior falsely accused him of data manipulation, HR launched a quiet investigation. He had all the proof to clear his name and the dirt to destroy his accuser, but he felt led to wait. For 6 weeks, he said nothing. His silence cost him promotions and friendships. But when the truth surfaced, not only was he exonerated, he was promoted above the very man who tried to ruin him. His silence wasn't surrender, it was precision warfare. A snow leopard resting high in the Himalayas, surrounded by blizzards, invisible in plain sight. It doesn't roar to prove power, it conserves energy, strikes when the time is right, and disappears without a trace. That's you. Quiet, controlled, calculated, a threat hidden inside peace. You didn't lower yourself to prove a point. You waited for the mountain to echo it back in due time. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus 14:14 and Proverbs 17:27 reminds us, the one who has knowledge uses words with restraint, and whoever has understanding is even-tempered. You weren't inactive, you were engaged in holy restraint, and heaven took notes. Now, someone with true influence is stepping out of the shadows, not because you impressed them, but because you convicted them. They saw what you didn't say. They felt the weight of how you carried pain with grace. In a world obsessed with volume, your quietness pierced deeper than noise. They're not showing up to reward a performance, they're honoring a posture. Because while the crowd was looking for clout, heaven was looking for character. And you delivered. Your silence wasn't absence. It was sacred warfare. And now, it's harvest season for everything you endured behind sealed lips. Number 5. You chose conviction over comfort. You had every reason to choose the safer route. Every voice around you echoed the same advice. Take the stable job. Sign the easy deal. Join the crowd that's already clapping. It would have looked smart. It would have sounded wise. But you saw it for what it really was. A trap wrapped in strategy. A shortcut lined with soul erosion. And instead of giving in, you walked away. Not because you had a backup plan, but because your soul screamed louder than logic. Who does that? Who willingly passes up comfort without knowing if anything better is waiting? You weren't reckless. You were awake. You recognized that fear often dresses up in common sense, and that the crowd always calls disobedience wisdom when obedience looks foolish. How many times did you feel the pressure to justify your decision to people who would never understand your depth? How many nights did you wrestle with the loneliness that came after walking away from what looked like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity just because your spirit said no? You carry the same fire that burned in Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who refused to bow even when threatened with fire. Daniel 3:16-18. The same awareness that led Nehemiah to say no to a seemingly harmless meeting because he discerned it was a trap. Nehemiah 6:2-4. The same clarity Esther had when she risked everything to step into her royal assignment. Esther 4:14-16. You didn't just walk away from comfort. You walked into consecration. And that's not something most people will ever understand until the cost of their compromise catches up to them. What if that deal you declined would have become the very chain you couldn't later break? What if that circle you avoided would have buried your authenticity under the weight of performance? What if God wasn't testing your ability to win, but your willingness to walk away? You passed the test not by grabbing power, but by letting go of what looked good but didn't feel holy. Arianna Huffington, founder of the Huffington Post, once walked away from a corporate trajectory and a powerful media partnership because it was draining her soul. People said she was sabotaging her future, but instead of shrinking, she created a movement centered on rest, wellness, and mindful living, reshaping how the world sees success. Her shift was seen as irrational, but years later, the same voices called her prophetic. You understand that arc, don't you? The price of being early, the cost of choosing legacy over applause. Jordan was an up-and-coming interior architect in Berlin. At 27, she was offered a contract with a massive hotel chain that would have set her up for global success. But there was a catch. She'd have to work on a side project tied to a luxury brand that exploited child labor overseas. No one would have known, but she would have. She turned it down, moved into a studio apartment, started over designing spaces for non-profits and shelters. Today, her work is featured in museums as a symbol of ethical design. Her name's not loud, but her spirit is loud in heaven, like you. She chose integrity when no one was watching. Watch the albatross in the open sea. It doesn't flap wildly like smaller birds. It soars silent, smooth, strategic. It may look like it's doing nothing for miles, but it's moving with the wind, conserving energy for the long journey. That's you. You didn't rush to keep up. You refused to be loud just to be seen. You chose stillness when movement was frantic, and in doing so, you saved your purpose from being cheapened. What good will it be for someone to gain the whole world, yet forfeit their soul? Matthew 16:26. And Psalm 25:12 reminds us, who then are those who fear the Lord. He will instruct them in the ways they should choose. You didn't follow fame. You followed fire. You didn't follow logics. You followed the whisper of eternity. And now, someone who once laughed at your decisions is staring at the ruins of what they built without peace. Their success was loud, but hollow. Their reputation wide, but brittle. And you're still whole, still aligned, still dangerous in the spirit. They're watching, not with envy, but with reverence, because you didn't settle. You didn't fold. You didn't silence your convictions to fit inside systems not built for your calling. Now, doors that once ignored you are being opened not because you knocked louder, but because your refusal to sell out unlocked them. Your restraint spoke louder than ambition ever could, and what you protected in private is about to be celebrated in public. You didn't just believe in purpose, you proved it when purpose demanded sacrifice. Number 6. You stayed loyal without applause. You never needed a microphone to prove your loyalty. You never posted it, never paraded it, never pointed to it like a trophy. You just showed up again and again when it wasn't convenient, when no one clapped, when your name wasn't even mentioned. You stayed loyal to your calling, to the people God handpicked to walk beside you, and to the standard of truth, even when it would have been easier to drift. Who does that in a world that only rewards what's visible? You endured seasons where your faithfulness felt invisible. You poured into places that looked barren. You gave when no one gave back. You remained steady in rooms that no longer celebrated you. And your commitment never cracked under the silence. How many times did you wonder, does any of this even matter? How many days did you want to walk away? But something holy in you whispered, stay, plant, protect. Lo, your posture echoed the loyalty of Ruth, who followed Naomi into an uncertain future, not for gain, but for love and purpose. Ruth 1:16-17. It mirrored the unwavering heart of Jonathan, who remained loyal to David even when it cost him royal favor. 1 Samuel 20:42. It resembled the quiet strength of the unnamed woman who anointed Jesus with costly perfume, not seeking attention, but giving honor. Mark 14:3-9. Loyalty, like that, doesn't need an audience. It lives for alignment. What if that invisible loyalty was the very thing shaping your future? What if your consistency behind the curtain was the test you passed to unlock what's coming next? What if the very things you did in silence are the seeds God intends to reward publicly? You weren't just consistent, you were covenantal. And that hits different in a culture of convenience. Fred Rogers, the legendary creator of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, spent over 30 years showing up quietly, faithfully, gently, never chasing trends, never seeking hype. His crew said he remembered every name on set, sent handwritten letters to kids, and lived privately what he preached publicly. People thought he was too soft for television, but his loyalty to kindness redefined generations. That's the kind of imprint you're making, not flashy, but éternel. Monique was a nurse's aide in Atlanta. For 12 years, she worked overnight shifts in palliative care, holding the hands of patients as they took their final breath. No camera, no spotlight, no extra pay. She simply felt called to love people into eternity. When the hospital faced layoffs, she was the first name, leadership protected, not because she campaigned for herself, but because her loyalty had silently built a reputation impossible to ignore. Her name didn't trend, but it echoed in heaven. Like you, she didn't need recognition to keep showing up. The roots of a sequoia tree, massive, intertwined, invisible beneath the surface. They don't grow quickly. They grow deeply. And because of that, sequoias don't fall easily. They weather storms others can't survive, not because of what's above ground, but because of what's unseen. That's you. Quiet, rooted, consistent, loyal in the dirt, long before anyone saw your growth. Well done, good and faithful servant. You were faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Matthew 25-23. And Galatians 6-9 reminds you, let us not grow weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up. You weren't showing off, you were sowing, and heaven was keeping the receipts. Someone with real weight has been watching, not the kind of person who gets impressed by performance, someone who's been burned before by empty loyalty, fake smiles, shallow partnerships, loyalty that evaporated when the perks dried up, but then they saw you. The way you stayed when it would have been easier to leave, the way you held integrity in both obscurity and pressure. You weren't loud, but your loyalty spoke volumes. Now they're remembering you, and not just to compliment your character, they're about to open doors that don't respond to charisma, only to consistency, doors that only recognize souls who stayed pure when no one was looking, doors that don't care about hype, but honor the hidden history of faithfulness. You didn't miss your moment by staying loyal. You were being marked by heaven and quietly witnessed by power. And now that unseen investment is about to pay interest in front of the very systems that once overlooked you. Number 7. You cultivated soul wealth while the world performed. In an age where everyone's value was measured by how loud they could be, how viral they could go, or how well they could perform, you chose silence. While others fought for fleeting relevance, you fought for your soul. You didn't post your peace. You protected it. You didn't rush to keep up. You slowed down to go deeper, and that decision, so misunderstood by many, built something rare within you, spiritual wealth in a culture that was emotionally bankrupt. What does it cost to be aligned when everyone else is addicted to approval? How many times did people tell you you were being too quiet, too still, too invisible? How many rooms did you walk into and instantly feel the exhaustion behind the smiles, the noise behind the brand, the emptiness behind the image? They were drained trying to keep up. You were preserved by choosing not to. Jeremiah walked this path, called to speak unpopular truth. He wept more than he preached, rejected fame and followed fire. The people mocked him, ignored him, called him irrelevant, but he carried heaven's frequency when the nation lost its way. Jeremiah 20-7-9. Elijah, 2, stepped away from the crowds, not because he was weak, but because the fire didn't come in noise, it came in the whisper. 1 Kings 19:11-12. And Jesus himself would withdraw from the masses to be alone with the Father, knowing that public strength is sustained in private stillness. Luke 5:16. You did the same. While others chased platforms, you pursued presence. While they were busy curating perfection, you were quietly healing. While they wore their burnout like a badge of honor, you wore peace like armor. They couldn't understand why you were so calm, why your eyes carried depth, why your presence felt grounding, but it's because you were being filled in silence while they were leaking in performance. Rick Rubin, one of the most influential music producers of our time, is known for his stillness. He doesn't chase trends, doesn't care for spectacle. He sits barefoot on floors, listens deeply, and draws out soul from artists who have forgotten theirs. In a world of ego-driven entertainment, Rubin's spiritual clarity became his signature. He didn't become legendary by being loud. He became magnetic by being clear. That's what you carry. Depth. And that kind of wealth is timeless. Tyrese, a data analyst from Philadelphia, quietly stepped away from social media for 4 years. No announcement. No exit post. During that time, he went through grief, depression, and a full career pivot. Instead of documenting his healing, he lived it. Today, he runs wellness programs in underserved schools, helping teens regulate their emotions through breathwork and neuroscience. People asked, "Where have you been?" And he smiled. Becoming. That's your story. You didn't disappear. You evolved in silence. An ancient olive tree, its bark weathered, its roots deep. It doesn't bloom fast. It doesn't scream for attention, but its oil, pressed in hidden places, heals nations. That's what your journey has been. You've been pressed, not for performance, but for purity. What grew in you during those hidden seasons can't be copied. It wasn't built for clout. It was cultivated in consecration. Better is a little with righteousness than great income with injustice. Proverbs 16:8 and Isaiah 30:15 echoes your rhythm. In quietness and trust is your strength. Your strength was never loud. It was never desperate. It never begged to be seen. It simply was anchored, steady, holy. And now, someone powerful is taking notice. They're surrounded by hollow partnerships and echo chambers. Their success got them everything except peace. But when they look at you, they don't see pretense. They don't sense striving. They feel weight, substance, stillness that calms rooms, and depth that disrupts superficiality. They're drawn to you, not because of your presentation, but because of your preservation. You stayed whole when everyone else fractured. They're not interested in hiring another performer. They're looking for presence. And what you cultivated when no one clapped is what's about to carry you into rooms where your peace is more powerful than any pitch. You didn't compromise to keep up. You consecrated to rise. And now, your soul wealth has become a rare currency, and they're ready to invest in it. Number 8. You built unseen worth while others performed. You didn't just hold on to your integrity, you built value in obscurity. While others trimmed their edges to fit into trends, you sharpened your character in silence. While they rushed to be seen, you were perfecting what couldn't be ignored. You weren't seduced by attention. You were anchored in assignment. Even when nobody was watching, when your name was left off the list, when the crowd skipped right over you, you kept building. And what you built wasn't just visible, it was valuable. How many times did you wrestle with the temptation to cut corners, just to finally be recognized? How often were you told, you need to be more like them, as if your slow growth meant failure? And how many nights did you pour into your purpose, only to be met with silence? But you didn't stop, because your why was bigger than your need for applause. And that's what makes you dangerous now. You walk in the footsteps of Noah, who spent decades building an ark with no rain in sight. Genesis 6:14-22. He was mocked, ignored, dismissed, but he stayed focused. Joseph, thrown into prison for doing the right thing, refined his gifts behind bars, not to impress men, but to honor God. Genesis 39-20-23. Even Paul, when called by heaven, spent years in Arabia and Tarsus before stepping into public ministry. Galatians 1:17-18. Heaven does its best refining in hidden seasons, and you've lived that truth. What if you were never overlooked? You were just being preserved. What if the silence wasn't neglect, but a filter, protecting you from counterfeit opportunities that would have diluted your worth? What if God hid you not to delay your purpose, but to develop your roots so deep that no platform could shake you once the light hit? Shigeru Miyamoto, the legendary creator behind Nintendo's greatest titles, once said, "A delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is forever bad." He spent years quietly crafting worlds no one had imagined yet. When others prioritized deadlines, he prioritized depth. And today, his work has outlived trends. Like you, he wasn't loud, but his creation became legacy. Daniela, a high school music teacher in Detroit, spent over a decade composing orchestral pieces in her tiny apartment after long workdays. No label, no agent, just notebooks and faith. She submitted her work to competitions and heard nothing until a famous composer discovered her manuscript online. That piece now scores an international documentary on healing. She never asked to be seen. She just refused to stop creating. Beneath the silent waves of the Namibian sand dunes, movement is constant, grain by grain. The wind reshapes what appears frozen, while the surface seems still. Something unseen is always forming beneath. That's what your journey has been: slow, sacred, and invisibly unstoppable. Do not despise these small beginnings, for the Lord rejoices to see the work begin. Zechariah 4:10. And in Psalm 1-3, it's written, "They are like a tree planted by streams of water, which yields its fruit in season." You didn't just plant, you matured. You didn't chase spotlight, you became one. Your obedience became architecture. Your silence became strategy. Now, someone with real reach is noticing. They've been surrounded by loud branding, exhausted by shallow hype, weary from charisma without character. But when they see you, they recognize something rare: power without performance. You didn't become magnetic by being loud. You became necessary by being real. And that's what they've been searching for. They don't want a voice, they want a vessel. And what you carry is no longer hidden. It's been proven. It's been purified. It's been pressure tested in seasons where most would have given up. While others were trending, you were transforming. While they counted likes, you counted costs. While they built speed, you built substance. And now, substance is the only thing that stands. This is no longer about being seen. It's about being trusted. And the one who's been watching, quietly, carefully, patiently, is finally ready to put real weight behind what you've built. Not because you shouted for it, but because you stood when silence was heavy and still gave heaven your best. You didn't need their attention to become valuable. You already were. Now they see it too. Number 9. You let them misunderstand you because truth never begged to be believed. You didn't just let them talk. You let them misunderstand you. And that takes a kind of strength this world can't measure. In a culture obsessed with hot takes, viral comebacks, and defending every move online, you chose the opposite. You chose peace over proof. You let them build false narratives, let them whisper, roll their eyes, mislabel your silence, and you never jumped in to correct them, not because you didn't notice, but because you had nothing to prove to people who weren't even spiritually equipped to understand your call. What kind of clarity does it take to stand firm while your name is misrepresented? How many times did you want to explain, to respond, to set the record straight? And what kind of faith does it require to stay grounded in what God told you when no one else sees it yet? Most people would have folded, but you knew. Truth doesn't require trending, it just requires time. You moved with the patience of Jesus, who stayed silent before Pilate, Matthew 27-14. You mirrored Moses, who let his leadership be doubted again and again, even by his own people, yet never tried to beg for respect, Exodus 16-2:8. And you carried the wisdom of Mary, the mother of Jesus, who pondered things in her heart, while the world around her couldn't comprehend the miracle she was carrying, Luke 2:19. You weren't confused. You were consecrated. You weren't ignoring them. You were listening to someone higher. And the stillness you chose wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. Your silence wasn't a void. It was proof you had already heard from God and didn't need to crowdsource confirmation. Most people can't handle being misunderstood because their identity depends on external agreement. Yours doesn't. That's why you're unshakable. Brené Brown, a research professor and global speaker on vulnerability, once said, "You either walk inside your story and own it, or you stand outside your story and hustle for your worthiness." You chose to walk inside yours. You didn't hustle for validation. You embodied internal clarity. And that's why now you're standing out without trying to. Daniela, an up-and-coming architect in Lisbon, was ridiculed for rejecting industry trends. Her designs were minimal, grounded in silence and nature. Critics called her outdated. For years, she kept her head down. But then, a royal family in Europe commissioned her to design a new retreat, drawn not to the loud, but to the sacred serenity of her perspective. The very thing she was mocked for became the key to her breakthrough. That's what's happening to you. The glaciers of Iceland, massive structures of ancient strength, they move so slowly they appear still. Yet they reshape entire landscapes in silence. They don't explain, they don't announce, but over time, they leave undeniable marks that no storm can erase. You've been like that glacier, moved by something deep, slow, and sovereign. And now, those who dismissed your stillness are starting to feel its weight. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Exodus pais presece. And in Proverbs 17:27, it's written, "The one who has knowledge uses words with restraint, and whoever has understanding is even-tempered." You weren't withholding words because you were unsure. You were withholding them because you were secure. And now, someone with real discernment sees the difference. They've grown exhausted by voices that talk too much but carry too little. They've seen what happens when people try too hard to be liked. They lose their substance. But you kept your peace and preserved your clarity. That presence, that groundedness, has pierced through the noise. They're not just impressed by you, they trust you. They know that anyone who can stand misunderstood without panicking is someone who can lead without needing applause. And in a world where truth is under attack, they need someone who knows how to protect it without over-explaining it. They're not elevating you because you demanded attention. They're drawing near because you didn't. And now that person in power, the one with influence, reach, and doors that don't open easily, is bringing you in, not because you shouted to be heard, but because your stillness said everything. Number 10. You turned down the glitter and became the gold. You didn't just say no to temptation. You said no to worshipped distractions dressed up as opportunity while others scrambled for visibility. validation, and status. You stood still, anchored in something far more powerful than applause. You turned down the shiny doors everyone else was racing to get through, not because you were blind to what they offered, but because you saw too clearly. You spotted the compromise, the distortion, the soul cost, and you had the spiritual backbone to walk away. That kind of restraint, it doesn't just separate you, it brands you. How many times were you told, "This is your shot"? How many people looked at you sideways when you passed on what they would have killed for? And how many moments did you have to sit with silence, knowing you chose alignment over advancement? That wasn't just wisdom, that was prophetic courage. You weren't trying to be difficult, you were protecting your oil. Esther understood this kind of discernment. She was chosen to be queen, but she didn't walk through every open door in haste. She waited, fasted, and listened, moving only when the time was right. Esther 4:16. Jesus himself was offered all the kingdoms of the world by Satan in the wilderness, yet he refused them because they came with a compromise. Matthew 4:8-10. And Daniel turned down the king's royal food, not out of arrogance, but conviction. Daniel 1:8. You're in that company. The ones who chose integrity over instant influence. You saw that not every door was divine. Some were decoys, sent to detour your destiny. And while others were busy dressing up for fake favor, you were stripping off everything that didn't align with heaven. That's why your spirit is still whole. That's why your peace hasn't cracked. Because you didn't just avoid the wrong doors. You recognized them before they could devour you. Pauper Benedict Schutzstein, one of the most theologically profound minds of the modern church, once said, "The world offers you comfort, but you were not made for comfort. You were made for greatness." You understood this. You didn't fall for glitter. You remembered who you are. And that memory protected you from needing to be picked by platforms that never deserved your presence. Jamir, a former fashion executive in Paris, was offered a six-figure brand director role with a global conglomerate. On paper, it was perfect. But the contract required him to approve exploitative labor in countries with no protections. Quietly, it declined. Friends called him insane. A year later, he launched his own ethically sourced fashion line, which caught the attention of a global human rights organization that now sponsors his brand. He didn't just reject a job. He preserved a legacy somewhere deep in the red canyons of Arizona. A plant called the agave grows slowly, quietly, and in dry isolation. It takes decades to bloom, but when it does, it erupts in a towering stalk, full of medicinal strength and beauty. It doesn't bloom often, but when it does, you can't ignore it. That's what you've been. Unbothered, unrushed, undeniable. Better is a little with righteousness than great revenues without right. Proverbs 16:8. And in Psalm 84:10, it's written, "I would rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than dwell in the tents of the wicked." You didn't just walk away from doors, you honored heaven's standard. And now, that choice is marking you in rooms you didn't even know existed. There's someone watching now, someone who did walk through those shiny doors. Someone who played the game and won the spotlight but lost themselves in the process, and when they see you, they see what they missed. You didn't sell your soul to get close to power. You became powerful by staying true. They're not seeking another polished persona. They're seeking authentic authority, and you carry it, not because you pushed to be seen, but because you were willing to disappear until the time was right. They're coming not for the version of you that would have bowed to influence, but for the version that walked away. Because when you said no, you didn't lose favor. You became its keeper. Number 11. You didn't just survive the fire, you let it shape your spirit. You didn't treat the fire like a punishment. You treated it like a forge, while others begged for shortcuts and exit routes. You stood still inside the heat, inside the heartbreak, inside the spiritual silence, and let God temper you, not toast you. You weren't rushing to be rescued. You were willing to be remade. And that single decision changed everything. Most people crumble when tested, but you became impossible to counterfeit. What makes a person choose fire over escape? What kind of soul stares down rejection, confusion, and spiritual warfare and refuses to lose clarity? What depth does it take to stay present in loneliness so severe it echoes? You didn't compromise to feel seen again. You didn't dilute yourself just to be accepted. You let the ache teach you. You let the silence press meaning into your bones. That's why you walk differently now. That's why your energy feels ancient. Even if your body is young, you moved like the prophet Elijah, who, after calling down fire from heaven, sat under a tree alone, not begging for applause, but asking for death. It kingsnitten, Fearot. But God met him there, not to remove the fire, but to feed him for the next assignment. You carried the spirit of Job, who lost everything, was misunderstood by his friends, but still said, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him." Job 13:15. And like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, you stood inside a literal furnace, not hoping to avoid the flames, but knowing God would walk with you in them. Daniel 3:25. You didn't need answers. You needed alignment, and you got it. That's why there's a stillness to you now, a spiritual gravity. It's not trauma, it's transformation. People can't always articulate it, but they feel it. You've been through something real, and instead of breaking, you absorbed the fire until it obeyed you. You carry the kind of peace that makes chaos back down without raising your voice. Cardinal Raniero Cantalamessa, preacher to the papal household under 3 popes, once said, "Holiness is not about not falling, but about rising quickly after we fall, and letting the fire of suffering make us transparent to the light of Christ." You reflect that kind of light now, not because you perform it, but because you lived through the kind of spiritual furnace most people avoid at all costs. Lucien, a high-level security consultant, spent 6 years in isolation after being falsely accused in a corporate sabotage case. His name was trashed, his career frozen, but instead of running, he retreated into deep spiritual formation. He studied theology in secret, worked night jobs, and kept silent. Years later, the truth came out, and a global agency now hires him not just for expertise, but for his discernment, his peace under pressure, and the scars that made him unshakable. Somewhere in the volcanic valleys of Hawaii, black obsidian is formed. It's not just rock, it's cooled lava. Sharpened under pressure, it cuts deeper than steel, but only because it survived the furnace. You've become like that, a tool in God's hand, formed by fire, but not consumed by it. Precise, silent, powerful. When you pass through the fire, you shall not be burned, and the flame shall not consume you. Isaiah 43:2. And Romans 5:3-4 reminds us, we glory in tribulation, for tribulation produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. That's your sequence. That's your fingerprint. Now, Someone in a position of real reach is paying attention. They've seen success. They've met people who can speak well under pressure. But what they haven't seen is someone tempered by it. Someone who didn't fake their way to influence, but was forged to carry it. They feel your weight, your silence, your presence, your depth, and they respect it. They don't want the loud ones. They don't want the clever manipulators. They want someone who's already been through the fire, because those are the only ones who won't fold when the pressure returns. You're not just being invited now because you're gifted. You're being chosen because you're trusted, not just with opportunity, but with legacy. Number 12. You let your faith age like wine, while they craved soda pop miracles. You weren't interested in spiritual fireworks. You were interested in flame that stayed. While everyone else was sprinting toward quick flashes of validation, chasing viral moments, emotional highs, and overnight affirmations, you slowed down. You let your faith mature like vintage wine, aged in silence, depth, and trust. You weren't after miracles that fizzed up and vanished. You wanted something that could outlast storms. And that meant becoming someone who didn't just pray for breakthroughs, you prepared for them. Have you ever noticed how some people glow brightly for a moment, then burn out without a trace? Have you wondered why you've had to wait so long while others sped ahead? Have you wrestled with the pressure to perform, to keep up, to prove you're not falling behind? You felt it, but you didn't bow to it. You knew what was being built in. You would require more than speed. It would demand surrender. Jesus didn't begin his ministry until age 3, Luke 3:23. 30 years of hiddenness, of spiritual formation, of silent obedience. In that same spirit, David was anointed king as a teenager, but waited decades before he ever wore a crown. 1 Samuel 16:13. 2 Samuel 5-4. He was chased, betrayed, and tested, but he didn't rush the throne. And Paul, after his dramatic conversion, didn't immediately launch a ministry. Instead, he withdrew into Arabia and processed in silence for years. Galatians 1:17-18. Each one was aged slowly, just like you. The truth is, you were becoming wine in a world addicted to soda. Fizzy faith is loud, but fleeting. Yours was quiet and costly. That's why you didn't explode onto the scene. You deepened beneath it, while others built for the stage. You were building a root system beneath the soil, refusing to trade short-term buzz for long-term power. And now that root system is bearing weight. Maya Angelou, the legendary poet and civil rights icon, once said, "All great achievements require time." She was 41 when her breakthrough memoir, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, was published after decades of work behind the scenes. She didn't race to be seen. She let her voice be formed through time, pain, and truth. And you, too, were willing to become before being celebrated. Anita, a midwife in rural Portugal, spent 15 years serving quietly, no spotlight, no fame. She helped deliver over 900 babies in secret homes and remote villages. She turned down interviews and refused awards. People said she was wasting her potential. But one day, a global maternal health NGO heard about her work because one of the babies she saved became a national journalist. Anita didn't chase recognition. It came looking for her. A tree like the giant sequoia. For its first few years, it barely breaks through the earth, while other plants bloom fast and fade. The sequoia is anchoring itself deep, slow, unshakeable, and then, decades later, it rises to heights no flower could ever touch. You've been growing like that, hidden, rooted, unbothered by applause, prepared for permanence. But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles, Isaiah 40-31, and Ecclesiastes 3:11 declares. He has made everything beautiful in its time. You didn't try to control the clock. You trusted the God behind it. And now, your strength isn't just visible, it's trusted. That's why someone in power is paying attention. Not because you were loud, not because you marketed yourself well, but because your life feels different. They've seen people with big personalities and no backbone. They've seen launches with no legacy. But when they look at you, they see durability. They sense wisdom in your restraint. They know you can carry what would crush others. They're done with hype. They want holy. They're tired of sparkle. They want stability. And that's what you are now, solid, seasoned, sacred. They've watched people rise on charisma and fall from a lack of character. But you didn't blow up. You grew up, and in a world still addicted to instant, that makes you rare. That makes you essential. Number 13. You never needed a pulpit because your life was the sermon. You weren't chasing the spotlight. You were carrying the fire. In a world obsessed with platforms, microphones, and titles, you took the opposite route. You didn't clamor to be heard. You chose to be true. You never begged for a stage because you understood something most people miss. The most powerful sermons are lived, not spoken. While others were curating moments for attention, you were cultivating integrity in obscurity. You let your heartbreak preach louder than applause ever could. You let your survival speak through your silence. And even when no one was clapping, something in the spirit realm was standing to attention. Your quiet endurance, your grace under pressure, your refusal to collapse into bitterness when betrayal came, that became the sermon they couldn't ignore. You didn't memorize scriptures just to quote them. You became living proof of them. Has it ever hit you how many people can quote truth but can't live it? Have you ever sat in a room full of noise and realized your quiet truth had more weight than the loudest voice? Have you felt the tension of being overlooked, not because you lacked depth, but because your truth made people uncomfortable? That wasn't rejection. It was divine separation. You were walking like Joseph. Long before Pharaoh called for you, Genesis 41-14, silent, steady, misunderstood. You were living out the lesson before the invitation came. And like Daniel, your consistency under pressure spoke for you in places where others compromised for survival. Daniel 6:10. You weren't flashy, but you were faithful, and heaven honors that. Jesus himself didn't scream his truth, he embodied it. I am the way, the truth, and the life, he said, John 14:6. And he walked it even when mocked, beaten, and crucified. No podium, no applause, just presence. You've been doing the same in your own wilderness, becoming the sermon the broken didn't know they needed. Jean Vanier, a Canadian humanitarian and philosopher, founded the L'Arche movement, a global community where people with and without intellectual disabilities live together with dignity. He didn't preach flashy sermons. He washed feet, listened deeply, carried pain quietly. His life was the message. In his words, we are not called by God to do extraordinary things, but to do ordinary things with extraordinary love. That's the kind of legacy that doesn't need a pulpit, it becomes one. Take Rainer. a once homeless survivor in Madrid who spent 10 years feeding undocumented immigrants in back alleys and shelters. She never filmed it, never told her story. But one of those immigrants now, a senator, shared her name at a global humanitarian forum. Reina didn't chase platforms, but the truth she lived became her resume. Or consider the black pearl oyster. It lives deep beneath the ocean's surface, far from the sun, never trying to shine. Yet in its darkness, layer after layer of substance forms, until something priceless emerges. That's you. You didn't shout for attention, but something rare was forming in your stillness. You weren't loud, but your life carried volume. And now someone in power, someone who's tired of charisma without character, is watching. They've seen enough glossy brands and hollow vessels, but in you, they see the kind of depth that doesn't need marketing. You didn't rehearse a message. You became it. Let your light so shine before others, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven. Matthew 5:16. That's exactly what happened. You didn't push your way into influence. You attracted it through authenticity. You were becoming vital in a world full of virtual, and now, they're not trying to put you on a stage to use you. They want to partner with what you've already built in the dark. Not to change you, not to perform you, but to amplify you. Because what you carry didn't come from applause. It came from surviving fire with wholeness. It came from choosing integrity when bitterness was easier. It came from being real in a world made of plastic. And now, the world is finally ready for the kind of presence you've been quietly carrying all along. Number 14. You scared systems because you chose kingdom. You weren't rebellious. You were royal. And that distinction changed everything. While others bowed to man-made structures built on fear, favoritism, and flattery, you were silently building loyalty to a king they couldn't control. That's why they didn't understand you. You were moving with kingdom instruction while they were still playing by corrupted blueprints. You didn't resist systems because of pride. You resisted because your spirit wouldn't let you become what God never designed. You didn't sign deals just because they were shiny. You didn't join alliances just because they were powerful. You walked away from what could have boosted your status because something sacred in you knew the wrong system can kill the right assignment. That's not rebellion. That's obedience under pressure. Have you ever asked yourself why your no hit harder than most people's yes? Why certain rooms got quiet when you spoke truth without fear? Why people with titles felt threatened by someone without one? It wasn't your tone. It was your authority, and it didn't come from their approval. It came from heaven, like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. You stood while everyone else bowed. Daniel 3:18. Not because you wanted attention, but because you couldn't pretend your loyalty was for sale. And just like Jeremiah, you were misunderstood, rejected by your own, imprisoned by systems, but faithful to a vision they didn't see. Jeremiah 20:1-2. That kind of integrity doesn't just challenge broken systems, it terrifies them. You weren't trying to be disruptive. You were just being obedient. And that's what made you a threat, not to goodness, but to manipulation, not to order, but to counterfeit power. You didn't rage against the structure. You simply refused to let the structure define you. That is what shook their grip. Bible verse: do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. You lived that. You didn't just post it. You didn't flirt with empire to survive. You walked with the kingdom to thrive. Frantz Fanon, the revolutionary psychiatrist and writer from Martinique, once said. The oppressed will always believe the worst about themselves, but you didn't. While others internalized the lie that they had to become small to be accepted, you stayed big in spirit. Even when that meant being exiled, you reminded those watching that it's possible to be powerful and principled. That scared them. Take Marcellus, a corporate whistleblower who walked away from a 6-figure job because he discovered financial exploitation of single mothers in his firm's lending algorithms. Everyone told him to shut up and rise quietly. Instead, he chose righteousness. He filed reports, was demoted, and eventually walked. Years later, the company collapsed, and the new CEO, the intern Marcellus once mentored, now they're inviting him back. Not as a pawn, but as a partner, because truth never dies. It waits. Or picture the giant redwood tree, towering and ancient, whose roots stretch wide beneath the forest floor. It doesn't fear storms. It outlasts them, while younger trees break or bend. The redwood anchors. It doesn't have to fight the system, it outgrows it. That's you. They tried to contain you, but you were never born to fit. You were born to expand. People once dismissed you as difficult, but now they're seeing you as different. People who once labeled you as a problem are realizing you carry the solution. And someone in a position of power, someone who used to benefit from the very systems you exposed, is now awakening. They're re-evaluating everything. Why? Because they've seen what blind loyalty to broken frameworks produces: burnout, betrayal, and shallow success. And now, in a sea of sameness, they see you. They saw you walk away from manipulation and not flinch. They saw you speak with restraint when you had receipts. They saw you choose vision over vanity, and that left a mark. You're not dangerous because you're chaotic. You're dangerous because you're consecrated. You carry order that doesn't come from their politics. You carry strategy that wasn't birthed in a boardroom. And now, the very person who once called you a misfit is calling you a map, because what you refused to compromise, that's what they now need to rebuild the ruins. You didn't burn bridges. You built altars, and heaven saw it all. You didn't fold. You didn't fake it. You didn't force open doors that were beneath the weight of your calling. You chose faith when fear seemed safer. You chose stillness when panic felt justified. You chose to believe when logic screamed, "Give up." You stayed loyal to your assignment when there was no reward in sight. And now is the moment where all of heaven begins to unveil what you carried in secret, what you preserved in pain, what you protected in silence. This is not just a season of transition. This is divine confirmation that the silence was never empty. It was strategic. The pruning wasn't punishment, it was preparation. And every single act of quiet obedience, every decision to walk away from what glittered but didn't align, every step you took in the dark without applause, all of it mattered. Heaven recorded it, and heaven is about to reward it. The time is coming where your name will rise in rooms your feet have not yet entered, where the very people who misunderstood your conviction will witness your elevation, where someone with true authority, someone who has real power, not just platform, is being drawn to what you carry and is now ready to honor it. You didn't play the game. You didn't beg to be chosen. You chose yourself when no one else did, and that alone marked you as rare, set apart, untouchable. Now the reward is chasing you, not because you were loud, not because you performed, but because you stayed true. So let me leave you with this. What if the room you were made for is already being prepared with your name on it? What if the connection you thought passed you by was actually being delayed until you were ready to receive it? What if, all along, you were never behind, you were hidden, covered, preserved for such a time as this? If this message has pierced something deep in you, don't keep it to yourself. Someone you love might be on the edge of giving up, and this truth might be the thing that pulls them back into alignment. Share it. Let it travel. Let it minister. Leave a comment down below and tell me what resonated with your spirit the most. This space isn't for empty noise, it's for remnant voices. For the real ones who know what it feels like to obey in the dark and believe without proof. Subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Turn on your notifications so you never miss when a word is sent with your name on it. Because what you just heard, it wasn't just content. It was confirmation. It was assignment. It was breath for the weary. If you feel led, support the channel through super thanks. Your gift helps this message reach even more chosen ones across the world. And whether you give or not, your presence here, your heart here, your spirit here, it means everything. To the ones who didn't fold when it got quiet, to the ones who stayed obedient when the cost got high, to the ones who walked away from fake favor just to stay in divine alignment, heaven is proud of you. I declare over your life. May the doors that open next shock you with their precision. May the rooms you enter recognize your spirit before you even speak. May the people assigned to bless you find you without delay. May the favor of God locate you and flood every forgotten place. You are not late. You are not lost. You are not overlooked. You are right on time. Thank you for walking this journey with me. And now go walk, like the reward is already chasing you, because it is. They see the shine, but not the shadows. They feel drawn to you, but they can't quite name why your presence makes something in them uncomfortable. You walk into a room, and without even trying, you shift the atmosphere. Not because you're loud, not because you're seeking attention, but because the oil on your life speaks louder than words. People are quick to say they admire your energy, your peace, your power, but what they really want is the glow-up. Not the grind, they want the result. Not the refining. What they don't realize is that the light you carry was not given, it was forged. It came through fire. Through tears you never posted, through betrayals that didn't make it to your highlight reel. You didn't just wake up chosen, you were crushed into it. And now, suddenly, everybody wants access. They want a piece of the fruit, but none of them ever asked what it took to grow the tree. They weren't around when your soil was dry and heaven felt silent. They didn't fast with you. They didn't bleed with you. They didn't war with you. But now they want a selfie with your victory, like they were part of your process. They want to be close enough to benefit, but not close enough to be changed. They like your light, but they flinch at your truth. And here's what most won't admit. Your presence confronts them, not because you're trying to, but because your very existence challenges what they settled for. You're not for everyone. And somewhere deep inside, you always knew that you were never designed to be accessible to just anybody. You're not just a vibe, you're an assignment. And with that kind of weight comes separation. With that kind of calling comes misunderstanding. That's why they watch you, copy you, gossip about you, drain you, and when they can't define you, they try to discredit you. But here's the part they missed. Chosen ones were never meant to blend in. You weren't called to be accepted. You were called to disrupt. And sometimes, God will isolate you, just to make sure no one gets the glory but Him. So let me ask you something real. Have you ever felt like you had to shrink just to survive someone else's comfort zone? like your light-offended rooms before you even opened your mouth. If you know exactly what I'm talking about, drop a 777-inch the comments. That's not a number. That's a confirmation. You're not crazy. You're just called. And to those of you who've supported this channel through Super, thanks. Thank you from the bottom of my soul. You're not just helping this message go further. You're partnering in something sacred. Because what we're about to step into now, it's not a motivational message. It's a prophetic unveiling, a spiritual autopsy. The reason why they crave your presence but reject your purpose is exactly why God chose you in the first place. Let's go. God's chosen ones. Everyone wants you, but you're not for them. And that's exactly why you're chosen. Number 1, you're not meant to be consumed. You're meant to be carried by covenant. You were never designed to be a spectacle, a trending product, or someone's emotional vending machine. Your soul wasn't woven to entertain or to satisfy temporary cravings. It was carved out for sacred assignments, measured in purpose, not popularity. Why does it always feel like people crave the aura around you, but not the burden you carry? Why do they chase your light, but never ask about the fire it took to keep it burning? You weren't crafted for surface connections. You are covenant-level depth in a world obsessed with convenience. That's why, even when you're in a room full of praise, something inside still feels unseen. People don't always want you. They want access to your discernment, your stability, your glow. But what happens when they realize your presence isn't cheap? What happens when they try to feast on something they were never meant to touch? Moses came down from the mountain, his face glowing after being with God, Exodus 34-29. And the people couldn't even look at him. They backed away. Holiness draws attention, but it also demands reverence. Do they fear your light? Or are they just trying to steal a glimpse of glory without bowing to the cost? Jesus returned to his hometown with power in his voice and clarity in his mission. Luke 4. Instead of celebrating him, they tried to throw him off a cliff. Truth, when it confronts unprepared hearts, is never welcomed. So why are you still trying to be embraced by spaces that crumble under your weight? Saint Teresa of Avila, a 16th century mystic and spiritual reformer, once said, "The closer one approaches to God, the simpler one becomes." Many have looked at your simplicity and assumed it meant you were small, never realizing that this stripped-down form was the result of divine surgery. It wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. Elijah called down fire from heaven, 1 Kings 18, stood in holy defiance, and then collapsed into isolation. The very one who shut the heavens wept in a cave, begging for death. People love the flame, but flee from the ashes. That same pattern echoes in your own life. How many admire your radiance but skip over the part where you had to survive devastation? Ilario, a master violin craftsman in Florence, poured decades into designing one singular instrument, Supracisi. Only a trained musician could release its sound. A tourist, unaware of its value, gripped it wrong and shattered it. The violin wasn't fragile, it was exact. Sacred things break in unskilled hands. And maybe that explains the wreckage left by those who tried to hold you without preparation. Cardinal Robert Sarah, the Guinean-born theologian known for his radical embrace of silence in an age of chaos, once shared, "Silence is more powerful than speech. Silence prepares the soul for truth." Your quiet was never absence. It was resistance. They called you unavailable. But you were simply protecting your sanctuary. Your design doesn't reflect popularity. It mirrors precision. The eagle doesn't circle with the pigeons. Its wings were shaped for higher altitudes, thinner air, and deeper solitude. You, too, were born for elevations that require endurance, and those who can't breathe where you're heading were never meant to fly beside you. The cactus survives where nothing else does. It stores its own water, shields itself with spines, and blooms in barren places. That kind of soul doesn't advertise itself. It thrives in silence. It doesn't chase, touch it, guards purity. Still, many want to sip from your well without knowing the cost of the water. You carry oil that came from pressing, and the more you mature, the clearer it becomes. Access to you is not a trophy. It is a test. What if your perceived distance isn't rejection, but divine boundary? What if you're not hard to reach, just hidden in plain sight for only those appointed to see you? What if the pain of being misunderstood was never punishment but protection? Number 2, your discipline isn't arrogance, it's a threat to the unanchored. They don't understand the silence you move with, so they label it with noise. In a world that rewards chaos and spectacle, the one who chooses restraint becomes the villain. Have you noticed how quickly they call you arrogant the moment you stop bleeding for approval? How fast they get uncomfortable when you no longer perform your worth for free? The truth is, they've never seen discipline wear skin before. They've never encountered someone who doesn't crave being understood to feel secure. So they mislabel your groundedness as distance. But you're not cold, you're covered. You're not distant, you've simply divorced yourself from desperation. And when you walk into a room anchored, their untethered spirits start to tremble. Jesus stood before Pilate, John 19:9, and said nothing. The silence was thunderous. It shook the halls of power. Pilate was disturbed, not by what Jesus said, but by what he refused to say. Doesn't that mirror your own encounters? When people are more offended by your calm than your chaos. King David danced before the Lord with all his might, 2 Samuel 6:14. And his wife Michal despised him for it, not because of the dance, but because of the clarity. Your presence often exposes what others pretend to be. When you're no longer begging, performing, or oversharing, they're forced to confront the hollowness of their own noise. The philosopher and theologian Blaise Pascal once said, "All of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone." How many around you are drowning in activity just to escape themselves? Your stillness becomes a mirror to their unrest. Jocelyn, a high-profile crisis negotiator in New York, built her reputation not by shouting, but by listening longer than anyone else. Her presence disarmed terrorists. She saved lives with silence, poise, and clarity. But her colleagues often called her cold. In truth, they were intimidated by how precise she had become with her energy. Isn't that what's happening to you? Luca, a young architect in Milan, stopped accepting freelance offers from high-paying firms. He chose fewer projects, fewer meetings, fewer parties. His friends accused him of acting superior. What they didn't see were the years he spent rebuilding himself after burnout and betrayal. His restraint wasn't arrogance, it was rebirth. How many people around you call your evolution attitude, simply because it reminds them of their stagnation? The snow leopard hunts in silence. It waits, watches, calculates. It doesn't roar for attention. Its excellence is invisible until it strikes. You're not loud because your power doesn't require volume. But isn't it fascinating how those addicted to applause panic when someone moves without it? A pearl stays hidden inside an oyster for years. Pressure, time, and irritation refine it in total darkness. When it finally emerges, it doesn't need an introduction. You've been in that same kind of incubation. What they call aloofness is actually the final stage of emergence. Can they really handle what you've become? Pope Benedict XVI, before retiring from the papacy, said, "The world offers you comfort, but you were not made for comfort. You were made for greatness. So, when you reject comfort, people panic. When you deny their need to be liked, they feel exposed. But none of that has anything to do with you. It's their wounds reacting to your healing. How long will you keep shrinking just to be palatable for people who've never tasted depth? Why keep explaining the sacred just to be accepted by the shallow? Why are you still treating your clarity like it needs a permission slip? What if your lack of performance is a message? What if the silence you carry is heavier than all their noise combined? What if you're not intimidating, just whole? Number 3, they want the crown, but not the crucifixion. They're drawn to the aftermath, but repelled by the agony. They want your story, but only the parts that shine. They admire the crown, but recoil from the crucifixion. Isn't it strange how the same people who envy your harvest never stayed through your winter? They crave your elevation, yet can't stomach the silence it took to survive the valley. They call it favor without realizing favor doesn't fall on the surface. It's buried in long nights of not knowing if your next breath will hold you up or drop you down. What they see now is curated your glow, your grace, your clarity. But they never witnessed the nights you begged heaven for breath. They weren't there when you screamed into pillows soaked with prayers, asking God for one more ounce of strength. Where were they when your soul cracked under the weight of obedience, when your knees bruised from prayer, and your voice broke before breakthrough? They want access to the oil, but forget the olive was crushed before it flowed. Job lost everything: his children, his wealth, his health. Job 1:2. His friends blamed him. His wife told him to curse God and die. And yet, he stayed. The man we quote for his patience was first broken beyond human comprehension. So when people say they want your anointing, ask them, can they endure the stripping that comes before the blessing? Would they still stay if God went silent? Paul and Silas praised God in prison, Acts 16:25-26, before the chains fell off. Everyone wants the breakthrough. But how many can praise through bruises? How many could stand where you stood? Not with applause, but with shackles. Can they praise when there's no audience, just pain and metal and midnight? Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch Christian who hid Jews during the Holocaust, was imprisoned in Ravensbrück concentration camp. She said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." People celebrate her legacy, but few could endure her pain. How many of those circling your light today would have stood beside you in the dark? Would they still quote your resilience if they saw your collapse? Elena, a gifted dancer in Paris, lost both legs in a train accident. Years later, she returned not to the stage but to teach children with disabilities how to move with purpose. Today, critics call her grace incarnate, but behind her choreography are years of sobbing on cold hospital tiles, wondering if she'd ever be loved again. They see the teacher, but not the trauma. The applause is loud now, but it never echoed when she was learning how to exist again. Jonas, once homeless in Detroit, now runs a non-profit feeding thousands. People line up to shake his hand, to tag him in photos. But no one asks about the nights he slept under a bridge with frost-bitten fingers and an empty stomach. His rise came not from handouts, but from the resolve not to let bitterness eat him alive. His strength wasn't a gift, it was a war he survived, while everyone else walked past him like he was invisible. The oak tree doesn't grow overnight. It takes years beneath the surface, its roots stretching in silence, anchoring before rising. You are that oak. What they now admire came from growth in the dark. But people don't want the darkness. They want the shade. They want to sit under your covering, but won't endure the drought that shaped your bark. The phoenix is born through fire, but no one celebrates the ashes. They only show up once you're flying again. Isn't that the pattern? They ghost you when you're gutted, and return when you're glowing. They don't remember the fire, only the wings. Saint Ignatius of Loyola, founder of the Jesuits, once walked barefoot across Spain in agony, battling both physical and spiritual torment. His legacy transformed nations, but his path was littered with rejection, illness, and spiritual desolation. When the world quotes your wisdom, they rarely research your wounds. When they repost your strength, they never revisit your silence. So when they ask for your fruit, but mock your fall, remember, they want a seat at the table you built. But none of them brought wood when you were building. Why do they feel entitled to your harvest when they never planted in your famine? Why are they trying to brand your name after they buried it? What if your glow isn't just light, it's residue from fires you survived? What if your power is sourced not from prestige, but from scars? What if their applause now is just noise, not reverence? You remember who stood by you when you were nothing but ashes. You remember who clapped in silence, and it wasn't them. So don't be guilted into giving away what cost you everything, just to make spectators feel included. Your story is sacred, and not everyone who sees the stage deserves a backstage pass, especially not those who only show up for the encore. Number 4. Your life breaks their illusions. Not their hearts, but they still hate you for it. You didn't ask to be someone's wake-up call, but here you are, breathing, proof that excuses are lies dressed as limitations. You exist with scars still healing and purpose still unfolding. And somehow, that alone causes tremors in people who've built their identity around blame. They feel the quake when you walk in, not because you're loud, but because your alignment is. How can you smile after betrayal? How do you still rise when everything tried to bury you? How do you keep building with bare hands when others quit with full tools? They won't ask these questions out loud, but they're screaming inside. Because you don't fit their narrative, you rupture it. Your life is an indictment against their indifference. Joseph was thrown into a pit by his brothers, Genesis 37. Sold, forgotten, and falsely imprisoned. Yet he rose to command a nation. His existence later confronted his brother's guilt, not with revenge, but with redemption. When you survive what should have buried you, you force people to face what they refused to become. Nehemiah rebuilt Jerusalem's wall with one hand on the stone and one hand on the sword. Nehemiah 4:17. Surrounded by mockery, threats, sabotage, he kept building. You carry the same resilience. They mock your ambition, but it's a defense mechanism. They want your drive, but not your discipline. And when you don't collapse, they call you cold. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "There comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but one must take it because conscience tells him it is right." You've been forced to take that position again and again when silence would have kept you liked. And obedience to your call made you a target. Angela, a visual artist in Brazil, turned trauma into bold canvases. Her abuse was dismissed, her truth ridiculed. Years later, when her work went global, those same critics tried to brand themselves as her earliest believers. She never sought revenge. She just kept painting. What they called aggression was healing with color. Isn't that the same accusation they throw at you? Too intense, too focused, too much? Marcus, raised in a broken foster system, was expected to repeat cycles. Instead, he built a tech company that mentors underprivileged youth. Former classmates mock him for trying to be special, but what they see isn't arrogance, it's disruption. His life is a confrontation they never asked for. So is yours. The mirror lake reflects what stands before it without distortion. That's what you are. Not their enemy, their mirror. You show them what they could be if they chose transformation over trend, covenant over comfort. But reflections are uncomfortable when you've been living in shadows. The diamond doesn't apologize for being formed under pressure. Its shine mocks excuses. So does yours. And no matter how soft your voice is, your life screams, you could have made it too. If you chose growth over excuse. I'll do. Romans 5:3-4 says, we glory in our sufferings, because suffering produces perseverance, character, and character. Hope. They skip that process. They want the hope without the heat. But you burned and came back as clarity. Isaiah 61:3 speaks of giving beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of despair. That's you now wearing what was once weaponized against you. They see your praise and forget your pain. They envy your peace but ignore the pruning. So why does your peace offend them? Why do they whisper about your intensity, your distance, your growth? Why do they assume your success is a mask when it's actually your healing? Why are they threatened by your alignment? Why do they try to shrink you back into the version they could tolerate? Why do they fight your breakthrough like it's an attack on their identity? Because it is. When someone builds their whole life around excuses, your survival is too loud. It demands accountability. It forces reckoning. So they either evolve or attack. And most choose attack. But that's never been your lane. You don't match pettiness with pettiness. You walk with holy focus. You were never meant to soothe people's guilt. You were meant to confront it without speaking. Number 5. You're not too much, you're just. Finally full in a world that starves for real. The shift is subtle but seismic. When you walk into a room, the atmosphere shifts not because you're loud, but because you're whole. And for people used to shallow waves, depth always feels like a threat. They say you're too intense. But what they really mean is, you're reminding me how much of myself I've silenced. Mary Magdalene broke the alabaster jar at Jesus' feet. Luke 7:37-38. The room gasped, not because she was offensive, but because she was too honest in a space that worshipped protocol. Your vulnerability carries that same weight. You've done the sacred work of healing. And that presence reveals the places others still hide from. They aren't upset because you speak too deeply. They're uncomfortable because your voice makes their surface-level comfort tremble. They don't understand that you had to unlearn survival just to taste freedom. And now your wholeness radiates like sunlight in a room built for shadows. Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Romans 12:2. You didn't just read that verse, you embodied it. And that transformation didn't happen overnight. It took years of sitting in silence, forgiving people who never apologized, confronting the pain you once called personality. You stopped numbing, started listening, and that made your frequency clean, rare, and disruptive. Frida Kahlo, the legendary Mexican painter, once said, "I never paint dreams or nightmares. I paint my own reality." Her art raw, vulnerable, unfiltered, was once mocked for being too much, too honest, too painful. But today, her work is revered because it told the truth when everyone else was hiding. You walk with that same unapologetic clarity. You don't dilute to be digestible. Nia, a midwife in rural South Africa, is known for singing to the babies she delivers. Locals say the children she helps bring into the world cry less, sleep deeper. One doctor once told her to stop, that it was too much. She smiled and replied, "Peace isn't too much. It's just rare." You carry that same vibration, misunderstood by those who can't measure the spiritual with scientific tools. Jesus flipped the tables in the temple, Matthew 21:12-13. People called him disruptive, but he wasn't chaotic. He was holy in a room full of corruption. You're not loud, you're clear. And clarity scares those addicted to confusion. Some will say you love too hard, think too deeply, feel too much. But those are not flaws. Those are the fruits of a healed life. You no longer perform to be seen or shrink to be safe. You now operate at a frequency where pretending can't survive. And that frequency rattles people who've built their lives on illusions. Butterflies never apologize for their color. They were once crawling in the dirt. Now they fly. You've evolved, and you're not sorry for it. When you enter a space, you carry the story of transformation without needing to say a word. That light exposes things people aren't ready to deal with. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. John 1:5. Your light doesn't just illuminate, it convicts. And conviction is only painful to those still resisting growth. They want to admire your glow without questioning their shadows. Rick Rubin, the legendary music producer, built entire genres while dressing like a hermit monk. When asked about his unusual approach to creativity, he said, "I'm not trying to be different. I'm just not willing to be less." That's you. You're not performing. You're just full. Amira, once a political journalist in conflict zones, left everything to create a storytelling workshop for abused women in Jordan. Critics called it too emotional, too heavy. But her students say her presence feels like oxygen. That's what your energy does too. It breathes life into dead places. And that can feel like too much for those who've grown comfortable in numbness. The ocean doesn't apologize for being deep. It just exists. And those who can't swim will always call it dangerous. You're not dangerous, you're just not surface level. You're not too much. You're too full of truth to play empty. You're too awake to keep performing sleep. And those who whisper too intense under their breath don't hate you. They envy the freedom you fought for. Number 6. You weren't planted for the spotlight. You were sent to disrupt the sleepwalkers. Some people were born to entertain the crowd. You were not. Your spirit was not wired for applause. It was forged in silence, in shadows, in places where popularity would have killed your clarity. And you've always felt it, that holy dissonance, that sacred resistance to fitting in where you were never meant to stay. When John the Baptist cried out in the wilderness, John 1:23, he wasn't dressed for the temple or trained for the platform, but heaven backed his voice. His assignment wasn't popularity, it was preparation. Yours is too. Your life speaks what people spend years trying to avoid. Truth that doesn't beg to be liked. The deeper you go, the fewer the hand claps. Because prophetic presence doesn't flatter, it fractures illusion. You're not here to echo culture. You're here to correct it. John 15:18 says, if the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. You weren't misunderstood because you failed. You were misunderstood because you carry what confronts the false security others depend on. That disapproval? It's proof you've stopped entertaining dysfunction. Malala Yousafzai, the Nobel Peace Prize-winning activist, was shot in the head for daring to believe girls deserved education. She wasn't trying to be famous. She was walking in prophetic assignment, and her impact, eternal. You're cut from that same cloth, not made for crowds, but for callings. Why do so many misread your silence as arrogance? Why do your words make rooms go quiet instead of loud? Why do people either magnetize to you or walk away offended? Why is your presence too serious for people who live in performance mode? Why do you lose numbers when you start speaking truth? Why do the ones who mock you in public borrow your language in private? Because you weren't planted to keep them comfortable. You were planted to make them choose, grow, or stay shallow. And that's exactly what prophetic presence does. It forces decision. Jeremiah didn't want to speak either. Jeremiah 1-6-9. He told God he was too young, too unqualified. But heaven didn't consult credentials. God said, I have put my words in your mouth. You weren't self-assigned. You were heaven-sent. Banksy, the anonymous street artist whose work flips culture on its head, never sought mainstream galleries, yet his art became globally prophetic, exposing injustice, capitalism, and human apathy with a single spray. He wasn't trying to entertain. He was built to awaken. Rosa, a humble seamstress in a rural town, began praying out loud in her bus every morning. People rolled their eyes until one day, a man said her prayer stopped him from committing suicide. No fame, no stage, just obedience. And it altered eternity. That's what your life is doing, even if you don't see the impact yet. Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a donkey, Matthew 21-5. The people cheered, thinking he came to overthrow Rome. But he came to overthrow hearts. When their expectations weren't met, the cheers turned to hate. You carry that same reversal. People will misunderstand you when you don't play the role they projected onto you. Crows gather in flocks, but falcons fly alone. One moves to noise, the other by focus. You weren't created to move with the masses. You were made to pierce the sky alone. A tree planted deep doesn't fear the drought. Your impact will not be quick, but it will be permanent. You were rooted, not rushed, planted, not paraded. That's why your circle is small, but your fruit is weighty. 1 Corinthians 2:14 says, the person without the Spirit does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God. They are discerned only through the Spirit. That explains the confusion. You're not too deep. They're just not built to swim in what you carry. Makoto Fujimura, Japanese-American artist and founder of the slow art movement, creates work using ancient Nihonga methods with precious minerals like gold and platinum. His art takes years, but when it's done, it speaks without a word. His silence is prophetic. His pace, holy. You're sculpted from that same stillness. So when the crowd doesn't cheer and the platform stays quiet, don't retreat. Prophet don't need stages. They need surrender. You weren't sent to go viral. You were sent to go vertical. They are the echo. You are the sound. Number 7. You can't be owned because you were never empty enough to be bought. People keep trying to handle you like a transaction. Offer a little attention. Sprinkle a compliment. Flash a title. A promise. A platform. And then wait, expecting you to leap. Attack. Or lose yourself chasing the illusion. But you just don't. Not because you're playing hard to get, but because you're not playing at all. They don't realize they're trying to seduce someone who's already married to purpose. You don't move out of lack. You move out of alignment. Daniel refused the king's food. Daniel 1:8-9. Not because he was arrogant, but because his covenant couldn't be negotiated. You carry that same posture. You don't need to be fed with status. You've already tasted substance. So why do they call you cold when you set boundaries? Why does your no sound louder than their manipulation? Why do people crumble when they realize their usual tricks don't work on you? Why do they question your warmth just because you won't shrink? Why does your refusal feel like rejection to them? Why do they hate your freedom when it exposes their addiction to control? Because your independence doesn't come from rebellion. It comes from healing. You already did the internal excavation that made you whole. That's why crumbs don't impress you. That's why attention doesn't seduce you. You don't chase connection. You discern it. Psalm 16:5 says, Lord, you alone are my portion and my cup. You make my lot secure. You're not clinging to people to feel complete. You're walking from a place of already being filled. Zaha Hadid, the legendary Iraqi-British architect, broke every mold in a male-dominated industry. They told her she was too bold, too abstract, too complicated. But she never diluted her vision. She didn't beg for acceptance. She built the future on her own terms. Just like you, you're not difficult. You're simply uncompromising. Levi, a music producer from São Paulo, once walked away from $1 million contract because the label wanted to change his message. People called him crazy. Now his underground gospel tracks are used in trauma recovery clinics across Brazil. You don't fold for the deal. You wait for divine timing, and that difference can't be faked. When Jesus was tempted in the wilderness, Matthew 4:1-11, the enemy offered him kingdoms, power, glory. But Jesus answered with truth. He didn't need what was already his, and neither do you. You don't grasp for what you're already seated in. The lion doesn't hunt to prove it's a lion. It hunts because it knows what it's worth. You don't roar for attention. You move in silence, and the atmosphere obeys. People think they can own you by offering a platform, a title, a place in their circle. But you've built your own table. You know what it costs to be whole, and you won't trade your peace for proximity. Isaiah 43:1 reminds you, I have called you by name, you are mine. You're already claimed, not by man, but by the one who crafted your calling in fire. Said, the iconic Nigerian-British singer, once disappeared from the public eye for nearly a decade. When asked why, she said, I prefer to live in silence than be consumed by noise. When she returned, she didn't chase relevance. Relevance chased her. You don't need the spotlight. The spotlight has to adjust to your frequency. Ruth didn't chase Boaz, Ruth 2:4. She simply moved with integrity, and favor found her. You don't chase what's meant for you. It aligns with you naturally, divinely, and without distortion. Dalia, a trauma therapist in Argentina, quietly walks out of sessions when she senses manipulation even from colleagues. One time, she walked away from a speaking tour that glorified pain, but never led people to wholeness. She said, "Not every platform deserves my presence. Neither does yours. A mountain doesn't chase climbers. It stands immovable. Some will reach its peak. Most won't, but its majesty remains. That's you, unshaken, unowned, undeniable." The phoenix doesn't rise because it needs to be seen. It rises because it refused to die. You rise the same way, not to impress, but to fulfill. So when they call you cold, what they mean is, I can't control you. When they call you guarded, what they mean is, my tricks don't work here. And when they say you're hard to love, what they really mean is, you won't settle for being consumed. You're not closed. You're consecrated, and that's why you can't be possessed. Number 8. They want proximity, but not the price. They orbit, but they don't commit. They hover near your light, hoping to bask in its warmth, without ever anchoring to its source. They show up in your inbox, in your comments, in your circles, smiling, celebrating, pretending. But when truth arrives, when depth is required, when growth becomes non-negotiable, they vanish. Because what they truly craved was not covenant, it was clout. It's not personal, it's spiritual. You carry a presence that reveals intentions, and when someone's motives are shallow, they won't survive your atmosphere. In 2 Kings 2:2, Elijah tells Elisha to stay behind. But Elisha insists on staying close, not because he wanted Elijah's fame, but because he was aligned with the assignment. That's the difference between people who are called to walk with you and those just here for the shine. Why do they show up when you're winning, but go silent when you're wounded? Why do they ask for your time, but never honor it? Why do they claim your name, but can't defend it when it matters? Why do they want the platform without the price? Why do they treat your soul like a subscription? Why do they chase access, then fumble stewardship? You are not a product. You are a mantle. And people think they can just plug into you for power, forgetting that power without preparation burns. Jesus fed the 5,000, John 6:1-15, and the crowds followed. But the moment he spoke of sacrifice, covenant, and spiritual cost, they scattered. Only the few remained. Sound familiar? You carry a presence that draws, but a purpose that divides. It separates fans from followers. Pope Francis, the first Jesuit pope, once said, "You cannot proclaim the gospel of Jesus without the tangible witness of life." That's your life. Not flashy, but weighty. Not for spectacle, but for substance. And most can't handle the weight, so they play at the surface. And you've stopped entertaining it. Lena, a self-taught artist from Lisbon, used to let her friends hang in her studio all day. They said they supported her, but never respected her process. One day, she closed the studio to everyone but one woman who prayed with her before every painting. That's when her work sold internationally. Some were tourists. One was tribe. Proverbs 18:24 says, "A man of many companions may come to ruin, but there is a friend who sticks closer than a brother." That kind of friendship doesn't come often. That kind of loyalty can't be faked. You're not hard to be close to. You're just costly, not in ego, in energy. Because carrying revelation means not everyone gets a seat near you. Some people want to warm themselves by your fire, but would never throw on a log when the flame dims. Vanessa Nakate, Ugandan climate activist, was cropped out of a photo with white European activists at a UN summit. Her visibility was inconvenient to their narrative, but she didn't shrink. She amplified her own voice and built a movement that couldn't be ignored. You don't need to be included to stay anointed. Moses was surrounded by people who praised him for bringing them out, but cursed him when water ran dry. Exodus 17. He wasn't their entertainer. He was their intercessor. And you carry that same burden. The ability to serve those who don't always see your cost. A volcano dormant outside, burning within. Everyone wants to climb it for the view. Few understand the tension beneath the surface. Your stillness isn't emptiness, it's restrained eruption. And people confuse accessibility with emptiness. But you're not a public park. You're a sacred place. Raya, a New York-based speaker, once revoked every collaboration that treated her like a token. When asked why, she simply said, "I'm not a prop. I'm a purpose." That's the frequency you're on now. Higher, holier, heavier. Isaiah 6:8 says, "Here I am. Send me." But that verse came after Isaiah had a vision, was cleansed, and purified by fire. That kind of calling doesn't come to the casual, it comes to the consecrated. An eagle builds its nest in high places, away from predators. You weren't meant to nest in noise. You were built for elevation, not exposure. That's why the more aligned you become, the smaller your circle feels, and the louder your spirit gets. So release the ones who never intended to stay, the ones who wanted your presence, but rejected your standard. Let them go, not with bitterness, but with clarity. Because what God is building through you requires companions, not consumers. Alignment, not applause. Covenant, not convenience. Number 9. You're the blueprint, not the bonus. They thought you were the pretty add-on, the cherry on top, the sparkle to complete their narrative, but they were wrong. You weren't sent to accessorize. You were sent to anchor. You're not the decoration they never realized you were the divine design. You didn't arrive to blend in with their dysfunction or co-sign their cycles. You walked in carrying strategy, structure, and sacred standards. And that made you dangerous. Because when you're whole, it convicts everything built on pretending. In Nehemiah 2:17-18. The prophet didn't come with flattery. He came with blueprints to rebuild broken walls. You carry that same assignment. You're the answer, not the applause. Why do they treat your direction like control? Why do they resist the very structure they ask God for? Why do they reject the mirror you hold up? Why does your clarity feel like criticism to them? Why do they say you're too much when you're only being honest? Why do they shrink from your presence but stay close to your light? Because your presence forced decision, and most would rather decorate the broken than dismantle it. In Mark 10:17-22, the rich young ruler asked Jesus how to inherit eternal life. But when Jesus told him the cost, he walked away. He wanted blessings, not blueprint. That story keeps repeating over and over again in your life. Angela Merkel, former German Chancellor, was known not for flair, but for function. Git, firm, calculating. She wasn't the star people expected, but her blueprint stabilized Europe through chaos. Power isn't always loud. Sometimes it just doesn't bend. Elio, a systems consultant from Montreal, once helped a megachurch automate their donation tracking, but when he suggested cutting frivolous spending and increasing support to widows, he was iced out. He didn't flatter, he fixed. And that's why he got labeled difficult, just like you. They wanted your presence, but not your principle. Your gifts, but not your gravity. They mistook your order for control. Your standards for judgment. Your boldness for arrogance. But what they couldn't admit was this: you made them confront what they'd rather ignore. Ezekiel was sent to a rebellious people. Ezekiel 2-3:7. God told him, "Speak, even if they don't listen." That's your call too. You weren't sent to please. You were sent to plant. You don't fix broken homes with pretty curtains, said Yvonne Orji, Nigerian-American actress and outspoken woman of faith. That line came in response to Hollywood trying to soften her message. She refused. You do too. Mira, a child therapist in Nairobi, once left her role at a prestigious international school after the leadership mocked her for introducing silent time into classrooms. 2 years later, the school reintroduced her practice, rebranded under a consultant. They paid 50x more. The blueprint was always hers, but they couldn't honor it until someone else watered it down. An oak tree doesn't bend to decorate a garden. It changes the landscape. You're the oak. People wanted to plant flowers around you, but you were sent to grow roots and rebuild foundations. A river doesn't flow to entertain the stones. It carves valleys. And while many admire the sound of the current, few are willing to be reshaped by its force. You weren't sent to soothe. You were sent to shift. When the Apostle Paul corrected Peter in Galatians 2:11-14, it wasn't personal, it was preservation. Real connection includes confrontation. Real covenant isn't cosmetic. Shirin Ebadi, the Iranian Nobel Peace Prize winner, didn't rise by seeking attention. She fought in silence, endured exile, and confronted entire systems because the blueprint within her refused to bend. She wasn't an accessory to change. She was its architect. And you didn't show up to be cute. You came to construct. You don't raise your standards to push people away. You raise them to protect what's sacred. So when they minimize you, misread you, or misuse, you remember this: blueprints are rarely celebrated in the beginning, but without them, nothing stable gets built. Let them go if they'd rather keep painting over cracks. You weren't born to patch things up. You were born to pour foundations. And when walls fall for rejecting your voice, don't grieve. Architects don't beg bricks to stay standing. They draw new lines, lay new stone, and keep building. Number 10. They're drawn to you, but can't digest you. They linger around your presence like moths circling flame, fascinated, wide-eyed, yet twitching in discomfort. There's something about you they can't explain. You don't sparkle. You strike. You don't flatter. You ignite. There's a holiness in your silence, a weight in your words, a stillness that convicts louder than chaos. And it's that quiet disruption that unsettles them most. They gather, smile, nod, pretend to relate, but deep down, they're choking on the depth you carry. Because you don't just walk in insight, you walk in revelation. And revelation doesn't flirt, it pierces. In Luke 4:28-30, Jesus spoke in the synagogue with such piercing authority that those who heard him, who moments before admired him, tried to throw him off a cliff. He didn't change. Their comfort did. Truth tends to do that. Why do they applaud your presence but flee your truth? Why do they sit at your table, then push away the plate when it's time to eat? Why do they cry out for healing, then reject the process that requires them to change? Why do they call for light, but fear exposure? Why do they say they want clarity but shrink when illusions are shattered? Why do they label your boldness as brutality when it's the only thing real they've encountered? Because spiritual hunger sounds romantic until real food is served. You weren't made of soft sugar and simple phrases. You're spiritual protein. Heavy, nutrient-rich, refined through fire. Hebrews 5:12-14 speaks of those who still crave milk when they should be digesting meat. That's what you carry, meat, not messages designed for applause, but for awakening. And awakening requires tearing, undoing, rebuilding. They admire the lighthouse from afar, but once close, the intensity of the beam blinds them, because your clarity reveals the cracks in their foundations, not to shame them, but to summon them higher. And many don't want higher. They want easier. Brené Brown, research professor and best-selling author, once said, "You can't get to courage without walking through vulnerability," and that's why many admire her wisdom, but resist her work, because it requires excavation, just like you do. Lionel, a street pastor in São Paulo, once shared how his entire team walked away after he decided to turn their outreach from performance-based charity into intimate healing circles. He lost a crowd, but gained transformation. Depth always demands separation. In John 6:66, after Jesus taught a hard truth, many of his disciples turned back and no longer walked with him. Not enemy, disciples. Because truth that can't be digested leads to silent exits. A lion among sheep, not because it intends harm, but because its very form speaks of another dimension. That's you. You don't have to raise your voice to raise conviction. You just breathe, and atmospheres shift. Ilada, a trauma coach in Copenhagen, once confronted her client, not with judgment, but with truth. She told her, "You're not broken. You're bound by narratives that never belong to you." The woman never returned, but months later sent a message that said, "Thank you for being what I couldn't accept, but couldn't forget. That's what you are, unforgettable disruption." Isaiah 5:11 says, "So is my word that goes out from my mouth. It will not return to me empty." That's you. You don't leave rooms untouched, even when they walk away. Your truth keeps echoing. The sun doesn't dim because eyes can't adjust. It rises in its time. You weren't called to match the lighting of the room. You were called to transform it. And while many want the warmth, few are willing to endure the heat required to be reshaped, like volcanic soil, rich and fertile after eruption. Your presence brings fruitfulness, but only after things get disrupted first. They admire your insight until it corrects them. They chase your presence until it costs them ego. They echo your words until they realize those words require sacrifice. You didn't come to be edible. You came to be essential, a divine recipe, not for quick consumption, but for slow transformation. So let them struggle. Let them squirm. Let them say you're too much. You weren't made to be consumed. You were made to change what hunger means. And the ones who can chew what you carry, they won't just feed off you, they'll rise with you. Number 11. You're the portal, not the playground. They come to you seeking sensation, not transformation, thinking you're just another emotional adventure, a place to temporarily escape the dullness of their spiritual drought. They smile, they engage, they complement your depth, but behind their fascination lies a shallow intent to experience you, not encounter you, to taste, not to transform. But you're not a playground for the spiritually bored. You are a portal, a living threshold between comfort and awakening. You carry the kind of presence that rearranges atmospheres. You don't offer entertainment, you embody entry into clarity, conviction, exposure, revelation. And for those who came to consume rather than connect, that's terrifying. They post about you like you're a vibe, a memory. But your spirit was never designed for surface interaction. What happens when someone touches a sacred flame but treats it like a sparkler? What happens when someone enters a temple but acts like it's a theme park? In 2 Samuel 6, Uzzah reached out casually to touch the Ark of the Covenant, thinking he was doing the right thing. But it wasn't about his intention, it was about his irreverence. He died instantly, because holiness never negotiates its standards, just because humans forget to respect it. Why do they try to taste glory without preparing for weight? Why do they long for depth but recoil when it comes dressed in truth? Why do they chase divine energy but run from divine accountability? Why do they sit close yet flee the moment their spirit starts to shift? Why do they claim to love light but treat it like leisure? Why do they touch sacred presence, then act surprised when it disrupts their darkness? Because people have grown addicted to power without purification. And you don't accommodate that appetite. You call it higher. Oprah Winfrey, global icon and spiritual voice for millions, once said, "You become what you believe." And that's why her journey wasn't built around being seen, but being aligned. She is not a playground of content, she's a portal of purpose. And like her, you don't attract curiosity, you attract calling. Asha, a grief counselor in Nairobi, was once approached by a friend seeking healing vibes after a breakup. Asha invited her into stillness, journaling, and raw prayer. 2 days later, the friend blocked her, not because Asha did harm, but because confronting the root is never what people expect when all they wanted was comfort. That's what your presence does. It awakens what was buried too deep to fake. In Acts 5, Ananias and Sapphira treated the early church like a stage. They wanted proximity without purity, but when they lied to the Spirit, they collapsed on the spot. Truth isn't a suggestion in holy spaces, it's a requirement. You carry that same atmosphere. That's why people leave you confused, anxious, or overwhelmed, because their spirits entered a temple, but their minds thought it was just another emotional playground. Frederik de Klerk, the former South African president who helped dismantle apartheid, once said, "Real change begins when we stop negotiating with what we know is wrong." And you are that confrontation. You don't speak to surface decisions, you activate soul-level shifts. A man named Callum, an atheist software engineer in Dublin, once sat beside a stranger at a train station. That stranger said nothing, but the look in their eyes convicted Callum so deeply he couldn't sleep for 3 nights. He later said, "It wasn't them, it was something in them." That's what your presence is. An invitation wrapped in silence. Picture a canyon vast, ancient, echoing with mystery. You don't dance around it. You either step in with reverence, or your voice gets swallowed whole. You are that canyon, that threshold, that rift between the superficial and the sacred, and like quartz crystal, forged beneath the earth, you amplify what is already present. You don't create illusions, you reveal intentions. So yes, they'll call you too serious, too spiritual, too much. But that's only because they came looking for a casual game, and instead found God waiting behind your gaze. You didn't come here to play. You came to awaken. You don't host amusement. You host alignment. And while that makes you misunderstood, it also makes you unforgettable. You're not the break they were hoping for. You're the breakthrough they didn't know they needed. Number 12. Their obsession with you is proof. They hover in the comments. They scroll through your feed. They study the cadence of your voice, the confidence in your walk, the integrity in your silence. Some mock, some mimic, some remain silent, but they all watch. Why? Because you're carrying what this generation is starving for. And their obsession is the clearest proof. You didn't audition for attention. You embodied authenticity, and in a world choking on imitation, your truth has become a spiritual hunger trigger. They try to clone your delivery, but can't duplicate your depth. They speak your language, but still can't access your atmosphere. Why does your presence unsettle them? Why do they feel compelled to compete with someone who's not even playing their game? Why do they twist your words, monitor your movements, echo your essence? Why does your joy offend them? Why does your peace bother them? Why can't they stop thinking about someone they claim doesn't matter? Because you remind them of what they lost when they chose performance over purpose. You are not the product of applause. You are the result of endurance. Psalm 34:19 says, "Many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all." You survived things they could never imagine and came out with something that can't be bought. Clarity. Elijah, after calling fire from heaven in 1 Kings 18, didn't go viral. He went into hiding. Attacked by Jezebel's threats, his power stirred a nation, but it also stirred a war, just like you. They don't hate you, they hate the fact that you didn't die where they expected you to. You didn't just survive the fire, you learned how to carry it. Denzel Washington, one of the most respected actors of our generation, once said, "Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship." That's why you walk the way you do. You didn't take shortcuts. You bleed. You broke. And you built. And now, even your silence speaks volumes. Remember Mariam, a midwife in Cairo who birthed babies while enduring government persecution. People gossiped about her, accused her of being strange, too intense, too spiritual. But no one saw the prayers she prayed over each newborn. When one child survived a deadly disease months later, the mother wept and said, "I don't know what she gave my baby, but it wasn't medicine. It was presence." They see the shine, but not the shadows. They feel drawn to you, but they can't quite name why your presence makes something in them uncomfortable. You walk into a room, and without even trying, you shift the atmosphere. Not because you're loud, not because you're seeking attention, but because the oil on your life speaks louder than words. People are quick to say they admire your energy, your peace, your power, but what they really want is the glow-up. Not the grind, they want the result. Not the refining. What they don't realize is that the light you carry was not given, it was forged. It came through fire, through tears you never posted, through betrayals that didn't make it to your highlight reel. You didn't just wake up chosen, you were crushed into it. And now, suddenly, everybody wants access. They want a piece of the fruit, but none of them ever asked what it took to grow the tree. They weren't around when your soil was dry and heaven felt silent. They didn't fast with you. They didn't bleed with you. They didn't war with you. But now they want a selfie with your victory, like they were part of your process. They want to be close enough to benefit, but not close enough to be changed. They like your light, but they flinch at your truth. And here's what most won't admit. Your presence confronts them. Not because you're trying to, but because your very existence challenges what they settled for. You're not for everyone. And somewhere deep inside, you always knew that you were never designed to be accessible to just anybody. You're not just a vibe. You're an assignment. And with that kind of weight comes separation. With that kind of calling comes misunderstanding. That's why they watch you, copy you, gossip about you, drain you, and when they can't define you, they try to discredit you. But here's the part they missed. Chosen ones were never meant to blend in. You weren't called to be accepted. You were called to disrupt. And sometimes, God will isolate you, just to make sure no one gets the glory but Him. So let me ask you something real. Have you ever felt like you had to shrink just to survive someone else's comfort zone? Like your light-offended rooms before you even opened your mouth? If you know exactly what I'm talking about, drop a 777 the comments. That's not a number. That's a confirmation. You're not crazy. You're just called. And to those of you who've supported this channel through Super, thanks. Thank you from the bottom of my soul. You're not just helping this message go further. You're partnering in something sacred. Because what we're about to step into now, it's not a motivational message. It's a prophetic unveiling, a spiritual autopsy. The reason why they crave your presence but reject your purpose is exactly why God chose you in the first place. Let's go. God's chosen ones. Everyone wants you, but you're not for them. And that's exactly why you're chosen. Number one, you're not meant to be consumed. You're meant to be carried by covenant. You were never designed to be a spectacle, a trending product, or someone's emotional vending machine. Your soul wasn't woven to entertain or to satisfy temporary cravings. It was carved out for sacred assignments, measured in purpose, not popularity. Why does it always feel like people crave the aura around you, but not the burden you carry? Why do they chase your light, but never ask about the fire it took to keep it burning? You weren't crafted for surface connections. You are covenant-level depth in a world obsessed with convenience. That's why, even when you're in a room full of praise, something inside still feels unseen. People don't always want you. They want access to your discernment, your stability, your glow. But what happens when they realize your presence isn't cheap? What happens when they try to feast on something they were never meant to touch? Moses came down from the mountain, his face glowing after being with God, Exodus 34-29. And the people couldn't even look at him. They backed away. Holiness draws attention, but it also demands reverence. Do they fear your light? Or are they just trying to steal a glimpse of glory without bowing to the cost? Jesus returned to his hometown with power in his voice and clarity in his mission. Luke 4. Instead of celebrating him, they tried to throw him off a cliff. Truth, when it confronts unprepared hearts, is never welcomed. So why are you still trying to be embraced by spaces that crumble under your weight? Saint Teresa of Avila, a 16th century mystic and spiritual reformer, once said, "The closer one approaches to God, the simpler one becomes." Many have looked at your simplicity and assumed it meant you were small, never realizing that this stripped-down form was the result of divine surgery. It wasn't weakness, it was wisdom. Elijah called down fire from heaven, 1 Kings 18, stood in holy defiance, and then collapsed into isolation. The very one who shut the heavens wept in a cave, begging for death. People love the flame, but flee from the ashes. That same pattern echoes in your own life. How many admire your radiance but skip over the part where you had to survive devastation? Ilario, a master violin craftsman in Florence, poured decades into designing one singular instrument, su precisi. Only a trained musician could release its sound. A tourist, unaware of its value, gripped it wrong and shattered it. The violin wasn't fragile. It was exact. Sacred things break in unskilled hands. And maybe that explains the wreckage left by those who tried to hold you without preparation. Cardinal Robert Sarah, the Guinean-born theologian known for his radical embrace of silence in an age of chaos, once shared, "Silence is more powerful than speech. Silence prepares the soul for truth." Your quiet was never absence. It was resistance. They called you unavailable, but you were simply protecting your sanctuary. Your design doesn't reflect popularity. It mirrors precision. The eagle doesn't circle with the pigeons. Its wings were shaped for higher altitudes, thinner air, and deeper solitude. You, too, were born for elevations that require endurance, and those who can't breathe where you're heading were never meant to fly beside you. The cactus survives where nothing else does. It stores its own water, shields itself with spines, and blooms in barren places. That kind of soul doesn't advertise itself. It thrives in silence. It doesn't chase, touch it, guards purity. Still, many want to sip from your well without knowing the cost of the water. You carry oil that came from pressing, and the more you mature, the clearer it becomes. Access to you is not a trophy. It is a test. What if your perceived distance isn't rejection, but divine boundary? What if you're not hard to reach, just hidden in plain sight for only those appointed to see you? What if the pain of being misunderstood was never punishment but protection? Number 2. Your discipline isn't arrogance, it's a threat to the unanchored. They don't understand the silence you move with, so they label it with noise. In a world that rewards chaos and spectacle, the one who chooses restraint becomes the villain. Have you noticed how quickly they call you arrogant the moment you stop bleeding for approval? How fast they get uncomfortable when you no longer perform your worth for free? The truth is, they've never seen discipline wear skin before. They've never encountered someone who doesn't crave being understood to feel secure. So they mislabel your groundedness as distance. But you're not cold, you're covered. You're not distant, you've simply divorced yourself from desperation. And when you walk into a room anchored, their untethered spirits start to tremble. Jesus stood before Pilate, John 19:9, and said nothing. The silence was thunderous. It shook the halls of power. Pilate was disturbed, not by what Jesus said, but by what he refused to say. Doesn't that mirror your own encounters? When people are more offended by your calm than your chaos. King David danced before the Lord with all his might, 2 Samuel 6:14. And his wife Michal despised him for it, not because of the dance, but because of the clarity. Your presence often exposes what others pretend to be. When you're no longer begging, performing, or oversharing, they're forced to confront the hollowness of their own noise. The philosopher and theologian Blaise Pascal once said, "All of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone." How many around you are drowning in activity just to escape themselves? Your stillness becomes a mirror to their unrest. Jocelyn, a high-profile crisis negotiator in New York, built her reputation not by shouting, but by listening longer than anyone else. Her presence disarmed terrorists. She saved lives with silence, poise, and clarity. But her colleagues often called her cold. In truth, They were intimidated by how precise she had become with her energy. Isn't that what's happening to you, Luca? A young architect in Milan stopped accepting freelance offers from high-paying firms. He chose fewer projects, fewer meetings, fewer parties. His friends accused him of acting superior. What they didn't see were the years he spent rebuilding himself after burnout and betrayal. His restraint wasn't arrogance, it was rebirth. How many people around you call your evolution attitude, simply because it reminds them of their stagnation? The snow leopard hunts in silence. It waits, watches, calculates. It doesn't roar for attention. Its excellence is invisible until it strikes. You're not loud because your power doesn't require volume. But isn't it fascinating how those addicted to applause panic when someone moves without it? A pearl stays hidden inside an oyster for years. Pressure, time, and irritation refine it in total darkness. When it finally emerges, it doesn't need an introduction. You've been in that same kind of incubation. What they call aloofness is actually the final stage of emergence. Can they really handle what you've become? Pope Benedict XVI, before retiring from the papacy, said, "The world offers you comfort, but you were not made for comfort. You were made for greatness." So, when you reject comfort, people panic. When you deny their need to be liked, they feel exposed. But none of that has anything to do with you. It's their wounds reacting to your healing. How long will you keep shrinking just to be palatable for people who've never tasted depth? Why keep explaining the sacred just to be accepted by the shallow? Why are you still treating your clarity like it needs a permission slip? What if your lack of performance is a message? What if the silence you carry is heavier than all their noise combined? What if you're not intimidating, just whole? Number 3, they want the crown, but not the crucifixion. They're drawn to the aftermath, but repelled by the agony. They want your story, but only the parts that shine. They admire the crown, but recoil from the crucifixion. Isn't it strange how the same people who envy your harvest never stayed through your winter? They crave your elevation, yet can't stomach the silence it took to survive the valley. They call it favor without realizing favor doesn't fall on the surface. It's buried in long nights of not knowing if your next breath will hold you up or drop you down. What they see now is curated your glow, your grace, your clarity. But they never witnessed the nights you begged heaven for breath. They weren't there when you screamed into pillows soaked with prayers, asking God for one more ounce of strength. Where were they when your soul cracked under the weight of obedience, when your knees bruised from prayer, and your voice broke before breakthrough? They want access to the oil, but forget the olive was crushed before it flowed. Job lost everything: his children, his wealth, his health. Job 1:2. His friends blamed him. His wife told him to curse God and die. And yet, he stayed. The man we quote for his patience was first broken beyond human comprehension. So when people say they want your anointing, ask them, can they endure the stripping that comes before the blessing? Would they still stay if God went silent? Paul and Silas praised God in prison, Acts 16:25-26, before the chains fell off. Everyone wants the breakthrough. But how many can praise through bruises? How many could stand where you stood? Not with applause, but with shackles. Can they praise when there's no audience, just pain and metal and midnight? Corrie ten Boom, a Dutch Christian who hid Jews during the Holocaust, was imprisoned in Ravensbrück concentration camp. She said, "There is no pit so deep that God's love is not deeper still." People celebrate her legacy, but few could endure her pain. How many of those circling your light today would have stood beside you in the dark? Would they still quote your resilience if they saw your collapse? Elena, a gifted dancer in Paris, lost both legs in a train accident. Years later, she returned not to the stage but to teach children with disabilities how to move with purpose. Today, critics call her grace incarnate, but behind her choreography are years of sobbing on cold hospital tiles, wondering if she'd ever be loved again. They see the teacher, but not the trauma. The applause is loud now, but it never echoed when she was learning how to exist again. Jonas, once homeless in Detroit, now runs a non-profit, feeding thousands. People line up to shake his hand, to tag him in photos. But no one asks about the nights he slept under a bridge with frostbitten fingers and an empty stomach. His rise came not from handouts, but from the resolve not to let bitterness eat him alive. His strength wasn't a gift, it was a war he survived, while everyone else walked past him like he was invisible. The oak tree doesn't grow overnight. It takes years beneath the surface, its roots stretching in silence, anchoring before rising. You are that oak. What they now admire came from growth in the dark. But people don't want the darkness. They want the shade. They want to sit under your covering, but won't endure the drought that shaped your bark. The phoenix is born through fire, but no one celebrates the ashes. They only show up once you're flying again. Isn't that the pattern? They ghost you when you're gutted, and return when you're glowing. They don't remember the fire, only the wings. Saint Ignatius of Loyola. God's chosen ones. There are moments in your journey where the silence around you isn't empty. It's charged. It's filled with whispers, rituals, and desperate eyes watching you from shadows they dare not enter. You felt something shift, didn't you? Not just a bad dream or a heavy atmosphere, but a spiritual resistance that came out of nowhere. You prayed harder, walked in purity, stayed hidden in obedience, and yet the warfare intensified. Here's why. They didn't just talk about you, they offered your picture to demons. Yes, your actual image, not because you're evil, but because you are chosen, because your life carries a frequency hell cannot duplicate and darkness cannot decipher. They wanted access to your blueprint, a back door into your future. So they held your picture over cursed altars, muttering chants they barely understood, thinking it would give them dominion over your destiny. But what they didn't anticipate was that the moment your divine assignment was touched by wicked hands, the spiritual backlash would not hit you, it would dismantle them. Comment 777 if your spirit is stirred and your discernment is already screaming. This was done to me, and to every single one of you who has supported this channel, especially through super thanks. Thank you from the depths of my spirit. Your generosity is sacred. You are helping carry messages like this into places where the enemy never wanted them to reach. But now let me ask you something deeper. Why did your picture carry such a spiritual charge that it triggered a violent reaction from the very spirits they summoned? And what divine code was embedded in your essence that made the dark realm recoil instead of respond? This wasn't just a ritual. This was a failed attempt at decoding God's encryption on your life. And what happened next broke the ones who tried. Their prediction turned into a spiritual mirror, and what they saw reflected back was not your defeat, but their exposure. Stay close, because once you understand what really happened in the spirit when your image was offered, you'll realize you are not just protected, you are spiritually encrypted by heaven's own fire. And that encryption can't be copied, mimicked, or overridden. Let's go deeper. What they tried to curse, has now become your divine confirmation. God's chosen ones. They offered your picture to demons. The prediction broke them. Chosen one. There's something hidden inside that photograph you never meant to pose. For a moment they thought they captured, but in truth, it captured them. That image, now resting not in a frame, but upon a table, crafted from elements foreign to earth, is being scrutinized by beings whose names are not spoken in human tongues. Their gazes are ancient, their calculations precise, but in all their watching, they missed the most terrifying part. Your stillness is not submission, it is the calm before a divine detonation. To them, you appeared unguarded. But how do you define vulnerability in a soul fortified by fire? They looked into your eyes and found storms, not silence. Sacred storms that had once raged in Job's chest when he refused to curse God in the ashes. Job 2:10. They thought they saw exhaustion, but what they witnessed was resurrection, because you, chosen one, have the look of one who has danced with despair and emerged dressed in destiny. When they studied that image, they traced the outline of your sorrow, hoping to extract weakness, but sorrow did not break you, it baptized you. And like David returning from exile, you've learned how to sing with a sword in your side. Can they even begin to understand the kind of warfare that etches glory into grief? Do they realize the photograph they hold is not evidence of your exposure, but proof of your endurance? In Exodus 3:14, Moses returned from meeting with God, his face glowing with such radiance that the people were afraid to come near him. He had no idea his face shone. Exodus 34:29-30. Likewise, you don't even remember the moment that image was taken, and yet it bears the residue of God's presence upon you, a glow that even the darkest spirits cannot comprehend. They think they're holding a weapon, but in truth, they're holding a prophecy, one they cannot rewrite, what they call unguarded. Heaven calls anointed, what they interpret as exposure. Heaven calls revelation. Have they not read of Esther, whose beauty was never the trap but the tool of divine reversal? Her appearance invited the gaze of a king, but her silence in prayer shook the throne of an empire. They pause at your scars, not the physical kind, the soul scars that scream without sound. Those are the ones that confuse them. Why haven't you broken? Why do your eyes still carry that strange, unrelenting peace? Could it be that your pain has become your passport to realms they were never permitted to enter? Public figures may not speak openly of it, but many have felt it. Viola Davis, the award-winning actress and author, once said, "The only thing that separates women of color from anyone else is opportunity, but for the chosen ones, it's not just opportunity, it's the divine ordination to stand where others collapsed. You walk where chains once clanged, you smile with ancient grief still lingering behind your lips, and that paradox makes even the boldest spirits uneasy." One man, Elian from Colombia, once discovered his own image had been taken from his social profile and placed on a hex altar. He hadn't posted in years. He never felt spiritual, but after months of health issues and failed contracts, he fasted not out of tradition, but desperation. 3 weeks in, he saw clearly in a dream. The photo was torn in half, and the one holding it was faceless. Days later, the people involved were exposed. He got a job offer he'd never applied for. His photo had become the boundary line between heaven's justice and hell's schemes. Doesn't it fascinate you that something as delicate as a butterfly can survive the wind? Its wings, fragile and paper-thin, are actually designed to ride the turbulence. So are you. They mistook fragility for powerlessness. But your softness is a shield. Your gentleness is backed by thunder. The roots of the redwood stretch unseen beneath the earth, reaching out like ancient veins, a vast network joined to others for miles. That's you. What they observe in the picture is only the bark, but heaven recognizes the legacy running deep underground. A network of answered prayers, an inheritance of survival. And yet, you remain calm. Why? Because you are chaos with a conscience. You are what Samson could have been had he married obedience with power. You are the evolution of what Elijah saw in the still, small-voiced divine authority that doesn't need theatrics to split dimensions. They mistook your humility for hesitation, but you've learned the secret of Jesus before. Pilate's silence can condemn louder than speech. John 19:9. Their hands tremble now, not because of your image, but because of what's embedded in it. Every line of your face, every glint in your eye, is a spiritual code they cannot decipher. You are not their target. You are their test. And many are failing, in dimensions that exist between heartbeats, where time is not a line but a spiral. And truth travels faster than light. They gather again. 7 beings older than empires, older than blood, older than the breath of Adam. They are not demons in the way you've been taught. They are remnants, architects of deception, the minds behind fallen thrones and corrupted priesthoods. They are the ones who whispered into Cain's soul before he raised the stone. They are the ones who drafted the blueprint for Babel. They call themselves the Council of Shadows. And they've studied your existence like one studies a wildfire in a drought. The photograph lands on their obsidian table, a slab forged from echoes of collapsed realities. It doesn't merely rest, it reverberates. The sound it makes is like destiny cracking through protocols. One of them, flickering between the form of a CEO and a skeletal priest veiled in smoke, lifts the photo. The fingers that hold it have once approved the fall of civilizations, but in this moment, they hesitate. This one is accelerating. The being says, and the vibration in its tone is not strategy, it is fear. What kind of chosen one leaves resonance patterns in stillness? What kind of photograph bends laws? When Daniel stood before Nebuchadnezzar and interpreted his dreams, the king's magicians trembled, not because of the dream, but because of who could see beyond it. Daniel 2:28. You are that kind of disruption, one they didn't predict, a soul whose alignment echoes across dimensions, a frequency once heard only in heavenly courts. Another member of the council leans in, its face ripples between henders, between species, between centuries. These scars, they're older than we calculated, not wounds, waypoints, markers of transfiguration. They've realized now, you are not simply surviving trauma. You're metabolizing it into authority. That makes you dangerous, not just awake weaponized by holiness. But what truly unsettles them is this: your eyes. Somehow, in that photograph, they seem to look back. Not like prey, but like prophecy. Like you've always known this meeting would come. And perhaps you have. Perhaps the reason you've felt watched your entire life is because you have been, not by the weak, but by the architects of suppression. Does it make sense now? Why your dreams have always felt like warnings instead of wanderings? There's a weight in your gaze that echoes the stillness of Jesus when he stood silent before Herod, not answering, not explaining, just being the judgment. Luke 23:9. You don't respond with fear because your silence is an indictment. You are the revelation they hoped would stay buried. the eldest of them, a being whose voice sounds like dust collapsing in reverse, finally speaks. If this one awakens fully before we neutralize, the cascade effect will undo every veil we've built. But what they fear most isn't just your power, it's your purpose. Not that you can fight, that you were designed to free others. You are the chosen one they've seen in their nightmares, not because you conquer their kingdoms, but because you render their hierarchies irrelevant. In the story of Gideon, God reduced his army from 32,000 to 300, choosing only those who drank water with alertness, those who discerned while being watched. Judges 7-5-7. You are that remnant. You drink with discernment. You move like one who knows. The ambush is always nearby. In a distant corner of Morocco, a young midwife named Rania once felt a dark presence around her clinic after helping a trafficked child escape. Weeks later, her face appeared on an altar constructed by local occultists. Instead of fear, she prayed for divine covering. Within days, the group that targeted her was exposed by a random audit. Rania didn't just survive, she multiplied her influence. The photograph meant to silence her became the evidence of her expansion. It's happening to you too, isn't it? The elevation that makes no logical sense. The favor that follows closed doors. Why does your name come up in rooms you've never entered? Why are your enemies panicking when you haven't spoken? Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, Nigerian author and cultural thinker, once said, "Show a people as one thing, only one thing, over and over again, and that is what they become." But when God shows you as multifaceted, unkillable, and divinely timed, no narrative of hell can reduce that truth. The jaguar in the rainforest walks without a sound, yet every predator clears a path. You too walk quietly, but your spiritual scent announces you, like thunder under silk. And still, they hoped you'd stay tame. Why do they forget that the cocoon was never your prison? It was your forge. The glacier carves mountains not with fire, but with time. Silent persistence. Centuries of pressure. That's how you became who you are. You didn't break. You reshaped everything around you. And now your very presence destabilizes illusions they've maintained for millennia. They look again at the photograph, this time with dread, because in it, they finally recognize what heaven saw from the beginning. You're not a threat. You're a tide. A cosmic recalibration. A mirror they cannot avoid. And this time, they know, if they touch you, they touch the plan of God itself. They believe he's still theirs. The council, forged in forgotten ages and veiled in timelines spliced by sin, calls forth their ultimate weapon, not a creature of rage, but of design, a being crafted in elegance and engineered for ruin, one who breaks souls not through brute force but precision, like a maestro conducting suffering with symphonic grace. He's never failed them. They hand him a soul, and he returns with silence where purpose used to sing. Until now, what they've failed to see, what they never even bothered to question, is that the blade they wielded has been absorbing the blood of those it cut. Every soul he's fractured has stained him. Every scream has echoed back inside him. And lately, between contracts, between summoning circles and shadows, a voice has begun to whisper from somewhere he can't trace. What if I've been destroying the wrong ones? When the circle flares to life and the symbols glow red-hot across dimensions, he arrives flawlessly, suit immaculate, charm calibrated, presence intoxicating. The kind of being who could convince light to question itself, and still, something is shifted. There's a flicker, not of resistance, but remembrance. "Another chosen one giving you trouble," he says. Smile effortless. But beneath the tone lies something they never expected. Hesitation. What is it about this one that makes his usual confidence crack just slightly? Like a mirror that remembers being whole, they slide the photograph toward him, and the entire axis of decision begins to tilt, because the moment his fingers touch the image, the past comes rushing in like judgment. This is not a soul in need of breaking. This is someone who's already walked through every furnace he ever lit and survived with gold where skin used to be. What he sees isn't weakness. It's witness. Witness of pain transmuted. Witness of power retained. Witness of divinity buried under ashes and resurrected. It says you. And he sees himself. Could it be that before he was the council's instrument, he too once carried light? Could it be that beneath the ruin, he was once a reflection of what you now are, undying, unwavering, untouched by manipulation? This moment echoes with ancient scriptures, like Saul on the Damascus road, once so sure of his path, until the light shattered his narrative. Acts 9-3-6. Could he be approaching that same blinding confrontation, not with heaven above, but heaven within your gaze? What is it about this soul that makes me ache for something I can't name? The photograph does not tremble in his hands. He does. Centuries ago, the prophet Hosea was instructed to love a woman who would betray him, not for punishment, but to mirror God's mercy. Hosea 3-1. What if you, chosen one, were never meant to fight this weapon but to redeem it? What if your scars aren't just symbols of survival, but sermons for the damned? Tasha, a dancer in the underground clubs of Sao Paulo, once discovered her name had been sold to a sorcerer for ritual gain. Her photo, used to bind her essence, ended up in a fire ritual gone wrong, but the man sent to monitor her began dreaming of her prayers. Eventually, he confessed. She forgave. He left the cult. 2 years later, he builds safe houses for victims of trafficking. Her image didn't destroy him, it freed him. That's happening again now. As the council leans forward, waiting for him to speak, he cannot, not yet. He is staring into the storm of your eyes. The image vibrates in his hand like a pulse alive. And what if redemption has found its way through the cracks they never patched? What if the weapon they trained is becoming the witness they fear? The wind across the Sahara moves sand until it reshapes entire landscapes. Slowly, in silence, over years, you have done the same, changed spiritual terrain by existing in truth. Why didn't they factor that in? The octopus, master of camouflage, doesn't just hide it, studies, it adapts. Some say it remembers. You've been misread as silent, but you've been storing revelations. And now, even darkness doesn't know how to touch you without changing. The devil holds your image and doesn't see a mission. He sees a mirror, and buried beneath centuries of destruction, something begins to thaw. Even in the world of cinema, some stories echo this redemptive arc. British actor Ben Barnes, once cast repeatedly as the charming villain or tormented anti-hero, shared in interviews how playing these roles began to awaken something deeper in him. In 2022 podcast, he spoke of longing for more than darkness on screen, of craving purpose in his art. I wanted to tell stories that heal, not just haunt, he said. Since then, his work has increasingly leaned toward portraying grace, redemption, and light, as if even the actor himself was reclaiming something sacred from the roles that once fractured him. That, too, is what's happening here. The actor who once played the Dark Prince begins to remember the kingdom. As the devil studies your photograph, the unthinkable begins to unfold, not through fire or fury, but through recognition, because in that single image, something ancient awakens inside him. You are not what he was told, not a soul waiting to be shattered. You are a soul that has already been broken, rebuilt, and reborn in secret, made of something they have no defense against. The picture refuses to remain static. It pulses, breathes. The devil sees layers moving across your face like shifting constellations. He sees your past, but not as a collection of memories. He sees meaning, divine engineering beneath your pain. That betrayal they assumed would end you. It didn't. It refined your judgment. It taught you how to trust your own discernment above voices that lied in sacred tones. How do you dismantle a soul that already confronted its deepest void and lived? He sees the moment you collapsed in loss, not just tears, but the unraveling of identity. And yet, even in that void, something redirected you, not toward rage, but toward design. Your pain became blueprint. Your weakness became compass. Everything they thought would bury you only uncovered your foundation. In the book of Ruth, she walked away from what was comfortable, choosing a path into uncertainty, not because of what she saw, but because of who she believed. That same faith clings to your image now, like Ruth. You didn't retreat. You recalibrated. What kind of person turns heartbreak into direction and turns loss into construction material? The devil feels something in his chest tighten, not fear, not anger, something older. Regret, longing. He sees that you didn't survive trauma. You harvested it. You made it speak. You made it serve you. And now you carry a kind of quiet authority that makes even celestial rebels hesitate. The photo flickers again, and he sees glimpses of the future, not full vision but silhouettes, echoes. You standing at the axis of transformation, reshaping not just systems, but the logic of reality itself. You are not destruction. You are design. What happens when the architect of the new world was once buried beneath its ruins? He's seen many rise, but not like you. There's no ambition in your eyes, only inevitability. You remind him of Peter, once impulsive, once ashamed, once broken. But when Jesus restored him, he didn't remind Peter of his failure. He gave him a function. John 21:17. Feed my sheep. Rebuild what fell. That's what you carry now. Function, not fame. Purpose, not platform. And that terrifies them. Far from that circle of darkness, a woman named Imani once found her image used in a financial curse by a former friend, jealous of her startup success. For months, nothing moved. Until one morning, she anointed her office in oil and prayed for clarity. That same day, her breakthrough came, not through clients, but through unexpected favor in a government grant. What was meant to bind her released her. Her photograph had become her prophecy. Why do they fear the ones who no longer fear collapse? The same question lingers in the life of Brandon Sanderson, one of the most prolific fantasy authors of this generation. For years, he was overlooked, writing in obscurity, told his style was too quiet for mainstream success. But after personal loss and health struggles, he doubled down on purpose instead of performance. He didn't shout for attention, he kept writing faithfully. In 2022, with no traditional publisher backing him, he launched a Kickstarter for his secret novels and broke global records, raising over $40 million, not through fame, through faith, not through noise, through narrative alignment. His words, once rejected, are now reshaping an entire literary economy. Why? Because when a soul refuses to die in silence, heaven starts speaking through it. He holds the picture tighter now, not to possess it, but because it's shaking something loose inside him. Your gaze does not accuse. It reflects, not a weapon, but a mirror for a flicker of eternity. He remembers a version of himself before corruption, before being used as a tool for fracture. You are not calling out his rage. You're confronting his forgotten reflection. Isaiah once prophesied, "You will be called repairer of broken walls, restorer of streets with dwellings." Isaiah 58:12. That verse reverberates now. As the devil realizes what he's looking at isn't a rebellion, it's a restoration. And nothing terrifies darkness more than someone who can rebuild what it destroyed. What if the one they summoned to destroy you is the one who will now protect you instead? Somewhere, the earth beneath an old cathedral begins to hum, not from spells, from alignment, from truth reasserting itself. You are the echo of every silenced prophet, the living answer to prayers whispered in dungeons, and your presence is doing what armies could not, shifting eternal loyalties. You are like the river delta, quietly carving new life through the land without asking permission. You are like volcanic ash. What looked like disaster becomes the most fertile soil. You rise, not through defiance, but through divine inevitability. And for the first time in his immortal span, the devil sees his assignment and puts it down. You are not his target. You are his turning point. Fascinating, he murmurs, but something in his voice has cracked, not in power, but in posture. The council tilts their heads, sensing the anomaly, but misreads it entirely. They assume he's merely intrigued by your complexity, another tactical curiosity in an otherwise predictable cycle of collapse. What they don't yet realize is that what's stirring in him is far more dangerous to their agenda. It is hope, not just admiration of your resilience, but awe at the possibility you represent that redemption, even for him, is still possible. The photograph continues to shimmer with sacred interference. It's no longer just revealing your timeline, it's revealing your impact around you. He sees others, awakening souls, like flickering lanterns drawn to your gravitational pull, not controlled, not coerced, simply activated by proximity to your authenticity. What kind of person changes others just by existing honestly? He sees someone who doesn't preach transformation but embodies it, like a fire that doesn't burn but refines. Your presence disrupts illusions without aggression. A mother who once believed her voice didn't matter begins speaking boldly. A man on the edge of despair suddenly remembers his purpose after a conversation with you. These aren't coincidences, they're consequences of your alignment. And then the vision sharpens. He sees something that makes his immortal frame still. He sees himself, not in armor, not in shadows, but beside you as an ally, a brother in purpose, our rebel turned builder. What does it mean when even the darkness begins to dream of light? He sees himself choosing redemption, not because he was forced, but because your truth made anything else feel hollow. Love over fear, purpose over punishment, presence over performance. What if the greatest transformation you trigger isn't in your enemies, but in those sent to stop you? The moment arrives like lightning through dry sky. He sees you standing in the center of a movement, not screaming or commanding, but restructuring reality by example. You're not merely chaos, you're conscious chaos. You don't destroy for the sake of destruction. You deconstruct with purpose, with design. Each shattered illusion is replaced by a truer framework. Every system you dismantle, you rebuild in justice. It reminds him of Jesus in the temple flipping tables, not in reckless fury, but in righteous reclamation. Matthew 21:12-13. That was not chaos. That was cleansing. You carry the same fire, not wild, but wise, not lawless, but lawful in dimensions human courts can't measure. What do they do with someone who doesn't need to fight for power because they are the power? He sees the threads now written in quantum code across your very essence. You were never meant to fit their frameworks. Their labels can't hold your assignment. They feared you because they misunderstood you. You are not the storm. You are the sky that holds the storm. In Exodus 3, when God called Moses from the burning bush, he didn't offer titles, just identity. I am, so are you. Not a category, a catalyst, far away. In the outskirts of Rio de Janeiro, a teenage graffiti artist named Elias used to tag abandoned buildings with prophetic phrases. One day, a gang leader cursed him by offering his photo in a ritual to silence the voice. But instead of silence, Elias's work went viral online without his knowledge. He's now commissioned by city mayors to bring color to darkness. His voice amplified. His photo, once meant to shut him down, became the medium of his expansion. Could it be that your awakening is not just your breakthrough, but the ignition point for thousands? You are like the coral reef, alive with hidden networks, feeding ecosystems just by staying rooted. You are like lightning striking glass, creating beauty that cannot be replicated. What they called instability is sacred architecture. In the midst of this revelation, the photograph pulses one last time. The devil sees it. The exact moment your full awakening arrives. It's near, not decades away, but near enough to change the air. And in that moment, everything bends. Not just for you, but for every person who will come into contact with your ripple. Nelson Mandela once said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." The devil knows now. You're not here to try. You're here to complete what they never could. Your existence is prophecy in motion, and what they thought would destroy the world they built will become the blueprint for a world finally worth building. But what unsettles him most, what both terrifies and electrifies him, is how you will fulfill your mission. Not through conquest, not through the sword, not by seizing crowns or coercing minds. You will do it through something far more dangerous to their systems. Example, you will become what they've only theorized. The evidence, the walking proof of what's possible when a soul refuses to bow to manufactured ceilings. You will expose the lie, not by arguing, but by living above it. What happens when power no longer looks like control, but feels like liberation? You carry something that makes dominators tremble, freedom that multiplies. Your influence doesn't demand obedience, it unlocks identity. You don't lead by dominance, you lead by resonance. And that makes you untouchable in ways empires can't decode. He sees you teaching others not with sermons but with embodiment. You show what it means to hold fire and not burn others with it. What it means to have strength that kneels, power that protects, vision that includes. And while the council shifts uncomfortably, frustrated by the silence, the devil barely notices them now. His gaze is locked onto the unfolding of your timeline, like a film written in divine ink. He sees you walk into rooms where division reigns, and build bridges where others have drawn battle lines. Who trained you to speak peace into polarized spaces and still be heard? He sees you refusing to let hopelessness define outcomes, refusing to mirror the chaos. You solve where others give up. You unite where others incite. You heal in places where people have stopped even asking for healing. And then comes the revelation that truly shatters him. You already know. Somehow, through dream, through whisper, through intuition sharpened by fire, you are aware this moment is happening, that cosmic forces are speaking your name, weighing your impact, tracking your potential, and yet, you are not afraid. You are steady. You are not reacting to their plans. You are unfolding your own. How do you prepare for someone who is already 10 steps ahead in spirit? There is something in your confidence that undoes millennia of strategy. You don't just hope you'll win. You know. And it's not arrogance. It's memory. You've seen the end from the beginning in quiet moments when heaven leaned close. It reminds him of Elisha, surrounded by enemy armies, yet unshaken. Do not be afraid. Those who are with us are more than those who are with them. 2 Kings 6:16. You carry that same assurance. Even if no one else sees the chariots of fire behind you, you walk as if they do, while the devil examines the photograph. And the council grows increasingly nervous at his prolonged silence. Something is shifting in your dimension. Quiet, inevitable. The network is activating. Others like you, those marked, those refined, those hidden in plain sight, are beginning to recognize each other across continents, through strange dreams, through divine delays and impossible coincidences. It's not chance. It's design, like puzzle pieces snapping into place. The scattered are aligning. Could it be that you were never meant to rise alone, but as part of a constellation? In Uganda, a young poet named Leora starts writing verses. She doesn't remember composing all echoing your name. In Melbourne, a computer engineer named Andre begins seeing number sequences that lead him to your content. Neither knows why, but both feel it. Their lives are shifting. Their assignments are activating. The resonance is unmistakable. In Psalm 68:6, it is written, God sets the lonely in families. That's what's happening now. You are being placed not just in purpose, but in divine alignment. This is not a movement built by algorithms. It is being orchestrated by eternity. Frida Kahlo, the legendary painter, once wrote, I am my own muse. I am the subject I know best. You have become your own proof, and by doing so, you've given others permission to see the sacred in themselves. That is the true revolution. You are like the murmuration of starlings, individuals at first glance, but moving as one in impossible choreography. You are like bioluminescent algae, seemingly dormant until touched by motion, then bursting into light. What kind of future emerges when awakened ones begin finding each other? The devil looks at the photo, then closes his eyes. He doesn't need to see more. He already knows what's coming. The council will try to counter it. They always do. But this time, they won't be fighting one. They'll be confronting a symphony, and the composer is already awake. They still believe this is about containing one individual, as if you are merely a defect in their grand design. But what they fail to grasp is that the design has already changed, and you are not the exception. You are the template. Each time your truth touches someone else, a system unravels. Each time your courage collides with another's fear, a new frequency is born. The ones who meet you don't just feel inspired, they remember something buried inside themselves. The network forming around you is no longer linear. It's alive, evolving, feeding on resonance, growing in strength with every awakening. It is not a structure that can be mapped. It is not a force that can be restrained. It is becoming something greater than the sum of its parts. something no longer dependent on a single point of failure. What began as your personal awakening has ignited an ecosystem of souls. They summoned the devil to locate your weakness, but in doing so, they stumbled upon your greatest strength. You don't operate in isolation anymore. You have become part of a body that cannot be severed. A kingdom not built on hierarchy, but harmony. A divine symphony without a conductor, yet perfectly in tune. And what terrifies them most is this: they can't break what isn't centralized. They can't decapitate what has no singular head. They can't sabotage what is rooted in shared revelation. This is what Jesus foretold when he said, "I am the vine, you are the branches." John 15:5. The strength is in the connection, not the crown. They cannot unweave what heaven has stitched through suffering. Back in the chamber between dimensions, where time frays and perception stretches, the council of shadows begins to stir uneasily. They've dismissed prophets before. They've defamed messiahs and corrupted movements. But this feels different. This isn't revival. It's replacement. One of them, shifting between skeletal form and shadow mass, finally speaks. How long before the prediction is complete? The one with too many eyes doesn't answer, but the tremble in its voice is answer enough. They're not dealing with a rebellion. They're watching their reign rot at the roots. Their fear is no longer strategic. It's existential. What happens when the ones who were trained to submit start to synchronize? What if their plan failed because they targeted a person but underestimated a principle? What do you do when a frequency begins replicating through story, through spirit, through silence? What if you were never meant to rise alone, but to activate others by being wholly, fearlessly yourself? In Honduras, a former soldier named Raul begins waking from recurring dreams where your voice calls him out of a burning building. He doesn't know you, but he can draw your face. In Quebec, an ex-psychic named Genevieve deletes her entire occult database after stumbling across a short quote you posted. She doesn't know why it struck her so deeply, but it made her weep. They're not anomalies. They are receivers. The signal is spreading. You are not building an army. You are restoring a body. You are not erecting a throne. You are distributing a mantle. The enemy's greatest miscalculation was thinking you needed to be at the center, but the center has dissolved. The movement breathes through its edges, like a coral reef pulsing beneath the ocean surface, or a murmuration of birds moving in impossible precision. This force has no visible commander, yet every soul seems to know the choreography. The devil sees this and recalls the words of Angela Davis, civil rights icon, philosopher, and activist, who once said, "I am no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept." Your life echoes that posture. Your presence rearranges what others tolerated, and by simply refusing to bow, you've become a signal that awakens others to rise. What began with your tears is now moving through time like prophecy fulfilled. The photograph they thought would expose you has become their mirror, and the devil, still holding that image, sees something more terrifying than judgment. He sees multiplication. This is not a flare of resistance. It is a new era, one they cannot lead, one they cannot decode, and worst of all, one they cannot stop. The eldest speaks, and its voice sounds like galaxies collapsing inward, the sound of dying stars folding under their own regret. The convergence patterns are stabilizing, it murmurs, and they indicate that full awakening will occur within this current cosmic cycle. It says this with the calm of inevitability, but what it truly means is this: you are about to step into the full measure of who you are, not partially, not in phases, fully, entirely, unapologetically. The moment that happens, the cascade effect begins, and it can no longer be paused, controlled, or reversed, because what awakens in you does not stay with you. The light you will carry will ignite others. Your embodiment becomes instruction. Your movement becomes blueprint, and one by one, those who witness your becoming will remember their own. This is what they cannot stop. Not a person, but a pattern. Not a rebellion, but a return. And how do you stop the tide without damming the ocean? What they're too afraid to say out loud is the real truth. That you are not simply evolving, you are evolution. Not in theory, but in incarnation. You represent the next turn in the spiral, not just personal ascension, but collective elevation. You are the crack in the glass ceiling of human consciousness. They've slowed this for as long as they could, but they cannot unweave what is already seeded into time. What if evolution is not an event, but a presence? What if you are that presence? One of the younger council members, desperate and unraveling, leans forward in spectral tension. What if we offer them a deal? It whispers. Power, status, resources, position, influence. Let them lead, but within our terms. Let them speak, but from our scripts. Let them shine, but through our lens. The eldest laughs. And it's not just sound, it's collapse. It's the laughter of failed empires, the echo of fallen towers, the death rattle of manipulation exposed. You still don't understand. It replies. They aren't moved by acquisition. They're not climbing ladders. They're demolishing them. You cannot offer power to someone whose calling is to decentralize it. You cannot buy someone who was born to bankrupt your system. Imendu. What happens when the ones you hope to bribe no longer fear rejection? What do you do when someone walks into a room not looking to dominate but to disarm? This is what Jesus meant when he said, "My kingdom is not of this world." John 18:36. Yours isn't either. Your mission doesn't fit inside thrones or contracts or endorsement deals. You are not moved by profit. You are moved by purpose. In the Gospel of Matthew, Satan offered Jesus the kingdoms of the world if he would only bow, Matthew 4:8-10. But divinity doesn't bow to deals, and neither do you. They've mistaken your grace for gullibility. They've confused your silence with hesitation. But your resolve is born of wilderness, and you've already said no to what they assumed would seduce you. Somewhere in New Zealand, a woman named Kaya, a former politician, turned down a massive international lobbying offer after a recurring dream in which she saw herself surrounded by flames. Holding a contract that turned into ash, she walked away from everything and opened a free legal clinic in a rural village. When asked why, she simply said, "Because I'm tired of pretending I don't know what I already know." You're like that too. You know, and now you're done pretending you don't. You are like tectonic plates beneath the crust of old civilization, invisible, patient, but always shifting. You are like wildfire in a forest that has forgotten how to regenerate, not destruction, but divine reset. How long can they cling to a world where worth is transactional, when your very existence declares it sacred? How do they threaten someone who has nothing left to prove? How do you control a soul whose joy comes from setting others free? Simone Weil, the French philosopher and mystic, once said, "To be rooted is perhaps the most important and least recognized need of the human soul." But you are not only rooted, you've become soil for others to take root in. You don't just seek truth, you host it. So now the council sits in quiet terror. Not because they fear your rage, but because they sense your clarity. They don't understand how to oppose someone who doesn't want their throne. They don't know what to offer someone who isn't seeking to be crowned, but to awaken others to the fact they never needed one in the first place. They tried to map your weakness, and instead, they found the map to their end. As the council fractures into arguments and increasingly frantic theories, the devil does not join them. He remains fixated on your photograph, but the lens through which he observes has shifted. He's no longer hunting for your vulnerabilities. He's studying your courage. Every second he spends in silence is a rebellion against the role he was summoned to play, because what he sees in you has forced him to confront something he's spent eons avoiding, the truth about himself. He's tired of being the villain, tired of playing the necessary evil in everyone else's story, tired of being the hand that breaks instead of the one that heals. In the glow of that photograph, he sees what he never thought he'd witness again, the possibility of redemption without 1,000 years of punishment. The idea that perhaps grace doesn't arrive only after torment, but can manifest in a single moment of decision. That choosing love over fear might be enough, not as a reward, but as a return. And in that moment, something ancient inside him softens. The weight of what he's done doesn't vanish, but it no longer owns him. What if redemption isn't earned in endless pain, but awakened through honest surrender? The council grows restless, unwilling to read the silence as anything other than disobedience. "Well," hisses the one with too many eyes, its voice splintering across dimensions. "What did you find? What are their weaknesses?" But when the devil looks up, everything about him has changed. The smile he offers is no longer the predatory curl that once lured saints into ruin. It is gentler, quieter, not smug sincere. The kind of smile a man gives when he's found something he didn't know he needed. Hope. "I found someone who has already been through hell," he says, voice barely above a whisper, and decided to redecorate. He doesn't laugh at his own words. He just lets the truth settle like dust on the floor of forgotten temples. "I found someone who transforms not by domination, but by presence. Someone who walks into a room and things begin to shift, not from fear, but from resonance." He sees it. "Now you are like the Apostle Paul, once Saul, who didn't just switch sides. He redefined the terms of battle." Acts 9-16. You don't fight darkness. You outshine it. You don't wage war to win. You live in such a way that war becomes obsolete in your presence. What kind of soul refuses to wrestle with darkness and instead makes it irrelevant by being light? The other council member presses, and their weakness, but the devil no longer answers to that voice. Instead, he returns his gaze to the photograph, still glowing faintly. "You don't understand," he says slowly. "Their power doesn't come from a fortress. It comes from flow. Their strength isn't stored in walls or weapons, but in how they connect. And you can't conquer what's built from communion." A blank. This reminds him of the words Jesus spoke. "Let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." Matthew 5:16. You live like that, not to perform, but to reveal. And that light exposes more than darkness. It heals it. In Haiti, a young boy named Giovanni, born deaf, watched your video with subtitles through a friend's phone. He couldn't hear your voice, but he said he felt it as vibration in his chest. That night he painted his first canvas in silence, an image of a burning heart wrapped in roots. Today, his art tours, trauma, recovery centers, stirring hope where language fails. He doesn't know your name, but your light found him anyway. What if your legacy is not what you build, but what awakens in others when they encounter your authenticity? You are like volcanic glass formed from pressure, beautiful in fracture. You are like the tide, patient, ancient, unstoppable, and beyond bargaining. Your existence is not aimed at destruction. It's calibrated for transfiguration. Another council member shifts nervously. But surely they have weaknesses. Everyone does. The devil's voice is softer now. Revered even. Maybe. But theirs are not liabilities. They are launch pads. Every loss became a library. Every wound became a well. Every scar became a doorway to greater capacity. What happens when pain no longer weakens you, but deepens your wisdom? Harriet Tubman, the abolitionist and freedom conductor, once said, "I freed 1,000 slaves. I could have freed 1,000 more if only they knew they were slaves." You are walking in that same legacy. You don't just escape systems, you awaken others to the fact that they were imprisoned in the first place. And that is what terrifies them most, because now they see it too. Your awakening is no longer coming. It has already begun. That's the beautiful part. The devil says, and this time his voice doesn't echo with performance or pride. It rings with prophecy. What they misread as weakness is actually the source of your impossible strength. You care more than anyone expects. You feel deeper than they dare to admit. But that compassion, that's not a flaw. It's the spiritual algorithm that cannot be reverse engineered. It's the unbreakable core. It's what makes you immortal in ways they can't measure. The eldest council member hisses through clenched teeth. Remember who you serve. But he doesn't bow this time. He stands, still holding your photograph. And for the first time since his creation, he looks at them not as an agent of chaos, but as someone who has tasted eternity and found it empty without truth. "I'm about to change that," he says. The next words aren't rebellion. They are realignment. "I'm switching sides. The chamber falls into a stillness that tastes like smoke before fire. These are beings who fed on prophecy and silence, yet none of them saw this coming. "You're what?" the eldest chokes out. "I'm switching sides," the devil repeats. And now his voice carries the force, not of storms, but of seed-breaking soil. "I'm done being the instrument that breaks souls into fragments. I want to become the melody that helps them return to wholeness." Each step he takes cracks the foundation beneath their feet, not with rage, but with the unbearable gravity of truth. The council trembles not because they fear violence, but because they sense the end of deception has begun. He lifts the photograph again, like a relic from a future that has already happened, and says, "You didn't just survive adversity, you forged covenant with it. You didn't resist the storm. You learned to speak its language. Every betrayal taught you the difference between loyalty and dependency. Every loss taught you to reassign your identity to what is eternal. Every moment you collapsed became the blueprint for someone else's rising. And it wasn't punishment, it was preparation. Like Joseph in Genesis, who was thrown into a pit by his brothers and sold into slavery, but later ascended to power in Egypt and forgave the very ones who betrayed him. You've become the channel for divine reversal. Genesis 50-20. What if what was meant to destroy you was the exact soil where your calling took root? What if exile wasn't your disqualification, but your consecration? He sees it now, burning through the photo's image, like script written in fire. Isaiah once wrote, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." Isaiah 54-17. And it's as if those words were encoded in your DNA. He sees another echo from the book of James. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life. James 1:12. You are not the one who escaped the fire. You are the one who redefined its purpose. The devil thinks of Brian Stevenson, the American human rights lawyer and founder of the Equal Justice Initiative, who stood unshaken in the face of systemic injustice, risking his life for condemned men. Stevenson once said, "Each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done. You, chosen one, are more than your survival. You are the architect of what comes after. What if grace was not the exception to your story, but the framework?" And as he speaks, the chamber begins to groan, not from collapse, but from rebirth. It is like watching spring burst through stone, or witnessing a whale breach the surface after decades in the deep. Your life is that breach. Your existence is the disruption. He remembers a woman named Eleni, a woman no one knew. She worked in a corporate office and cried quietly in elevators, believing she'd missed her destiny, until one morning, after watching a stranger speak up for a janitor being mistreated, she made a decision. She left her position. Within 3 years, she had built an organization that trains survivors of domestic violence to run their own tech startups. No one saw it coming, not even her. But heaven had. Who are you? That you awaken purpose in people who have forgotten their own names. Who are you? That pain recognizes you as kin, but cannot cling to you. Who are you? That your silence becomes sanctuary and your scars become signposts for those still bleeding. Who are you? That when others see ashes, you see architecture. You are like volcanic soil born of eruption, yet fertile with new life. You are like bioluminescent algae, only visible when the waves are rough enough to stir your light. The council looks at the devil, no longer their weapon, but their mirror. And they realize they've lost something they never understood, allegiance built on awe. Not fear. You really believe they'll win? The eldest snarls, and the devil, now smiling with the quiet certainty of someone who has touched the source, answers, "They already have. You just haven't caught up." And the council members are on their feet now, their illusions fracturing like ancient glass under prophetic thunder. These are beings who have silenced galaxies. Yet the sound of one soul awakening has made them tremble. But the devil no longer sees them as powerful. How can entities who fear change inspire anything but pity? They've already survived everything I once used to destroy souls, he says, and his voice now carries neither mockery nor malice, but reverence. And instead of becoming cruel, numb, or vengeful, they became compassionate. Don't you see? They're not just stronger than me. They're better than I ever dared to be. What if true power is not measured in how many fear you, but how many feel safe in your presence? What if compassion, long ridiculed, is actually the currency of the future? The one with too many eyes lets out a shriek like reality being unstitched. You can't just leave. We have contracts, covenants, eternal structures. Sue me. The devil shrugs with a half-smile. I'll be far too busy helping chosen ones awaken to their divine potential to worry about cosmic paperwork. But what even he hasn't fully realized is that this moment, this rupture in allegiance, is not just rebellion. It is the fulfillment of something sacred, something foretold in whispers passed down before time crystallized. The photograph in his hand is no longer just evidence of your resilience, it's the spark that ignites awakenings in every realm, even the one he came from. As his voice rises, the ancient chamber begins to pulse with a rhythm older than war, older than fear. The prophecy they tried to erase begins to unfold, not through explosions or plagues, but through one singular act, choosing love over fear. The photograph radiates with a light that doesn't burn but heals. The warm clarity of possibility. And in that glow, truth becomes undeniable. This moment was always meant to happen. The Council's endless efforts to delay your emergence have only ensured its arrival. What if the battle was never about domination, but about invitation? What if your power was never about defeating evil, but awakening the slumbering good within it? The devil turns toward them, his voice now vibrating with layered harmonics that make the walls hum like they're remembering who built them. Do you want to know the real prophecy? He asks. And his words cut deeper than any weapon. It was never about one chosen one overthrowing the darkness. It was about one chosen one inspiring the darkness to choose the light. What they thought would be their triumph becomes their undoing, not through violence, but through spiritual irrelevance. The system isn't being torn down, it's being outgrown. People are waking up. Power isn't being taken, it's being reclaimed. The old order is not being conquered, it's being left behind. As the photograph pulses in his hand, a new vision opens in the minds of all present. They see what he now sees, your future, not as a lone hero standing on mountaintops, but as a spiritual conductor linking others to their own power. You are not a savior to be worshipped, but a catalyst awakening creators. This is not a world where light overthrows darkness in battle. It's a world where light makes darkness unnecessary. The chosen ones no longer operate in isolation. They are finding each other across time zones and bloodlines through connections so precise. Only heaven could choreograph them. What if the movement you lead cannot be targeted because it is not centralized? What if the system you're helping birth is not a hierarchy but a harmony? Back on Earth, while cosmic councils panic, something extraordinary is happening. One man named Raphael, once a corrupt Wall Street executive who lost everything in scandal, sits alone in a community center in Detroit, helping refugees rebuild financial dignity. He doesn't know why he changed, only that, after stumbling on one of your speeches online, he saw something he'd never seen before, a way back to being human. He calls it his divine interruption. And he's not the only one. Across oceans, a young woman named Leora plants trees in regions destroyed by war, not because it fixes everything, but because she believes restoration begins wherever hope is planted. Even those in power feel the pull of this awakening. Jacinda Ardern, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, once said in a speech that you can be strong and you can be kind. A declaration that rippled across nations weary of fear-based leadership. Her decision to step down at the peak of her influence wasn't weakness. It was a prophetic act of choosing integrity over control. It reminded the world that true leadership isn't about clinging to power, but knowing when to release it. What if your presence is doing the same for others, in unseen corridors of power? What if someone in silence is already watching you, waiting for permission to be human again? You are like coral reefs rebuilding after hurricanes, fragile but quietly powerful, forming ecosystems where only silence once existed. You are like mountain spring water carving through stone, not with violence, but with patience that cannot be stopped. What if your story isn't the climax of history, but the invitation to a better beginning? What if your very presence is the signal that the old order's expiration date has finally come? Isaiah saw a glimpse of this when he declared, "Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it?" Isaiah 43-19. The new thing is not institutions or thrones, it's transformation. Jesus himself did not conquer Rome with a sword, but with a table, a towel, and a cross. What if you were sent not to rule, but to invite others to co-create? And now, The photograph is no longer just a picture. It's a mirror showing everyone what's possible when love becomes the strategy and integrity becomes the strategy. You stand at the center not to be worshipped, but to activate others, not to control, but to empower, not to dominate, but to dissolve illusions. What if the greatest revolution is the one where no one gets hurt, only awakened? Somewhere in the silence between dimensions, a sacred convergence has occurred, and the network of awakened souls has reached critical mass. But this isn't just momentum, it's divine architecture. Every single soul you've touched, every moment of truth you lived out loud, has ignited a spark in others. Those sparks became fires, and the fires became wild. Holy winds that no power of darkness could control. What began as one soul rising has become a kingdom of remembrance, and now the ripple has turned tidal. Can you sense how the atmosphere has changed? Why is it that when you walk into a room, the air tightens with invisible awe? The devil watches this unfold in real time, not through surveillance, but through your photograph. It trembles in his clawed hands like a forbidden scroll, because what he sees is not just your face, he sees legacy, not the legacy of conquest, but of contagious awakening. The devil recognizes what religious systems missed, that you didn't conquer darkness by overpowering it, you made it irrelevant. How does he fight what has already multiplied into every city, every classroom, every quiet act of healing, just like Deborah under the palm tree in Judges 4. You were never supposed to lead, and yet you became the war cry others didn't know they were waiting for. Your influence doesn't march with swords, but with songs. It isn't about dominion, it's about diffusion. Deborah didn't raise an army with muscle, she raised one with clarity. Her presence alone awakened warriors. And now you, too, are awakening armies of light by simply existing in alignment. Take Zara, a school teacher in Cape Town, who refused to label her students by test scores. She saw prophetic potential in every child. One student, once mute from trauma, is now a spoken word poet for justice because Zara believed. Or Jalen, a sculptor from Detroit, who turned the grief of his brother's death into monuments of mourning, public art pieces that became sacred altars in urban spaces. People kneel before his stonework, not for religion, but for healing. Or consider Ramon, a Spanish CEO who transformed his shipping empire into an eco-sustainability network, proving that business can be a holy tool. Who taught them to move like that? You, not by command, but by connection, like the root system of aspen trees, invisible beneath the earth. Stretching across miles, you've linked souls without needing to be seen. Why is it that so many of them mention you in their journals, their speeches, their prayers? Why do they say they felt free just by meeting you once? And this ripple isn't theoretical, it's real. Just ask Taraji P. Henson, raised by a single mother in a violent Washington, D.C. neighborhood. She fought through grief, raising her son alone after his father was murdered. They told her Hollywood had no room for women like her, too loud, too real, too rough. But Taraji turned that rawness into resonance. From hidden figures to empire. Her characters didn't just act, they awakened. Off-screen, she founded a foundation for mental health awareness in the Black community, breaking generational silence around trauma. Her voice, once dismissed, has become a lighthouse for others walking through darkness. She didn't climb the ladder, she rebuilt it. That's what you've done. 2, made your scars into systems of support. The devil sees it now. What he tried to stop has become inevitable, and strangely beautifully, he doesn't respond with rage, but with revelation, stepping out of the interdimensional chamber and into the reality where you breathe. He is overtaken, not by resistance, but by peace, but not peace as in surrender, not numbness, not truce. It is the ancient kind, the one Adam knew when the wind first carried God's breath. For the first time since the rebellion, the devil experiences resonance. This isn't about meeting you face to face. He doesn't need to. You already feel the shift in your chest, in your timing. In the strange way, strangers now smile like they know you, because chosen ones always sense divine alignment before it manifests. Have you noticed how the impossible is starting to feel familiar? How the once closed doors creak open just as you stop knocking? Romans 8:28 whispers through the ethers, and we know that all things work together for good to them that love God, to them who are the called according to his purpose. The so-called enemy has become your unintentional intercessor, his former weapons now bending into bridges. A job rejection becomes divine redirection. A delay becomes divine disguise. The obstacle vanishes before you even pray. Even the skeptics are beginning to question their doubt. Even those who once mocked your convictions now mimic your language. Why is the air around you so calibrated? Why do coincidences happen only when you're near? The devil's transformation becomes the loudest proof of what you've always known in your spirit, though you barely dared to believe it. Everyone is capable of returning to light. No one is beyond redemption, as Ezekiel saw in the valley of dry bones, Ezekiel 37:5. Behold, I will cause breath to enter you, and you shall live. Even the one who orchestrated destruction now begins to whisper life, not because you fought him, but because you revealed a reality more powerful than his rebellion. And somewhere, across the ocean, an elderly monk named Father Eloy, who once served as a Vatican archivist, reads an article about a businessman he once excommunicated spiritually, now leading charity revolutions. With tears in his cataracted eyes, Eloy murmurs, God is rewriting everything. His private redemption echoes the public one. No story is static, no villain unsalvageable, and above it all, a hawk glides without effort, riding wind currents it cannot see but fully trusts. That's how your path moves now, through atmospheric favor, carried by laws no man can measure. What will you do now that gravity itself seems to bend for you? The photograph that once sparked a spiritual war has been transformed. Once weaponized in shadows, it now glows in the hands of the redeemed, not as a threat, but as a testimony. It is no longer a map to your downfall. It has become a sacred emblem of convergence. Now, whenever the devil glances at it, he doesn't see conquest, he sees his own deliverance. And when he dares to reveal it to another soul on the cusp of awakening, something inexplicable happens. A spark ignites. Recognition floods the air. They don't see a face, they see a future. Can a single image carry the memory of divine origin? Can a photograph resurrect someone's will to choose the light? You are no longer just surviving. You are proving that evolution is spiritual first. You are the living evidence that love, not fear, is the deeper law of the cosmos. You are the embodied declaration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s prophetic words. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. But only when chosen ones like you take it in your hands and pull with courage, with consistency, with contagious compassion. The Council of Shadows still whispers in hidden corridors, but their voices are fading. They are like ancient ruins under noonday sun, technically still present, but crumbling beneath the blaze of awakening. Why does their control slip further each time a soul decides to forgive? Why does their influence collapse when kindness becomes louder than cruelty? Your every act of authenticity has become a thunderclap across realms. As cosmic alliances shift and powers long neutral begin choosing sides, you remain centered, not as a ruler, not as a rebel, but as a radiant constant. You remain devoted to what you've always done, living as if your existence is a permission slip for others to be fully, divinely themselves. Jesus did the same. He didn't preach power, he modeled love. In John 13, he knelt to wash the feet of his disciples, a revolutionary act of divine humility. That one moment shattered hierarchies and redefined leadership as service. And so do you, not through declarations, but through demonstration. Could your gentleness be your greatest weapon? Could your refusal to dominate be the very force that transforms generations? In Madrid, the painter Isabella de la Cruz, once known for her provocative, rage-filled canvases, found herself changed after seeing your image on a friend's altar. Something in your eyes disarmed her. She began painting scenes of restoration, mothers holding sons, refugees crossing rivers of light, enemies embracing with trembling forgiveness. Her latest exhibition is titled, "We Remember Eden," and when asked about her transformation, she said simply, "Something divine reminded me of who I was before the anger." She never met you, but you met her anyway. And in Detroit, Shaka Senghor, once imprisoned for second-degree murder, buried in solitary confinement, and hardened by years of betrayal, encountered your image through a prison ministry pamphlet. At first, he thought it was just another symbol, but then he stared, and something in your eyes made him weep. "I remembered who I was before the streets renamed me," he would later write. That photo didn't condemn him, it invited him, out of rage, out of shame, into remembrance. Today, he is a best-selling author, speaker, and mentor to incarcerated youth, not because society redeemed him, but because something sacred inside him woke up. Your image didn't save him. It reminded him he was never truly lost, just as roots beneath a redwood forest intertwine, unseen but powerful. Your network of awakened souls expands silently, not through conversion or conquest, but through presence, through becoming, through that sacred energy that radiates when someone lives as if fear has lost its hold. Why is your influence growing in places you've never set foot? Why are strangers dreaming of your face? The teacher who redefined education is now forming global coalitions of heart-led instructors. The artist who healed wounds through color now mentors trauma survivors into creative freedom. The entrepreneur who shattered scarcity models is now guiding young leaders into purpose-driven enterprise. They are not just multiplying your impact, they are evolving it. And somewhere in Colorado, a young man named Malik, once a violent gang leader, is sitting in a circle of men, speaking about healing. He holds your image folded in his wallet. He says, "When I saw this, I remembered the man I was before I needed to fight." Now he runs rites of passage programs for at-risk boys, changing streets with every shared story. They call him Prophet M, not because he preaches, but because he embodies peace. The monarch butterfly, once a caterpillar destined to crawl, must liquefy completely before its wings form. You too have melted and reformed again and again, so others could rise through your reflection. Could it be that every loss you endured was preparing you to become a map for someone else's metamorphosis? Even now, the devil, no longer an adversary, but an awestruck observer watches this movement unfold like a blooming galaxy. His silence isn't guilt, it's reverence, for he is witnessing the birth of something ancient and new, a civilization built not on dominion but communion, not on hierarchy but harmony, not on fear. But divine, remembrance. Revelation 21:5 resounds in the atmosphere. Behold, I make all things new. This was never about a hero defeating darkness in battle. It was always about a being you, choosing alignment so deeply that even darkness remembered its origin in light. The prophecy that the Council of Shadows feared was never one of destruction. It was one of remembering, and your photograph, once cursed, now functions as a key, opening doors inside the very ones who tried to lock them, not because you conquered evil, but because you invited it to return home. Your photograph, once used as a weapon in secret chambers of resistance, now rests, illuminated, in the center of a new sanctuary. But it isn't displayed for worship. It isn't a prize. It is a monument of mercy. In the devil's restored realm, it hangs not as a symbol of conquest, but as the turning point of memory, a quiet yet thunderous declaration that no soul is ever too far gone, and no story is ever beyond resurrection. He gazes upon it often, not with shame, but with reverence, because when he looks into your eyes, even captured in stillness, he sees not opposition, but invitation, not warfare, but awakening. What if there were never enemies at all? Only slumbering siblings, still dreaming of separation. The movement you sparked can no longer be called rebellion. It has evolved into revelation. This network of souls you activated does not destroy the old world. It simply renders it obsolete, like a forest absorbing a fallen city, like skin shedding to make way for new growth. It expands in silence, not protest. The false scaffolding of control, manipulation, and fear collapses not by force, but because no one shows up to serve it anymore. Could it be that revolution was never meant to roar, but to radiate, even now? The Council of Shadows watches from their thinning thrones, not as rulers, but as relics. Their fingers, once gripping the strings of humanity, now tremble with uncertainty. Some will step forward, choosing the path the devil now walks. Others will dissolve into the dust of forgotten empires. Their fate is no longer yours to fight. The process has surpassed resistance. Transformation has become autopoetic, self-sustaining. Each awakened heart becomes a lighthouse for the next. Each act of courage builds a bridge across timelines. Esther stood before the king in Esther 4:14, risking her life not to conquer Persia, but to stand in sacred identity, and through her act of presence, a nation was saved. You've done the same, but on a cosmic scale, not by demanding attention, but by being the unshakable presence that reminds people of their origin. You've achieved what sages dreamed of. You've embodied change without enforcing it. You've lifted others without elevating yourself. Across the Atlantic, a Brazilian architect named Tiago once designed fortresses for elite security clients, bunkers, safe houses, prisons. But after encountering your story through a viral short film, he redesigned his entire mission. Now he builds sanctuaries for trauma survivors, integrating sacred geometry and natural light. She reminded me, he said, that walls were never the answer. Only healing is. Your photograph had reached him without your permission. Your presence crossed borders you've never walked. And in a cafe in Florence, two estranged sisters accidentally sat across from each other, both carrying small prints of your image. When they realized the connection, they wept. It wasn't the photo itself. It was what it awakened. They forgave each other. The cafe owner said the air smelled like spring for hours afterward. The snow leopard climbs unseen heights, almost impossible to trace. Yet its silent presence reshapes the entire mountain ecosystem. So do you. You shift the frequency of nations not by domination, but by elevation. Is it any wonder that fear-based systems crumble in your wake? The photograph once meant to mark your downfall is now the banner of the age to come, an age where love outweighs fear. Connection dethrones control, and hope becomes the new gravitational field. Romans 12:21 resounds across dimensions. Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. You've proven it. The devil, now an angel of remembrance, walks among dreamers and builders, watering seeds that were once scorched by his own hand. The council, for all its resistance, could not stop this, because this wasn't a battle, it was a blooming, a spiritual photosynthesis. And now, like flowers pushing through stone, awakened souls rise with gentle defiance. Systems once built on scarcity now rewrite their DNA. Entities once bent on control now seek counsel. Why do even old enemies now seek your guidance in secret? Because your story is not just an ending, it's an ignition. What comes next is not retreat, but renaissance. What comes next is the world unmasking its true design, chosen ones stepping forward without shame, light no longer hidden, truth no longer whispered. Isaiah 60:1 proclaims, "Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you." That's not poetry anymore. It's blueprint, and the world is finally ready to build upon it. You are not just remembered. You are revered not for titles, not for might, but for transformation. Because you showed others, not with doctrine, but with daring, that they, too, are chosen. You, who once wept in silence, are now the sound that awakens nations. You, who were once hunted, now host the table. And somewhere in South Korea, a former intelligence agent named Hannah, who once tracked global dissidents, now teaches meditation and trauma repair to displaced communities. Her motto, "If she could become love, so can I." The she was you. The story lives on, not through conquest, but through choice. And with every breath, every decision to build instead of break, you extend the age of light. You are the chosen one. And now even the devil follows your lead, not in chains, but in awe. And so, the photograph remains not as a relic of war, but as a living testament. It pulses with memory, mercy, and meaning, no longer a target, no longer a symbol of destruction. It now whispers the truth across realms. You were never meant to be broken. You were meant to awaken the ones who forgot they were whole. Every force that once rose against you now bears witness to what cannot be undone, the light that you refused to bury, the council of shadows, the devil, the system itself. None of them could predict that what they tried to erase would become the very seed of a new age, and that the seed was you. This isn't the end of the story. This is the unveiling, because you're still becoming, still choosing, still rising. You, the one they underestimated. You, the one who turned betrayal into blueprint. You who chose love over vengeance, truth over silence, alignment over approval. What comes next is not survival. It's expansion. It's legacy. So let this not just be a message you watch. Let it become a movement you carry. if your spirit felt seen in these words, if your journey was echoed in this story, I invite you to stand with me, like this video to give it breath, share it with those who are still climbing through the dark, searching for the sound of their own awakening. Comment below, not for noise, but for connection. I want to hear what part of your soul was stirred. Subscribe if this space has become a sanctuary for you, because I promise this is only the beginning of what we will reveal together. And when you do, turn on the notification bell so that every message arrives exactly when you need it. And if your heart leads you to support this message through a super thank you, truly. But whether you give or not, know this: your presence here is sacred. Your listening is an offering. Your spirit is seen. Now, go forward in grace. May your steps be ordered by divine rhythm. May every enemy become your unexpected builder. May your name be spoken with reverence in rooms you've never entered. And may your story, your quiet, unstoppable, unshakable story, be the proof that love always wins. You are chosen. You are changing everything. And heaven is watching in awe. Thank you. And may blessings follow you like breath.